Okay, so it's Monday, the 8th of August, 2022. My name is Stephen Davis. What was that? Was that the computer? My name is Stephen Davis, and I've come to interview Michael. This is going to be the first of three videos. And Michael's going to start the first one by talking about his early life,
Yeah.
where he comes from, his background, grandparents, parents, whatever. Okay, Michael, the floor is yours.
Well, I think I should start by talking about my grandparents because they were quite interesting characters. My grandmother, for instance, was the first medical student of the Lady Harding College in Delhi, and she came top of not only her class but the top of the whole Punjab. Interesting enough, my mother went to the same Lady Harding Medical School and also came top of the whole Punjab. That's like coming top of all of England in terms of a number of people. Anyway, my grandparents, I'm not sure where they met, but they had a very interesting life. He was a doctor, an army doctor, but he made his extra money by being a dentist.
So this is your grandparents on which side? Your mum's
on my mother's side.
Right, grandparents on your mother's side, and your mother is an Anglo-Indian.
Mother's an Anglo-Indian.
Right.
So my grandfather, named William Clement Lopez, was actually not of Ionian Peninsula origin, which was possible with that name, because he was in fact adopted as a child by a priest with the name of Lopez. So we don't know. Anglo-Indians have very vague ancestry records, especially because the original Anglo-Indians were usually Englishmen who married local girls. And the birth certificates only gave the name of the father. Are you okay?
Yep, I'm just altering the camera there, so
Okay.
it frames you better.
So anyway, William Lopez, my grandfather, had a very interesting life. One of the first things I remember about talking about him is that he kept snakes, a large collection of poisonous snakes in his compound, which gave my grandmother the heebie-jeebies. He was eventually sent to East Africa with the British Indian Army, designed to protect Kenya, the English East African colonies, from that marauding German general. Who
Now, was this the First or the Second World War?
This is the First World War.
Roughly when was your grandfather born? Just to give a
My
rough idea of
grandfather
his
was
age.
born, by that time he was 30, so let's say
Mid-1880s.
mid 1880s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's a
Exactly.
British...
About 1980,
So he's an
1985 would be a good.
Well, that's the same as my grandfather, funny enough. 1888 was my grandfather on my mum's side. So he's Anglo-Indian, born in the 1880s, say.
That's
he
right.
went to defend East Africa in the First World War.
That's right.
Right.
And he actually he got a DSO, Distinguished Service Order, in East Africa by staying with his wounded when the Germans overran his hospital, and when the general, who was quite a famous man, Otto von something, came into the hospital driving his English Bedford truck, which became his signature vehicle, and he asked, "Who's the man in charge?" And my grandfather said, "I am, sir." And he said, "Well, you are now my prisoners of war, you have to leave." And my grandfather said, "I'm afraid I can't do that, sir." He said, "What? You know I can have you shot." So my grandfather said, no, he asked, "What is your name?" He said, "Major William Lopez." "You know I can have you shot." He said, "Well, you'll have to shoot me, sir." "Why?" So he said, "Because half my men will die if you take them at it." And the general stopped for a moment. He just won yet another skirmish against the British. And so he was in a good mood. He said, "Major Lopez, you're either a fool or a very brave man. Keep your hospital." He got the DSO for that. And incidentally, many years later, his son, my uncle Bunny, got the same decoration in Burma for rescuing his wounded under heavy fire. Anyway, back to Granddad. He came back to India and found that my grandmother had got rid of all his snakes. He was so furious that the first day he came home, he took 2 servants and went off into the bush and came back with all the poisonous snakes.
Okay, Michael, you told me before we started filming he was into his snakes. You haven't put that on this video. So say that he was into his snakes.
Well,
his snakes were his big hobby.
Well, grandfather had many hobbies. One of them was that he was both a doctor and a dentist, and he made his extra money by put all his 4 children to private school from his dentistry. He was in the northwest frontier area, and an incident of my grandmother is that the Pathans, who were murderous people if crossed, used to come down from the hills waving a white flag, and the old colonel say, "What did the blighters want now?" And what they wanted was the lady doctor, and they had a bullock cart made comfortable with cushions, etc. And my grandmother would go off into the hills for weeks, because being Muslim, they didn't want a male doctor, so to look after their women. And one day, the paramount chief in the area gave her an unusual present. He gave her a pair of his old sandals. And my grandmother asked politely, "What shall I do with these?" She said, "You put them in a box outside your gate, and you can dismiss your chowkidar, your night watchman. You won't need him anymore." Because his shoes were a symbol to all the Pathans in the area. Don't touch this house.
Okay.
So, what else can I tell you about my grandparents? Yes, he believed in exposing his children to some sort of danger, but under his control. For instance, he used to bribe my mother and her sisters for him to let them down a well in a bucket to accustom them to danger. He was quite an extraordinary man. What other story can I tell you about him? He had a wonderful way with birds. Because I only met him really for a year before he died, when I came to India, and he had miners in his room.
So how old were you when you met him?
I was 6.
6. Okay, so this is the memories of a 6-year-old.
This is the memories of a 6-year-old. Now, we used to congregate. All the grandchildren congregated in his bedroom, and he used to talk. He taught his miners to talk, so that he would talk to them and they'd talk back. They fascinated us, as you can imagine, small children. Right. So, what else can I tell you about my grandparents?
And there's your mother,
Right.
Your mother's mother.
That's my grandmother. Yes.
Yes.
Well,
what can you say about her?
Only that
she was the nurse or the doctor as well.
She was a doctor.
Doctor.
She was a member of the first intake of the first hospital for women in the Punjab. It's called the Lady Harding Medical School in Delhi. And she went there, topped her class, topped the Punjab. And interestingly, my mother, 20 years later, did exactly the same thing. She topped her class, topped the Punjab. And my sister has the medals that they received for these top awards. Grandma used to be, she ruled, when we finally came to India, my cousins also were there. We were in a big house in Bangalore. So we had 7 cousins, 3 of us and 4 of my cousins, all living in this house. And my grandmother ruled the roost with a cane.
Can you remember the address of where you lived?
21 Cunningham Road.
21 Cunningham Road.
In Bangalore.
In Bangalore, okay.
And she put up with us, with all the noise, etc., until she finally got fed up and used to say, "Where's my cane?" That's all she needed to say. And we scattered, you know, into hiding place. My cousins and my brother climbed up a big guava tree, and they used to leave me on the ground until my grandmother came towards me, and at the last minute they used to haul me up and say, "Come down here, all you've got," you know. But she never actually hit us. But it's the way she kept her discipline over all the kids. She, what else can I tell you about her? That's probably enough.
Okay, what about your other grandparents on your dad's side?
Now I didn't know very much about. They lived in outside Berlin in the Mark Brandenburg. The Mark Brandenburg is that area between Berlin and the Baltic. The Mark, it's called the Mark Brandenburg. And they were, well, my grandfather was the descendant of a long line of yeoman farmers, right? And my father was the first one who broke the mold, because he went to university. But I'll tell you a bit more about my father before that. But my grandparents, I have a couple of photographs of myself with when I was 2 with my grandfather. But unfortunately, they were in Berlin, and in one bombing raid, they got killed. And they were buried in a mass grave, because there were so many dead, they just buried them all in a mass grave. So that's all I can really say of my German grandparents.
So both your German grandparents died in a Berlin air raid?
That's right. That's
Crikey.
right. My father had a sister, Annemarie, was married to a physicist, Dr. Fritz Pungris, and they had an interesting incident in the Second World War. They were in an upstairs sitting room when an Allied bomb came through the ceiling and buried itself in the corner of the room. Had that gone on, it was smithereens for all of them. But it didn't explode. That's one of the instances of my uncle's life. He and his wife Annemarie lived all their life in Kaiser Friedrichstraße in Berlin.
Kaiser Friedrichstraße
in Berlin.
Do you know the number?
47.
47.
Yeah. And okay, so
which part of Berlin?
It's in the area near the Schloss it's in Charlottenburg.
Charlottenburg, okay.
Yeah, near, not far from the Schloss Charlottenburg.
Okay.
So when I finally came to Europe, I went straight to my aunt and uncle's place with the intention of living in Germany and becoming a proper Kraut, which actually didn't happen because I hated what I saw of Berlin at that point.
What year?
That was 1959. December 1959.
Okay, so you went to Berlin and didn't like it that much.
I did. I hated, but the reason I hated it is because I'd come from sunny Bangalore, you know. I'd had a wonderful trip coming from India by ship to Europe, and then Berlin was oppressive, and of course not only was it oppressive, but the political climate was deteriorating rapidly, because the next year the Berlin Wall was being built by the East Germans. So it was a very, very troubled time. And I thought, do I want to stay in this place?
But we're jumping the gun a bit there.
I know.
So we're still on your grandparents in Germany, but they died in the war.
Yeah, they died in the war.
So what about your dad then?
Well, my dad, he, as young as 17.
So when was he born?
He was born in 1901.
Can you give me his dates?
March 1901.
You did write the dates down. Just give the dates.
March 1901.
You said the actual date, didn't you?
Well, 1st of March 1901.
Right, 1st of March 1901. And your mother's date of birth?
Was the 6th of June 1908.
So
7 years between them.
608. 7 years between them. Okay.
Anyway, my father, I don't know much about where he actually grew up. My brother did, but unfortunately my brother has died, so I don't know. That knowledge has died with my brother because I didn't really show enough interest. Anyway, but what I do know about my father is that at the end of the First World War, Germany had many, many orphans. So he and his girlfriend, who later became his wife, he started an orphanage for German orphans aged 17.
My goodness me.
Yeah.
And where was this?
This was certainly in northern Germany. I'm not certain whether it was in Berlin itself or just on the outskirts, but he had become by that time a Berliner.
Did you say with his girlfriend who later became his wife? That's
Yeah.
not your mother then?
No.
So he was married twice
He was
then?
married twice.
Okay, I didn't know that bit, okay.
Yeah. So and he and his wife had two daughters. Traudl, the eldest, but she was a whole generation older than me.
Right.
Anyway, so
Did you ever meet them?
oh yes, and his there was a bit of a tragedy about the second child, which probably led to, in some way, to the parting of the ways. His second daughter got meningitis when she was a little baby, which meant that even though the genes were perfect, she was mentally handicapped because of meningitis, and as a result, this is the daughter. This is my half sister.
Your half sister.
She had like 5 children from 5 different men, all of whom turned out great, but the mother was really a problem.
And have you met any of these 5 children?
Yes, I have. In Berlin, they all gathered to meet me, and they're a lovely bunch.
When did you meet them?
I met them about 10 years ago the first time, but I met some of them at my brother's funeral, which was year before last. He died a day before his 80th birthday.
Okay.
Which was the 2nd of October.
And these 5 children, are they still in the Berlin area?
Yes, they
Were
are.
they East Germans or West Germans?
They were West Germans.
Okay.
Unfortunately, one of them was killed in a motorcycle accident. So my nephew, who was perhaps the brightest and favorite of the whole family, got killed in a motorcycle accident. The others are doing well in Berlin. The eldest child, Barbara, actually became a surrogate mother to her siblings because of
The meningitis problem.
well, that's Barbara is the daughter of the meningitis lady. So she is my niece,
Yeah.
but she is my age.
Okay.
Right?
Do you know any names? Can you give names of all these people?
I don't know. I'm not very clear
Okay,
on this.
that's-
Barbara, Rainer. That's just 2 of the 5.
Yeah,
I
okay,
can remember.
that's fine. Let's move on, shall we? So, your father's first marriage would have ended at some point, and then he would have gone to India.
Well, let me talk about my father. Once he had, when he was still looking after this orphanage, he started his studies in Berlin, and he eventually got a doctorate from the Berlin Conservatoire in music and economics, a strange combination. So he was a Herr Dr. Hans Wilhelm Sommer, and he joined the Allianz. The Alliance, as it's Europe's largest insurance company.
Allianz.
Yeah, the Allianz. And he was the youngest director of the Allianz in 1936 or 35, 1935 or 1936, when the board decided that they would open up the Alliance in India, Burma and Ceylon. And so my father went to Delhi to start this going. He started with one office in Berlin, in Delhi. By the time the Second World War started, 1939, he had 22 offices in India, Burma, in the major cities of India, Burma and Ceylon. So he comes to India, he makes friends.
As a married man?
No, he's already separated. He's not divorced, but he's separated. And
Okay.
comes to India, and he meets a Muslim businessman who decides that he's going to hold a picnic in honor of my father. And it's at the best place. There's a wonderful garden outside Delhi called the Qutub Minar, and in the Qutub Minar they have these wonderful gardens. And this Muslim businessman had a niece who was also, by this time my mother was studying medicine in the Lady Hardinge College, and he asked his niece to make up the numbers by bringing a couple of her friends to this picnic party. And so they did, and that is where he met my mother.
Now, I don't want to move.
Now bring it.
Yeah, let's bring the picture
Bring it
over.
off the thing.
It'll be easier to do it that way. I don't want to disturb the camera.
This
Hang on a minute.
is a
just bring it
picture
in.
of my
Let's just
father
bring it
and
in.
mother on the day they met. Not many people can say that.
Oh, it's like reflecting all the light. And anyway, there you go. There's the picture. I'll put it back on the wall.
Okay. So now let's concentrate on my mother for a bit. My mother was born in a place called Bellary in southern India.
Oh, hang on, we've got a picture here.
That's Dad.
We've got another
That's a
picture.
picture
Here.
of Dad. And of course there's this nicer picture of my father in his prime, so to speak.
Okay, here, I'll do it. Let go, Michael. Let go. We've got to get
So,
the light.
yeah, so
Okay, keep talking.
so my mother was brought up in a good Catholic household, mainly because my grandmother was a devout Catholic. My grandfather was, like the men in the family, not very religious at all. And she went to a convent in a place called, in a place which is now Pakistan, up in the mountains, near what's it called? Anyway, we'll tell that. And she
Islamabad?
no, it's
Afghanistan?
it's not far from
Kashmir?
No, it's not. It's not far from Islamabad, but up in the hills.
Okay.
Murray. The name is Murray, Murrey. There was a convent there, the Sacred Heart Convent, and Mum went to school there before she went to medical school in Delhi. And that is where her disaffection with the Catholic Church occurred, because she used to tell me that when they went into town, they had to go in a crocodile 2 by 2 with a chaperone to go into town. And she hated that. She wanted to go and look at shops, etc. And it meant that eventually she left the Catholic Church, and she wasn't much of a practicing Christian at any rate. She was a very, very generous person. I mean, she became an army medical doctor when we returned from Germany. Anyway, so she was brought up in India, and eventually she met my father at that picnic, and they soon came together. And my father then, my grandparents found out that my grandfather, don't forget, was a decorated DSO, British Army officer, that his darling daughter was seeing a divorced German Protestant. All hell broke out, so they decided that they would encourage my mother to come to England to start to do her obstetrics specialization in London. My father followed her here, took her to Berlin to get all the necessary approvals from the German government, came back to London, they married in Chelsea Registry Office, and they honeymooned here on the Isle of Wight.
What year did they get married? What's the date?
The date, that would be 1937. 36 or 37.
At Chelsea Registry Office.
Chelsea Registry Office. Hans William and Dorothy Louise Lopez. So
say the full names again. So Dorothy
Louise Lopez.
And your dad's full name?
My dad's full name was Dr. Hans Wilhelm Sommer.
Okay.
So they got married, went to the Isle of Wight, and then returned to India, presenting my grandparents with a fait accompli. So my grandfather said, well, I'm not going to lose a daughter because she's married somebody I don't approve of. So he and my father became firm friends, and they even bought property together. Both of them being the sort of men who made the effort. So that was a very happy relationship. My brother was born in Delhi in 1938.
Can you tell me his birth name?
Peter.
Yes.
His name was Peter Hans Wilhelm Sommer.
Okay. And his date of birth?
His date of birth was the 2nd of October 1938.
And while we're on the dates, what's your full name and your date of birth?
My full name is Michael Herbert Sommer. Why my parents thought of a name like Herbert? Anyway, because they wanted names which had the equivalent German names. So Michael Herbert Sommer. And my date of birth was 16th of December 1941.
And where were you born?
And I was born in the city of Dresden. So my parents came to Europe for their furlough in 1939. Now, in those days, Europeans didn't have annual holidays because you had to come to Europe by ship. So by the time you came to Europe, you'd lost half your holiday, and you spent a holiday on the ship. So they gave people like my father 6 months furlough, and so they just on full pay they took, and they did this every 3 years. So my father had a furlough before he met my mother, and then they had this they were on furlough with my brother by that time, little 1-year-old child. They came to Germany, and they toured Europe, and their luggage was on board a ship at Lloyd Tostino Line in Trieste in Italy when the war broke out. And Mussolini immediately stopped any German leaving the country because Mussolini and Hitler were pals. And so my father then thought, ouch, because he was quite happy to go to India because he had lots of British friends, and he felt, and family, of course, because my mother, he felt that he would be much happier in India because he hated the Nazis, because he'd married an Anglo, which by ipso facto made him a non-Nazi. But anyway, he was stuck. So my father said, now where's the safest place in Germany, to live with my wife and my little son? And he thought, yes, Dresden, the Florence of Northern Europe. How ironic that turned out to be. Anyway, so a couple of years later.
So this is life-changing. So he thought about going to India.
He was definitely going to return to India.
But he couldn't. Why couldn't he actually just go?
Because Mussolini stopped him. They were at the end of their furlough. he actually cut short his holiday by a couple of weeks, you know, because he had 6 months. So 2 weeks he thought the war clouds are gathering, and I
okay.
don't want to be want to be with you. He called my mother
But
Toots.
presumably he could have gone over land though if he was determined enough.
Possibly, but don't forget he had a wife with a
Exactly.
1 year old child,
Yeah,
and so he just returned to Germany, decided where he was going to live,
yeah.
decided Dresden was the best place. So they had a very nice apartment in the center of Dresden, and that's where a couple of years later, in 1914, my sister was born, and then
What's her date of birth?
her date of birth was the 14th of October 1940.
And her full name?
Rosemary Louise Sommer. And in its interesting anecdote there, her, my mother's sister had a daughter almost at the same time, and called her daughter Rosemary. My sister was Rose, Marie, and she called her daughter Rosemary Louise. They both, because my grandmother's name was Louise. Um, so um, so
What happened to your sister then?
my sister is still living very happily in Melbourne with her 4 children, living 10 minutes drive from her, each one of them in a nice house with a swimming pool.
Okay, I don't think you've mentioned her.
They're
me.
very well established in Melbourne, and I went for the first time to Australia about 5 years ago, and Rosemary didn't want me to leave Melbourne. Just stay here. Why do you don't want to go anyway? I'll talk about that later because
Okay, that's fine. So your dad, what work did he do in Dresden?
he worked for the Allianz, right? He had a I don't know, it was regional manager or something for the Allianz. I don't know exactly what he did, but shortly after, well, say shortly, in 1941, he was conscripted into the German army, and because of all his knowledge of India and the fact that he actually could read and write Sanskrit because of his astrological thing, he joined the Abwehr in the Indian section.
That's
And
MI6.
yeah, the equivalent of MI6, yeah. His boss was Admiral Canarius, and I showed you the photograph of my father and
Yeah, there's a photograph of them shaking hands or something.
in that book. Anyway, you want to see that? No, leave it.
Yeah.
But they had a good friendship, because Canarius was a superstitious man and believed everything that my father told him about his astrological life. So he asked my father when was a good day, when was a bad day, when was an auspicious day, and there's a little historical note there, because my father was in hospital at the time when Stauffenberg made that attempt on Hitler's life.
On the 20th of July 1944.
There you go. And I have his diary somewhere. I have to dig it out again.
Your
And
dad's diary.
on that date, there's a little because my father stuck in a very, very small, because Hitler didn't want the German population to know that he was nearly killed in this thing. It was a very small newspaper cutting, and my father just put behind it. So that's why he wanted to know if it was an auspicious day. Didn't say, that's all he put, so we knew what it was about because of his thing with Canarius, and of course Canarius was involved in that plot and eventually murdered by the Nazis at the end of the war. But that's a little footnote of history. So father joined the Abwehr and was stationed in a castle somewhere in southern Germany. We could look up that where the Abwehr headquarters was. It was supposed to be secret from the Allies, And yes, so I was born in Dresden, 1941, and had a very happy childhood there until 1945.
By the way, do you know the address of the apartment in Dresden?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
that's a shame.
But it was the whole center of Dresden was destroyed. There wasn't a building, an untouched building. The whole thing went up in one of the greatest firestorms in history.
Yes.
The Allies.
And how did you survive that?
Well, we survived that in a strange way, because my mother was a doctor, and my sister developed whooping cough. So there she was whooping away, and then I contacted it. So there she was in the apartment in Dresden with two children with whooping cough. So she contacted her dear friend Anne Doppler, who was my godmother in a town in the Erzgebirge outside Dresden. She said, "I've got these two children. I need to get them out of Dresden into fresh air." And we went there 3 days before the raid.
What town did you go to in the Erzgebirge?
Stolberg.
Stolberg.
In the Erzgebirge.
Because I've got my own story about that actually, but anyway, this isn't about me. This is about you. So
Yeah.
so,
So we were in Stolberg, and
Right.
we actually, the night of the raid, all the adults were ominously silent and looking up at the sky.
Yeah.
And these 500 bomber raids came directly over Stolberg. And we knew where they were going. They could only be going to one place. And then we saw the sky light up above Dresden. And they hit it in 3 waves. The first wave dropped blockbuster bombs in a circle around the center. The second wave dropped phosphor bombs on the same circle. And the third wave dropped anti-personnel bombs to kill off all the firefighters on the same thing. And then the fire just raged unchecked until the whole of Dresden was destroyed. That's why I hate the idea of Bomber Harris. And if I ever leave England, I will pull his bloody statue down before I go.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that was the start of. My mother had a nice idyllic life in Dresden. She was the wife of a wealthy man. We had all the comforts of. My mother had 2 maids, not just one, and one incident in the war. She was called in 1944 to the Gestapo head office, and sometimes people who were called there didn't come back. So in fear and trepidation, she went to the Gestapo office, and he said, "Frau Sommer, you are not patriotic." So my mother said, "Why?" "You have 2 maids. You have to give up one to the war effort." So my mother came home and had to fire one of her maids. Gestapo. But otherwise, my father had a very good circle of friends, none of whom liked the Nazis very much. And they were all sort of. My father was an intellectual, really, and so he had a lot of very interesting friends. But it all came to a nasty end when Dresden was destroyed. My father was in this Schloss somewhere, the Abwehr headquarters, and thought we were all killed, because my mother hadn't told him, or couldn't tell him, that we'd gone up to Stolberg 3 days earlier. So he was mourning the loss of his, because everybody died in the middle of Dresden. Everybody. There wasn't a survivor. There were 1 or 2 survivors who ended up in the pool in the Tiergarten, in freezing cold. And one of them was a great friend of my parents, a German actress called Hertha Martin. She was famous in Berlin pre-war, and she then, after the war, came to India and became India's first female sannyasi, wearing the orange robes. And she used to come to my mother once a year, and I think she was quite strongly responsible for stopping me being such a devout little Christian that I was at the time, by just telling me, you know, that it wasn't necessarily true. So Herta Martin was a real character. She looked after a Hindu shrine in a sacred place called Mount Abu in India, but being in winter it got very cold, so she used to come down and stay with my mother for a couple of months and then go back to her shrine up in Mount Abu. So let's go on. Where were we now? Okay, so Dresden, and that was a terrible time for us because we'd lost everything. You know, we only had the luggage that we came up to see my godmother on. So when we came back to Dresden, we came back after all the mess was cleared up. There were no dead bodies. My mother, you wouldn't believe this, but my mother said she never saw a dead body in all the war killed in violence. Not one. It's almost unbelievable, considering that, you know, Dresden was totally destroyed and she was in Berlin as well. So we actually managed to get a house on the outskirts of Dresden because only the center was destroyed. So around the houses were still intact. We managed to rent one of those, and then decided that we had to leave because the Russians were advancing. So my mother packed what we had, which wasn't much because we'd lost most of the things, and we got on a train heading for Frankfurt. In fact, further west, I think it was Frankfurt. And in the middle of the night, the Allies bombed the railway line ahead of us, and the German Bahn reversed the train, and in the morning we woke up in Prague, in exactly the wrong place because we were nearer the Russians then. And for 6 weeks we stayed in a school while the Russians came nearer and nearer.
So how old were you, by the way?
At that time, that day I was 5.
You were 5, okay.
And so we managed to get into the station, because you imagine thousands of refugees trying to get in, and one of the last, it could even have been the last train leaving Prague with German refugees. She got us on the train, and the train started moving. And we were in the train, my mother was outside, and the train was moving, and these soldiers saw what was happening, and they literally lifted my mother and shoved her through a window, because there were too many people blocking the compartment, and the train was moving. So if they hadn't done that, we would have ended up some nameless refugees somewhere in Germany. So that then started a period where we were in quite serious trouble because we only got so far with that train, and then we had to get off. So we ended up in a no man's land between the Russians and the Americans, in a town somewhere in middle of Germany, and then there were no supplies. We started to starve, and my mother remembers telling me that she was desperate. She toured the countryside, and she came back triumphant with a bag of potatoes, which she had paid for with a £5,000 diamond ring, and felt absolutely triumphant that she'd managed to do it. And we actually lived on those damn potatoes for another 4 weeks. Eventually, an army moved in to this little town and people didn't know whether they were Russians or Americans. And people around my mother, knowing that she could speak English at any rate, asked her, "Frau Sommer, come to the square, please. There are military vehicles, and we don't know who they are." Well, they turned out to be Americans. But then the Americans pulled back because of this thing with the Russians, and so we were once more in this no man's land. And my mother said, and the Russians had actually got over this town and had created a frontier to the west of the town.
Yeah, so I mean, I know a bit of history here. So the Americans advanced into what is now known as East Germany, or became East Germany.
Yeah,
They met the Russians at Torgau, south of Berlin. But they were there for a few weeks. As when I lived in East Germany, I spoke to old people about this. So the Americans left lots of food, and the citizens would bury it, and then they had to then pull back to the pre-agreed line. So Thüringen became East Germany.
yeah.
And then the Russians came, and then this old man who I knew, he said they couldn't believe the difference between the American soldiers and the Soviet soldiers, because they didn't have proper, their behaviour was bad, they didn't have proper uniforms, they were just a rabble.
Anyway, there's one quite serious incident in my life in that period. My mother decided she had to flee because the Russians were sealing up the border, and they'd already sealed up the road, roadblocks. So my mother bought a hand cart and put us 3 children and whatever luggage we had, and she went through a forest at night. And because there were no barbed wires for the frontier, and in the early morning, she suddenly noticed that I had stopped twittering because I was 5, and may not even have been 5, just before I was 5, and she came to the back of the cart, and I was white, suffering from exposure, and maybe thermia, right? Hypothermia. So she just got off that part. She was already now in the western zone, but it was still some time for the next town where she was going to go. So she just got off that path, saw a light, and just went there and just banged on that door and said, "I need your help, please help. You might the farmers." Anyway, they took us in, they put me in a hot bath and revived me. And she said, if I hadn't noticed, half an hour later you would have been dead.
Mm.
Anyway, she did notice, and the farmers, not only having once let us in, not only kept us warm, fed us, and sent us on our way the next day, and then we ended up in a prisoner of war camp,
Displaced person.
a displaced person camp in the American sector.
We need to end this at some point.
Yeah,
I've got
so
to go home.
Another 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll put my shoes on.
So by this time my father had managed to find us, and he came and lived with us in this displaced, because he was, by that time we didn't know he was actually dying, but he was well enough to come and live with us for a few weeks. And my parents decided that my mother would go to, because my father would never have got permission to go to India at such short notice. So my mother left, and she came with us to London. So there we were in London with masses of money, but no coupons. And you couldn't buy anything in London for money. Everything was coupons. There was one incident when Mother went to the foreign office and said, I've got money, but I need some coupons, and the coupons sent her to the colonial office, and the colonial office said, "Well, you're now a German citizen, Frau Mrs. Sommer. You have to go back to the foreign office." She went back to the foreign office, and she said, she put our luggage in the middle of the office there. "I'm not leaving until you give me some coupons, And apparently, they took pity on her with these 3 little kids, and they gave her, she was expecting maybe £100 worth of coupons, and they gave her £500 worth of coupons. She bought them, but with English pounds, but And so from being practically destitute, we had a wonderful time in London, and we stayed in the Salvation Army Centre until we got a ship for India. End of that story. That's it.
Okay, right. Bye for now. We'll do the rest later.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the 26th of September 2022, so it's been a bit of a gap because Michael has such a busy life with all of his family. So the object of today is to talk about all the things Michael missed out in the first video about his early life. So we've just been making some notes. I've got 6 subheadings here. So the first subheading, Michael, is a bit about your early life in Dresden. So over to you, Michael.
Yes, well, my father was quite a wealthy man, so we had a very pleasant life in Dresden. And because the war, even though the war was going on, it didn't touch Dresden. So my earlier memories, or reinforced by my mother, were trips to the forests to pick berries in the summer, and mushrooms in the autumn, and lovely flower meadows, and photographs of us with all the farm members, the three kids, and that was how we lived the first. That's how we lived the first 3 years of my life. My earliest memory of my father, one of the earliest memories of my father, was in 1941. He had to join the Abwehr, and when he came, I remember him coming back his first leave, and he took us out to a very nice place for tea. And my brother was always sort of didn't quite behave properly with me. I had done something, and he threatened to tell my father about it. So unless I gave him something, and during that tea, he came out with what I had done, having already had me bribe him to be quiet. He came out with it. My father looked at me sternly, and I apparently burst into tears. And I said, "You promised not to say that." And at that point, my father switched his attention completely from me to my brother, took him out, and I think gave him a whack, because he had cheated me and completely forgot my little misdemeanor, and that really registered in my mind, that his sense of fairness, and even though I had done something wrong, he completely forgot about it to make sure my brother didn't do that again. So that was the tea party.
We had a similar thing in my childhood. We had a thing in our family about don't tell tales. So it's like don't split on anyone. So
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
You know, looking smug. It really backfired on him.
Yeah, exactly.
But I remember that incident. That I remember clearly myself. That's one of my first memories of my father.
But what language would you have been speaking to your brother? That would have been in German.
German,
then?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
I only spoke German at that point.
Yeah.
No, we didn't speak English at all. My mother didn't speak English to us. She only started speaking English to us when we got to India. And so that was one of the first things. Now, what I used to do as a child is I had this habit of throwing stones at poultry and ducks, etc., just to make them, squawk and run away. And one day I was on one side of a high wooden fence, couldn't see, but I could hear what I thought were ducks on the other side. And I threw a stone and got no reply. So I got a big stone, and I heaved it up. It didn't go over. It hit the top of the post and came whack straight back on my head, and I rolled from there onto a road. When a tractor was coming, the the tractor saw what happened and stopped. But what my mother saw was this tractor man carrying this bleeding child to her from the thing, and she thought, I'd been hit by the tractor. And that was one of the incidents of my childhood, which I remember quite well.
This is the list here.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
all we've got is Dresden
Yeah.
childhood.
yeah. Now, my mother, as I say, was even she was Anglo-Indian, but she wasn't dark. She looked Spanish, and because she was a doctor and the wife of a PhD doctorate, everyone called her Frau Dr. Sommer, and she was treated very much with respect. Never did she come across any sort of racism at all, and she had lots of nice friends. Most of them were anti-Nazi, but secretly, because it wasn't a good idea to be anti-Nazi openly. So my father had quite a large circle of friends who were the same thinking as him, not Nazi supporters at all. And I've got photographs, and we can show you them, of her with her friends, out on trips, etc. So that was racism.
And also she spoke good German.
By that time she spoke excellent German.
And that would have been, what, with an English accent? Or
Presumably. I never...
Yeah, I would guess it would have been a slight English accent.
Yes,
or
it
maybe
would.
just an indeterminate foreign accent.
Yes. But you see, she was a very bright woman, as I think I said in my preamble of her. She came first in the Punjab for her medical thing, the very first. I mean, like coming first in England in her medical examinations. She was very bright. And okay, so then of course the terror my father then had to join the Abwehr. And one of his first things with the Abwehr was he was seconded to an Indian statesman he was very anti-British. He was the counterpart of Gandhi. He was the head of the Free India Army who worked with the Japanese, against the Indians. And
Okay, so he was a Gandhi type figure, but who believed in violence and
Yes,
force
exactly.
rather than civil disobedience.
He's considered a national hero in India now.
And his name?
Subhas Chandra Bose, B-O-S-E, Bose. And it turned out that
and he was in Germany, was he?
he came to Germany to try and drum up support for the Free India Party.
And because your dad had served in India,
I
he was a perfect person then.
to be his liaison officer
Okay.
in Berlin, and as a result, he was seconded to. I think Subhas Chandra Bose was a month in Berlin, and in that time, he and my father became quite good friends. So much so.
And the other point, sorry to interrupt you, that you were saying earlier, is that the German policy towards India was to be friendly.
Yes,
to India.
and they called Indians Aryans.
Oh, they called them Aryans, of course.
Called them Aryans. So Indians
Yes.
were not people
were
to
not-
be discriminated
They were not
against.
Untermensch, they were Aryans.
That's right.
Because they wanted...
Exactly.
Okay.
And so Subhas Chandra Bose, one of the things he did, he promised my father that at the end of the war, when the Germans had won and Britain was defeated, and he would form the post-war government of India, he promised my father the chief advisor of the Ministry of Finance as his job when he came, when that happened. As it happened, Chandra Bose was killed in an air crash just before the end of the war. So the British couldn't get hold of him because he was fighting against the British with the Japanese in Burma, and they were heading towards India towards the end of the war.
So he was allied to the Japanese as well?
He was allied to the Japanese. Anybody who was anti-British.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of the plane crash? Do you know anything about that?
No, but it was a genuine crash. It wasn't a sabotage, like what happened to the Pakistani Prime Minister. Well, what he was.
Well, no,
president.
aviation was dangerous because there was the one about Charles de Gaulle's rival died in a plane crash in the war, very conveniently for Charles de Gaulle.
Yes, but he actually died. It was a genuine crash.
Yeah.
So Subhash Chandra Bose, being a big Indian hero, my father's association with him would stand very good stead with the neo-Nazis of India today. Anyway, the disaster happened to Dresden, and we then were essentially refugees. And at one point, when we were travelling between A and B...
What about the story of...
I'm telling you.
No, the one where you were on the sledge and the sledge went in the water and you got wet.
Oh, that's true. That happened in the winter of 1942.
So you were like 3 years old then? Or something?
Yeah, I was 3 years then. And it's the winter of 43, because I was born in 41. So I was only 2 years old.
Okay.
Riding the sledge, my mother was pulling it. The sledge slid off a steep bank in the snow straight into this icy stream, and she couldn't even get down to me because it was quite steep. But fortunately, she had hold of the rope of the sledge, and the only thing I could think of was my sleigh, you see. And so she said, "Well, hold on to it," and I held on with dear life, and she pulled me up. But that was an incident that she always remembered, because it gave her quite a shock that she could have lost me in that thing. The other incident that I didn't talk about was
on
when
the train away from Dresden,
yeah,
the Soviet army officer.
Yeah. So because the Russians had when we tried to leave Dresden, I told you we ended up in Prague, but by the time we got back, the Russians had come past Prague, etc., and we were in Russian territory. This was the time before we eventually escaped through that forest, which I talked about, and into the compartment that we were traveling in came this literally quite drunk Russian officer, and he opened the window, he got out his rifle, all of them cowering at the other end of the carriage, except me. And I walked up to him, looking at him, fascinated by the fact that he was shooting birds shooting at birds on the telephone wires. And he said, "Na, hast Angst?" And I said, "Nein." So he put me up on his lap and let me look down the sides. And my mother was having kittens at the back there, because this drunken Russian officer was shooting out of the window with her son on his lap. Anyway, halfway through the journey, he got out and he said to my mother, "Brave Junge," brave little boy, and left. And she sighed with me. That was an incident she remembered very, very clearly. But that's it really on that thing. When we got to the last thing that I didn't talk about was my cousins.
Oh yes.
Because when we finally got to India, we were sharing this house with my grandfather, and for a brief time my grandfather, who was still alive.
So this is after the Second World War. You got back to India.
We got back to India,
and you were sharing the house with your cousins.
My grandparents' house. My grandfather, who died within 3 months of us getting there, and my grandmother, who lasted well into my late teenage, and we were sharing this house with my mother's sister, my mother, her husband, and 4 children at the time.
And the husband's name?
He was Captain Plunkett Wells. So they were all Welleses. They became Welleses.
And he was British?
He was British.
From East Anglia?
British, no, from Irish descent.
British of Irish descent? But where did they later live in England?
They didn't live in England. They went straight to New Zealand.
Ah.
They emigrated. emigrated in our second year in India. At the
They
end of
emigrated
our
to
second
New
year,
Zealand.
they all went to New Zealand.
But later, who was the family connection in Ipswich?
The eldest cousin went to he had a
So this is the eldest of the 4 children.
eldest of the 4 children.
Right.
But
so he didn't go to New Zealand.
Yes, he did.
Eventually.
No, he went to New Zealand, grew up there, and as a young man he joined the Franciscan movement or whatever it was, and
Became a monk.
became a Franciscan friar
Friar.
and was in the Franciscan monastery in East Anglia in a place called the Vale of Dedham when I was in Berlin thinking about
the Vale of Denham.
Yeah, the Vale of Denham.
Suffolk border with Essex.
Essex, yeah.
Okay.
And but I must tell you about those cousins because there were 5, not 4 of them. And Hugh, my eldest cousin, who later left New Zealand and went to England and became a friar, he was looking after his younger brother Frankie while they travelled from school at the start of their holidays to where my uncle was stationed in a place called Visakhapatnam, a military place.
In New Zealand.
No, this is in India before they.
So this is in India.
Even
okay.
before I met them, this tragedy had happened.
Okay.
They were traveling there. They had to detrain and get a later train in Madras to go up the coast. And Hugh and his younger brother Frankie, he shouldn't have taken his brother swimming out that far. Turned around, his brother yelled, and he could just see a great big shark fin. And his brother was killed before his eyes.
And how old was the brother?
2 years younger than Hugh, and Hugh at that time would have been 12 or 13. The younger brother was like 11. And they were both swimming, and he was killed. His body was washed up the following day, minus a leg which had been bitten off at the thigh. The rest of the shark hadn't done anything else except kill him, and presumably eaten his leg. So a great tragedy, but I was totally oblivious to that because it was not related to me as a little boy, and my cousin went off to New Zealand without me realizing that there had been a 5th cousin, but he was buried in the cemetery where eventually my grandparents and my mother was buried in the Catholic cemetery in Bangalore. And so whenever I visited, in subsequent years, visited that cemetery, I would go to the graves of my grandparents, the grave of my very close family friend who was an admiral and the head of the C&C of the Navy, of the Indian Navy, who subsequently came to England as the Indian Guard of Honor of Churchill's funeral. And Admiral Ronnie Pereira, and my mother and my grandfather. And one thing there is that when my mother was finally buried, she was, by sheer coincidence, buried literally at the feet of her father. Generation later, the graves had come round, and the next available grave for my mother was literally at the feet of my grandfather. Right, so that's all I need to say about that first section.
So we'll finish there then.
Yeah.
So right, that's the revision to video 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Good.
one.
Right, I'll finish it there. Okay, so it's rolling, Michael. Today is the 6th of October. We've moved venue to my house. This is my kitchen. But I've got Michael sitting in the corner on an upright bench, so he mustn't get too relaxed because I want him to get through this. So we're doing it all in the wrong order. We've done the revision of video 1. We're now jumping to the revision of video 4, which is a 1 hour 45-minute video. Michael says there's lots of boring bits in there, so we're going to go through and cut stuff out.
Yeah.
So anyway, but before we start that, you're just going to talk briefly about the death of your father.
Yes. My father, as I mentioned, was a prisoner of war with the Americans, and he was quite badly treated there just because, unfortunately for him, the commandant of that prisoner of war was an American Jew who'd been to see Auschwitz and one or two of the other awful places that the Germans had done to the Jews, and was not inclined to be in any way nice to them, to the extent that they had to sleep in winter in open trenches, whereas there was a perfectly good empty barracks beside the thing, but he wouldn't allow them to sleep there. He came out of prison, and he was not really, we didn't quite know, but he was dying. And my parents decided that my mother would go to India and he would follow as soon as he could get permission. But I think he knew that he wouldn't be able to do that. And we prayed for him, little children, for about 3 months after he had died. My mother hadn't the heart to tell us that he was already dead. Cut.
Okay. Okay, so today is Thursday, the 11th of August, and I'm back for my second visit to Michael to talk about the second phase of his life. So
Yeah.
we got up to what, 1945, 46?
We got up to 46.
We're supposed to do all the bits which Michael left out from the first phase,
Yeah,
but he
I-
hasn't done his homework.
Okay.
So we're going to go straight into section 2.
Okay.
And Michael is wearing a different shirt so we can distinguish the takes. So this is the second section, right? Over to you, Michael.
Right, so my mother finally managed to get a ship from London to India, and we went. I remember us 3 little kids bombing around this 3 little German kids bombing around this English ship going to India, and people really spoiling us. You know, they could easily have shunned us because, you know, with all the mayhem of the Second World War, but they were lovely. They were lovely to us. We arrived in Bombay. My grandfather and grandmother came and met us and brought us back to Bangalore. Bangalore, we had this lovely house at 21 Cunningham Road in Bangalore. It was on a corner, and on one side was a road which went down to the station. Anyway, on our arrival, my aunt and uncle, who were waiting to themselves to emigrate to Australia, to New Zealand, sorry, they were there with their 4 children. And mother came and joined this family group with us 3. So us 7 grandchildren of my grandmother lived in my grandmother's house for a couple of years before my aunt and uncle emigrated to Australia. So we started learning German. In fact, we learned German. We learned English so quickly that by the end of the year, I had forgotten my German altogether. We went to a local school. Actually, my brother went to a senior school in Bangalore, and my sister and I went to a convent in Bangalore. And we used to go. I'm going to show you photographs. We used to go every morning in a rickshaw, you know, with 2 of us sitting there. My brother had by this time got a bike, and he biked to school, and my sister and I went to school in a rickshaw. And we rattled around the house. We had the freedom of Bangalore, and after all the restrictions of Germany, and the food shortages and etc. And in Bangalore, you know, it was a tropical paradise as far as fruits were concerned, bananas and mangoes, so all the things we couldn't get in Germany at the time. My mother first started to work as a doctor in a local hospital. That was the first time she actually used her degree after having got it years and years before, because She never needed to use it because my father was fairly rich. But that was the pay of a local doctor in Bangalore was pathetic. And she had these 3 children, and we had to have schooling. Well, after a couple of years, so by the time I was 7, so that was 4.5 to 7, we spent 2.5 fairly idyllic years in Bangalore. I went to boarding school up in the mountains because my mother at that 6 months before that had actually joined the military, so she was an army medical doctor at a much superior pay to what she was getting in the local hospital. But the downside of that is that we couldn't stay with her except on holidays, so we had to go to boarding school, and I hated it. I absolutely hated the first couple of years because I was only 7, separated from my only parent, and up in the mountains. The school was at 6,500 feet. It was called St. George's, the Laidlaw Memorial School, St. George's, Katy. And it was actually purely for Anglo-Indians. And they went from white, like me, to very dark, Dravidian type Anglo-Indians. The only similarity between all of us that we were part European, right, from maybe 10% European to in my case, more than 50% European. And we all wore the same uniform, fairly drab one. It was a unique school. It was co-educational, boarding, and the school's motto was self-reliance. And they didn't mess around. We children looked after everything except cooking our food. We looked after the school, we looked after the roads, we swept the roads, even in the monsoon, barefoot sometimes. And it was divided into two senior boys' cottages, and then there were some junior cottages for because I went into a place called Smith's House, which was for really small children because I was only 7, and 2 larger schools, 2 larger cottages for girls. The entire school was about 150 children. That's it. It was quite a school. It gave all of us a foundation, self-reliance foundation, which has lasted me all my life.
And what age group were the children?
The children were from, I think I was among the youngest at 7, up to 16. It was high school. And so the first, I'll gloss over that first year because I was miserable for 3/4 of it. And then I started getting all excited because we knew that we were going to go down to the plains in the school holidays there in winter, because in the summer it's too hot in the plains. So we had winter school holidays. And so just before, halfway through December, we all got into this little railway, mountain railway, and descended to the plains, and then get back home to Bangalore was a 2 days and 1 night journey. It was only 250 miles, but which you could do today in less than half a day. It was 2.5, and it was we were wild with excitement because we were going to our holidays in Bangalore. And I remember waking up on my first day in Bangalore when we got there and hearing this sound of the mullah in the marketplace. In those days, the Muslims in Bangalore were a much respected community. They were actually the business community, and everybody in Bangalore in the south, they respected them. And while we did that in the south, in the north, the Muslims and Hindu and the Sikhs were killing each other in large numbers. So we came back from our holidays the first year, had a wonderful winter holiday.
So is this, when did the British give up India?
1947.
What year are we talking?
Talking 1947.
Okay.
Edwina Mountbatten wrote to my mother asking her if she would please come up to Delhi to look after look after. This is before Mum, just before Mum joined the military, but she was asked her to please come up to Delhi and look after the Muslim women who were sort of holed up in Delhi's Red Fort because they didn't want men to see, and they needed medical attention. And Mum used to go wherever she was with 2 nurses on this road, and they would be shooting at each other, killing each other on the road she was on. When they saw the Red Cross of my mother, who was going on bicycles, they would stop firing until they went past, and they would resume firing at the end. I mean, the things my mother went through, and if you ever met my mother, she had none of the scars of this, in the war in Germany, Dresden, all that. She was a lovely, placid lady. So, okay, so that was just a little aside. And I stayed in that school, slowly and slowly getting more. The first 2 years I hated it because it meant being away from my mother. And I remember the first night in school, in a dormitory, thinking I'd been totally abandoned, But it was actually a very nice school. It was set in 250 acres of eucalyptus forest, and everything was separated there. And we had all right, let's go forward. So the first year I endured, the second year I endured. By the time I got to the senior cottage, Oakshott, the 2 cottages were Oakshott and Lewis, and there was always a rivalry between Oakshott and Lewis, as you can imagine. What we had to do every morning is not just get ourselves ready for school. Before school, we had to clean the cottages thoroughly, and the compounds, everything. All the children had to do that themselves. We had no servants for that. We did have people in the dining room, but those were the only servants that the school had. Everything else was done by the children. The main school, I'll find a photograph among our photographs of the main school. It was iconic because you could just about see that the school had a church tower in the middle, and when you looked at it from the railway line, from the top, you would just about see the tower in this eucalyptus forest. So, okay, one of the things we used to do in the summer, we used to dam. The school was on a hill, well, a small hill, with streams on either side. And we didn't have a swimming pool in those days. The school has everything now. We used to dam the stream with stakes and turf, and we all swam in this, except 2 seniors had to stay near the dam, because periodically when the dam burst, they had to fish us out of the stream downstream, because as I say, the school was very good for us, but I didn't enjoy it. I only enjoyed the last 2 years when I became a prefect in the school. And not only was I a prefect, that 2 others prefect and the head boy, we were a sort of trio. And, everybody looked up to us, except, before. Of course, one of the things in school, I was German, and they used to call me a Nazi. But it was water off a duck's back. I didn't feel in any way stigmatized by it, and there was no malice in that Nazi. They just called me, Sommer the Nazi. But then, as I say, in the end, that I was one of the prefects of the school, and we enjoyed obviously all the privileges of a private school prefect. So we finished school, and my mother by this time was
Did you make any enduring friends?
No,
Okay.
I didn't. I've still got, actually, that is not true. I did have friends, but I made many more friends just post-school. Because I went down to a place I joined my mother in a place called Belgaum. Now, bearing in mind that school ended in December and university started in July. So I had a 6 months in this strange place called Belgaum, right in the middle of India. And it was a military establishment with a military hospital, and it was the established nearest the enclave, the Portuguese nearest. It was on the other side of the mountains of the Portuguese enclave of Goa, and Belgaum. It was called Belgaum. Belgaum, the buffalo town, and its only distinction ever was that when India eventually annexed Belgaum, they assembled all the people at Belgaum to make the advance into into Goa, and it was a bloodless. I think only 2 people were killed in accidents. No one was killed. The Portuguese just said, "Okay, it's yours, have it." Anyway, Mum was there, and then my grandmother was still in Bangalore, and I went and lived with my grandmother, and went to this college in St. Joseph's College in Bangalore, and it's there that I made several very lasting friends. Probably my best friend in India is a man called Patrick Wilson. And Patrick and I met on day 1 at St. Joseph's at the English lesson. Now, bearing in mind this is in Bangalore, most of the young men there were not Anglo-Indian, and their English was a lot worse than ours. So a gang of us, about 4 of us, sat in the back of the English lesson cracking jokes, because Patrick was an absolute encyclopedia of jokes. He every day he came up with new ones. And after about the 4th lesson, the lecturer called, will Mr. Sommer, Wilson, etc., come forward? Please stay after the thing. And he said, "I'm aware that you people don't need my English lesson, so I'll make a deal with you. I will mark you present if you don't come to my classes." And so that's what we did. And so what else was there? On the 3 months after I went into St. Joseph's, there was a student riot, and we barricaded the street outside St. Joseph's College, and of course I was among them, and I was manning the barricade when the police came up, and the DIG, the Direct Inspector General of Police there, happened to be a relative of mine. So with this loudspeaker he said, "Michael Sommer, what are you doing on I have to tell you that if you lot don't disperse, we shall have to give you a latte charge." A latte, the police, they use batons. So we all dispersed. That was the end of the barricade in the road. "Michael Sommer, what are you doing on that barricade?" So
by the way, is this when you were 16 to 18?
This was 16 to 18,
okay,
yes.
Right.
Yeah. And that was my first, it was 3 months into the thing. I did a whole year at St. Joseph's, and then I started a full degree. And that was one of the interesting points of my life, because I started this degree, and then I applied for the government engineering college, which was the best in the country. Right? And everybody said, "Michael, come on." I was up against Brahmin boys. My grades were like in the 80s, and I was up against Brahmin boys whose grades were in the 95s, right? So I said, "You've got no chance." Anyway, I went for the interviews, and there was this bank of professors, etc., and they said to me, "What is your nationality, Mr. Sommer?" And I said, "I'm Indian. I've lived here all my life." And I think that one sentence, they to everybody's surprise, they accepted me into this college. And if I had stayed in India, I would have probably saved 2 years of my life, because I would have got my first degree in 3 years after that, 3.5 years, because they were recruiting for the next term. And instead I came to Germany, and then England, and then I had to do my A levels, and I finally got to Imperial College, and I started my degree, whereas in India I would have already by that time been at the end of my second year, and my career in Imperial College was I'll tell you about it in a minute, but it was quite checkered, put it this way. The reason but I didn't accept this thing is because my mother had decided that it was time for me to go to Europe. And so we applied for German citizenship for me. The Germans gave it to me, and they handed me a new passport in the German consulate in Bombay. And with this new passport, and with a ticket to Germany.
But which passport did you have before? Was it an Indian passport?
I had no passport. I was Indian. I was local. My mother had changed from German to Indian to join the army. So my mother was an Indian national.
Okay, so you were the son of an Indian national.
I was the son of an Indian national, so I was Indian, period.
Okay.
And yes, so.
So, and then later you decided to apply for a German passport.
No, I had it already, because the Germans gave me a passport before I left India.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah. And so we went to from Bangalore to there'll be things that I've left out, which I will do. We went to Bangalore to Bombay, and I remember everybody who goes to Bombay sees these incredible slums, you know, the enormous poverty of people. And what people don't realize is that a boy from Bangalore was equally shocked about Bombay, because Bangalore didn't have slums and people sleeping on because Bangalore was the garden city of India. It had been made into a garden city by pre-British the Maharajas of Mysore. Hyder Ali, the British fought 2 wars against the Mysore wars, one against the father, Hyder Ali, and the second against Tipu Sultan, who they finally killed in the Battle of Seringapatam in southern India. But that aside, I was there in Bombay, and Bangalore was a beautiful. I digress there because Bangalore was a beautiful garden city. The streets in Bangalore were lined with gold mahor trees. So in the summer, there were flowering trees all around the city. Eventually, Bangalore, and it was mainly the cantonment, the British area, which had all these beautiful trees, and eventually it was all absorbed because when I was a boy in Bangalore, the population of Bangalore was 250,000. Today it's 12 million and growing. So you can imagine. Anyway, board ship. It was a Lloyd Tristino line, and that was a lovely trip, because instead of flying to Europe and having this culture shock immediately, the trip took 6 weeks. It could have taken less, but it was a passenger cargo ship. So our first stop was Karachi, our second stop was Aden, our third stop was Port Suez. And there, by this time, a gang of us, because the ship had come from Australia via Singapore so young people from all those parts as well. We were by this time a gang of about a dozen, and we all got onto a coach, a bus, and we left the ship in Port Suez and went to Cairo, which in those days also only had about 250,000 population. Today Cairo is like 15 million. So it had beautiful boulevards along the Nile. Cairo was a lovely city in those days. And so we had 3 days in Cairo. We went to see, I saw the pyramids for the first time there. And, you know, we did the usual touristy things. We rode with camel, and I've got some photographs of that, camel rides by the pyramids. And anyway, we joined the ship again in Port Said, and of course we never saw the Suez Canal, because it entered the Suez Canal after we left, and by the time in Port Said it had exited the canal, so I never saw the Suez Canal. Then the ship then went across the Mediterranean and the first port of call was Naples, the Bay of Naples. And what a lovely introduction to Europe the Bay of Naples is. We actually anchored off the Isle of Capri, and we saw the island of Capri. I didn't at that point see. We could see Vesuvius in the distance, but I didn't go to what's the
Herculaneum, but
the other one.
yeah, Pompeii.
Pompeii. We didn't go to Pompeii. No, sorry. We did go to Pompeii, because I remember one thing, that I had my 18th birthday on board ship as we were coming up to Port Said in the Red Sea, and they did the usual thing, because it was my birthday and we were crossing the Tropic of Cancer. We did all sorts of ceremonies, and because it was my birthday, they sort of made me the king of the whatever it was. Anyway, and there was a bunch of German engineers there going back to Germany, and they took me along to see Pompeii. And of course, in those days, they now close off certain areas of Pompeii, the brothels, and there were all sorts of. And don't forget, I was a quite inexperienced 18. I was by this time just 18. All those lurid things, and I remember us being sort of really shocked at what the Romans were up to 2,000 years earlier. So we saw that. Then we went. So we left Naples and we went. We had a whole day extra. So when we went up to Stromboli, which was en route because our final destination was Genoa, the ship completely circled Stromboli, and Stromboli is always active. There's always fire at the top. So that was my first sight of an active volcano, was looking at Stromboli at night, And we arrived in Genoa, and I looked for my brother, who had been dispatched by my German family to meet me in Genoa. But we arrived early. No brother, so I bought a ticket for Berlin. And I got on that train at about midday. My brother arrived in time for meeting the thing, which was supposed to come in the evening. He arrived there, empty ship, no Michael. And of course, then there was no means of, no mobile phones or anything. So my German family just assumed that I did what I'd done, is bought a ticket for Germany. When we passed Switzerland, I saw snow for the first time in that period, in the last 13 years. Of course, I'd seen snow as a little boy, but I'd never seen snow. And then we came to the East German frontier, and the whole train got quiet. There's this ominous feeling when we went into the zone, plain and quiet. And then thump, 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 down the corridor came the Volkspolizei, who were the direct descendants of the Gestapo. Really they were. Ausweisbitte, they said, you know. And I looked up, I looked at the others and saw they would produce their passports, so I produced mine. Wo haben Sie diese Passport gekauft? I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand German. They thought Christmas, this was Christmas Eve now. They thought that they had got a spy here. And so, raus mit uns. So I understood that they wanted me to accompany them. So they marched me down the corridor to where the Volkspolizei office was. Fortunately for me, the man in charge of that office was a young graduate from you know, he joined the Volkspolizei for career purposes, and spoke excellent German.
English.
And he spoke excellent English, and he looked at my passport and said, "This is very interesting, Michael. How did you get this passport?" So I explained to him, you know, da 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 da, and then I started talking about my school, about the mountains of South India, the rainforests, and he and I, after about half an hour, he called the thugs and said, "Bring some coffee." They were very disappointed because they thought they'd caught a spy, and he and I sat the rest of the journey chatting about India. He was fascinated about India because, of course, by that time the East Germans were already isolated from us, and there was no possibility of them going to places like India. And finally, just before Berlin, he wrote down on a piece of paper his name and address and said, "Michael, once you've met your family, give it a bit and then come to Checkpoint Charlie, call me and I'll come and pick you up. I'd love you to meet my family," and all the rest of it. And so he called the thugs and said, "Lass ihn zurück, ist echt." So they had to dejectedly march me back to my compartment. And all the other people were there agog because I'd been away all this time and was sure I was under arrest. And I arrived at Bahnhof Zoo in Berlin, and there were my family anxiously waiting because this was the second train they met from that part as well. They calculated that was about the time if I left, because I waited some time at the ship's side and realized that thought my brother wasn't coming. No way of contacting my German family. So they just waited for me, and I came out, you know, happy. What happened? Nothing. I had a lovely time. And so and that was Christmas Eve. So I had a wonderful, typical German Christmas Eve, you know, with Eine kleine Nachtmusik and the whole works, you know, beautiful Christmas tree. That was a really nice introduction to my German family in Germany. And they were completely prepared. They had a room for me. I was going to stay with them, with my aunt and uncle in Kaiser Friedrichstraße. And they were going to send me first of all to an English school, a German school, so that I could learn German. And they had then reserved for me the following year to go to a German gymnasium to do my Abitur. So there's going to be a good 18 months before I could even think of going to university. But I looked at Berlin in December of 1959 and thought, and this was just before things got really bad between East and West Germany, and East Germany built the wall and people were being killed, you know, trying to escape. And I thought, no. And I'd come from sunny Bangalore, you know, where I swam every day and the sunshine shone every day. And so I called my cousin, the same cousin that I lived with when we first came to India. He, in the meantime, had decided to become a Franciscan friar and was living in the Franciscan friary in East Anglia. So I was able to contact him, and I said, Hugh, can you get me into an English school? I need to do my A levels. I was already A level standard, but I had to get that. And so 2 days later, he rang me and said, well, St. Joseph's College in Ipswich will accept you, even though they know you're not Catholic, the Catholic school, but even though they know you're not Catholic, they'll accept you. So I thought, okay. I told my German family, I'm going to England. This what? How? Anyway, I went. I left 2 weeks after having arrived in Berlin. I was on a train to Hope van Holland, and I went across to Harwich and then to Ipswich. And I stayed with a lovely old lady called Mrs. Edge. I stayed as a guest of her house, you know, paying guest, and she used to do everything for me. Literally, she made my meals, she made my bed, etc. And then about 3 months later, it was her birthday. This was a lovely old lady. She attended things like poetry society weekends, and so how old are you, Mrs. Edge? I thought she was about 60. You know, I wasn't that. She turned out to be 81. And suddenly I thought, I've been letting this 81-year-old lady look after me, make my bed, etc. So after that, you know, I obviously made my bed. I worked in the garden with her, and it was a house high up, overlooking the River Orwell, and it's there I properly learned to sail later. And so the St. Joseph's was run by some friars, and it was nice, but it was a proper Catholic school, and I had to attend things like catechism classes, and of course I soon had a reputation for debunking some of their propagandas, and it culminated in one of the brothers calling me to his office and sort of flexing this cane and said, you know, I know you're and he was relatively small man. He had a Napoleon complex, and he said, but I've sorted out bigger boys than you, flexing this cane. And I said, you touch me with that cane and I'll break it on your head. Well, I left St. Joseph's at the end of that term and got into Ipswich Civic College, which was brand new, which has since become Ipswich University, but it was a civic college. And there we had a wonderful bunch of public school dropouts, Iraqis, Jordanians, couple of Americans and me, and we were the very first intake into A levels of that college. And I have a cutting somewhere of the results at the end of the year, and it was in the Ipswich newspaper. You know, civic college students excel, and all the names were not English. Osmani became quite a good friend of mine, and anyway, there was a whole bunch of foreigners heading and with 3 A levels, and then a couple of the British ones started with 2 A levels and onwards. Anyway, and then I did interviews, of course, for university, and I determined I was going to do aeronautical engineering, because my brother had already succeeded in becoming an aeronautical engineer, and he did a Fulbright scholarship in the States. So I applied to Bristol, Southampton, and as an afterthought, as a long shot, Imperial College. Bristol didn't even call me for an interview. And Bristol and Southampton didn't call me for an interview, but Imperial College did. So I went to Imperial College, and I was in a group of 20 students. I had absolutely no doubt that all of them were were brighter and more geared into aeronautics than I was, because they knew about planes, and I couldn't tell you if that was a Spitfire or or Messerschmitt. Anyway, but they made one fatal error. Those 19 others. When this professor took us around to show us the aeronautical section, I was the only one who asked him questions and showed a serious interest in what he was showing us. And so the interview of us 20 people became almost a dialogue between the professor and me, because I was the only one asking questions. Anyway, to my surprise, I was accepted. Out of those 20, I was the only one that accepted. And I'm sure all of them had better qualifications for being aeronautical engineers than me, which was a lesson where I'd already learned that you must communicate, which is what I've done with my sons. Communicate, just communicate. Anyway, I got him, to everyone's surprise, I got him. And in those days, I didn't have to pay for university. In fact, I got a scholarship, a grant from Ipswich City Council.
Yeah.
And that's what I got to Imperial College with, a grant. I had some money.
The Ipswich LEA, Local Education Authority.
Yeah, that's it. And they paid for my university. These poor young people today who have to spend vast sums of money in loans to get a university education. Mine was free, courtesy of the, and nobody asked my nationality. Nobody asked my nationality, and I spoke like an Anglo-Indian, because I didn't speak like I speak now until 2 years later didn't speak until my first year at university. I went to India, to Germany, to work in a German aircraft factory as what they called a Werkstudent, not as a practicant. University people went to, a Werkstudent was treated like a worker, but you still got training. The practicants, they got more training, but they got less money. And I then started learning German by watching television. I never had any schooling in Germany, since I was a child. And I picked up German, but I mean, my German isn't that great now, but I picked it up very quickly. And as I picked it up, this accent came. And by that time, next year I went back to India to see my mother and family. And my sister greeted me with, "What's this fake accent?" I said, "I'm sorry, darling, this is how I talk now, and I'm never going to, I've been talking like this for a year or so." And
So you're saying you had a proper Anglo-Indian
I had exactly an
accent,
Anglo-Indian accent.
which is, to me, would be Indian, yes?
Yeah, educated Indian accent.
Okay.
And
By the way, which town in Germany did you do that Werkstatt thing in?
Oh, well, I did it in two places. Hamburg Flugzeugbau, and in Bremerhaven.
Okay.
And that second year was when my German really improved, because I stayed in a little village on the other side of the Elbe, in the Wesermarsch.
I don't know the north of Germany.
The Wesermarsch is a sort of very rural area, and nobody in my village even spoke English. And I remember, there was me, a 19-year-old student, and I overheard somebody say, "Da geht ein Mann des Welt."
Well.
And is that it?
You've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Or, unless you finished.
No. So, Imperial College was a breeze. The first year in Imperial College was an absolute breeze, because we didn't really do much more than the subjects of our A-levels. And that was very dangerous for me, because I had a wonderful time in Imperial College and didn't work at all. Got through the first year quite comfortably. Second year was a shock. And I failed. At the end of the year, I failed. everybody, well, I was shocked. My poor mother was devastated. But Imperial College allowed me to do the second year again. Guess what? I still hadn't learned how to work. I failed a second time.
Ooh.
At that point, I was in disgrace, and I just couldn't ask my mother for any money, and I decided then, okay, I'll just have to look after myself. And for some months, 6 months I think it was, I bummed around London. I worked for a cleaning agency called Domestics Unlimited. Domestics Unlimited catered to the theatrical fraternity of London. And I remember one of my customers was the wife of Albert Finney. And so Albert Finney came to visit his wife, his estranged wife, and their little son on the Saturdays when I worked. And my work for Albert Finney's wife consisted of me wearing a Napoleon hat, Albert Finney wearing a Duke of Wellington hat, and mine was this way, and their son directing the two toy armies in the Battle of Waterloo. I did that, several times with Albert Finney. And there were other people. There was one lady from Pune. Her husband had been a brigadier in Pune, or anyway, senior officer in Pune.
What's Pune? Where's that?
Pune is a hill station between Bombay in the Deccan,
right.
And it was a big military station. So if you ever went to anybody in India and say from Pune, they knew it was a big military cantonment. And she loved having me there to talk about India. So the day went like this. I would arrive. She'd come a bit early, Michael. So I come, and then she made me breakfast. We had breakfast together. And then after breakfast and chatting about India, she said, we better do some cleaning. So she would move the furniture while I hoovered. Then it was time for 11s. And then we did a little more cleaning and said, well, it's time for lunch. So she'd feed me lunch, and by this time we had exceeded the 4 hours I was supposed to be having, 5 hours. So she paid me for 5 hours. Every time I went to her 1 day a week, and she did this every time. So some people made me work from dawn, from arrival there to end 4 hours, and they got their money's worth. But those were some people there. So then my uncle, who was an ex-naval captain, who had joined a big American company and was in Delhi looking after their commodities business in Delhi.
Uncle on your mother's or father's side?
Uncle on the husband of my mother's sister, Phyllis. And so he came to London, and when I started this thing, he was paying me a monthly allowance, £12, but that paid for my room. My room in London in those days was only £3 a week. So it paid for my accommodation. That's why I was able to subsist quite comfortably on the money I got from Domestics Unlimited. And he said, Michael, this has got to stop. He said, I've got you a job. It's a very menial job as a shipping clerk in one of the London commodity brokers, Michael Gallaudet Limited. They were big in the London Metal Exchange. So and if you don't, I'm going to stop your allowance. So I had no choice. So I joined this company. I had to, of course, go in a city suit, etc. And this company, Michael Gallaudet, is a Jewish company.
Say the name again, Michael.
Gallaudet Limited, G-O-L-O-D-I-T-Z, Gallaudet Limited. It's one. There are several, Wolf and Brandeis. They were the big firms in the London Metal Exchange. They still are. So I worked for them just in the shipping department because they were international commodity brokers, and so that's why my uncle worked for them in Delhi, because they bought in India. They bought rice, you know. And anyway, and it was an interesting job, but it was boring. But a man senior to me had decided he wanted to leave, and he didn't like holidays, so he took me under his wing, so to speak, and taught me his job, telling me, learn my job, because I'm going to spring my resignation on the board, and they won't have anybody to do my job. So, you know, 3 or 4 months later, he sprung his resignation, and he said, don't worry, I've taught Sommer my job. So that was the first step in walking into dead men's shoes. Within 9 months, I was actually dealing as a clerk. All members of the metal exchange are called clerks. So I was a junior clerk. In those days, no computers or anything. You stood behind your main clerk, and you had a deal book, and you wrote down as they made deals. You know, I'll have 25 tons of copper. You know, you wrote it down in the price that was made. And so in those days, the London Metal Exchange was only copper, tin, lead, and zinc. Copper and tin being the main, and lead and zinc being the minor things. No silver. They deal in silver today. And I used to do this, and David Morfield really didn't like dealing in copper, in lead and zinc, because it was relatively low volume. The main volume was in copper, and while I was there, the Rhodesian crisis came, and copper went through the roof. It was a fantastic, dramatic time. Anyway, after about 3 months, I started doing the back of this ledger. I started doing bogus deals, bogus myself. I decided, right, I will buy it at that price, right? And if it gets exchanged at that price, I'll write it down. Of course, so I was at a disadvantage, because someone who's dealing can actually influence the price. If they wanted to buy, they offered low. If they wanted to sell, they asked high. And eventually the deal went somewhere in between. But I couldn't do that. I had to do it at the price that was done. So I had a certain disadvantage. But by the end of the month, I'm finishing now. I had made a profit. So I showed it to David Morphy. That's very interesting, Michael. Do it again. So next month, I did it again, and I did a little better. So he went to the board of directors and said, I think Michael's ready to be a profit clerk of the metal exchange for lead and zinc, which will release me for doing better in copper and tin. So I started dealing on the London Metal Exchange. At this point, the government asked me to fill in some forms for them, nationality German. All hell broke loose in the boardroom, because the board had a strict thing never to employ a German. Nobody asked me what my nationality was, and being the nephew of my uncle, nobody thought about me perhaps being German. So the board had an emergency meeting to decide to fire me. But then I presented them with a classic, what's the word? Dilemma. We have to fire him. He sort of deceived us. I just didn't deceive him. I just didn't tell them. And the other member, Charles Davis, I remember, said, "But he's making money for us." So of course they eventually decided to stop that rule, never to hire a German, and I stayed on for another 6 months, and then I went back to my university professor and said, "I'd like to do my second year again if I can, without lectures, and if I pass, will you accept me for the third year?" And we'll stop there. I think we'll stop there.
Okay, splendid. Right, until next time, bye for now. Okay, our next video we're going to make this evening, so this is the third video. We're on the 6th of October 2022. We've moved to my kitchen in Romsey. We're in the middle of Romsey. Michael He's done a bit of his homework. He hasn't quite finished his homework.
My daughter came in the way.
There's always a good excuse, Michael. Always involving one of your children, perhaps. So what we're going to do, we're going to do some revisions for the second video.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be complete. But I'm going to add it onto the second video, and so because we've got to get this whole project finished. So right, Michael, over to you. So the first heading, you're going to talk about your relations with fellow pupils at the school.
At the school, yeah. Because my fellow pupils were all typical Anglo-Indians.
And by that do you mean?
The Eurasian, India had about 6 million people of mixed blood, European and Indian. They're called Anglo-Indians, except that they weren't just Anglo-Indians. They had any European. If they had any European blood, they were classified as Anglo-Indians. So there was Dutch and there was Portuguese. They were all Anglo-Indians. And this school that I was in was formed specifically for Anglo-Indians or Eurasians. And of course I was a white Eurasian. But of course they hadn't ever had a boy who had come from Germany and was, half German. And so they had nicknames for me like Nazi, but nobody understood really, and I didn't consider it a slur. I just considered it a uniqueness, and they were all. Nobody made me feel bullied. I was smart enough not to get into the situation where I could be bullied. I learned that very quickly. And so all my school years, they called me a Nazi. Actually, the first 7 of the 9 years I was there, they called me Nazi. Once I became a prefect, I boxed their ears if they called me a Nazi.
If you say Nazi like that, it doesn't sound like a Nazi.
Exactly.
It sounds almost like an Indian word.
Exactly, and it was Anglo-Indian. They said Nazi. Okay, so that was one incident, one aspect of the school. We roamed free. We really roamed free. We lived a very healthy life. On the weekend, we foraged for potatoes from the local tribe called the Budigers, and we roasted those and ate them with great relish. There were things called hill guavas, so a unique fruit to the Nilgiris, which we collected in shed loads. If we had any money, then one person was delegated to break barns and go down to the shops and get things called jigs and jogs. Jigs being roasted groundnuts, and jogs were little pyramids of unrefined sugar called jaggery. Jigs and jogs. So that was our staple tuck. And I did talk about one of the things that I did do, which was break barns with a mule and go and see my mother in Wellington, which was in Wellington was the military base in the Nilgiris for the Madras Regimental Centre. It was also the base of the International Staff College, and my mother was a doctor for the hospital that serviced both the thing. And I used to break barns with a mule, someone who helped me carry the stuff back. I didn't load him up and do nothing, and we had tucks in the thing. Now, in my second last year, when we went down the year before the second last year.
So tell me what year that was and how old you were.
I was 14, and that was the year 19. Let's try and think.
1955.
1950. I came to 59, 57, 58. 55.
And did the Indian school year run from September to September, like in Britain?
It ran from January to December.
Oh.
end of January to the beginning of December, because we had our main holidays in the winter, because then that was the best time to be down on the plains. In the summer it was too hot.
Okay.
So just before we went, I got into a fight with another boy, and he gave me a good hiding. And he was younger than me and smaller than me, but he was a very good boxer. So I was so humiliated. I asked my mother when we got home, I need to toughen up. And she got this Sikh who owed her something, because she had brought his first son. My mother was a doctor and an obstetrician, brought his son into the world, and of course for Indians, that Sikhs especially, that was a big thing. And so he toughened me up in one winter. And when I got back to school, I put my name down both for boxing in my house, and everybody thought, what's wrong with my Pute Sommer, they called me. Why is he doing that? Anyway, to everybody's surprise, I beat my first opponent very easily in my house, and then my second house. So I was the house champion in my weight. And then we had the school boxing, and I thrashed then that little bastard who beat me up the year before. And so then I was the school champion at my weight, and then we did the inter-school champion, inter-school boxing, and our school won for the first time ever, because we won 5 out of the 9 weights, and that was between 3 schools. So we were champions for a day, heroes for a day. But the thing that was really my best thing is that same second last year was I entered in, having sort of toughened up in the previous year, I entered in the cross-country race. I didn't think everyone, all the seniors had to. So it wasn't a question of me volunteering. We had one thing where it was point to point. We just had to get to one place and get a token, and another place. We had to get 5 tokens. It didn't matter which route we took. And so I went the opposite way that the main herd went. So I went to the first place. Of course, I was the first person there. Surprise. Second place, I again was the first person there. At about the third place, of course, the main thing came in the opposite direction. But I managed to I took a shortcut to the 4th and to the 5th, and when I finally arrived at the end, I was about 5 minutes before anybody else, having done that the other way around. And so they examined my thing, has he got all 5? Yes. And so I was again the school champion, and this is for all the seniors. It wasn't just, graded in weight. So that was a great achievement in my school. And the next year I was a prefect, and things were quite different. I no longer had any problem in school, and I think I've talked about that. The head boy and another prefect, and I were like 3 musketeers in the school, and that's it. We don't need to do any more.
Okay, I'll pause it now. Okay, so it's Monday the 10th of October 2022. I'm back for another video update. Now the first video we're going to make today is an update of video number 2.
So number 2, yeah.
You've got 2 stories to tell me to add to that video, so over to Michael.
Yeah. When I started at St. George's, the school, my mother was stationed in a place in Madras, at the Madras Regimental Centre there. And about 2 or 3 years after the start of school, my mother got herself posted to Wellington. Wellington was an offshoot of the Madras Regimental Centre up in the Nilgiri Hills, and it was there that she was in charge of the hospital, which was also in charge of the international staff college. And it was very convenient for my mother to be there. And I have talked about the fact that I used to skip bounds with a mule and go and get tuck because Wellington was only 6 miles away from school, except we had to walk through jungle paths rather than the main roads in case we got caught. But our holidays became rather fun then, and one particular, it was the third last year in school, the holiday between the third last year and the penultimate year. And my mother at that time was driving a little Austin, little square box Austin, and she decided that she and my sister and I would go on a holiday all the way in this tiny little car down the Western Mountains to the plains, to a place called Mangalore, and then along the entire length of Kerala, which is that most fertile of Indian states between the Indian Ocean and the Western Mountains. It's well watered and it was famous in those days, especially for the backwaters. It still is famous for the backwaters, and the backwaters are rivers that came out of the mountains and then widened into estuaries. And that year, there was no bridges across these estuaries. So what we had to do, we trundled along, sometimes for 20 miles, sometimes for 50 miles. And then there was a little ferry station, and we'd wait there. And because we were white children in an area where there were very, very no white people living, we became an attraction each time we stopped. And there must have been 30 of these ferry crossings, because the trip from Mangalore to Cape Common was a full 1,000 miles. Imagine going in a little Tootleburg, 1,000 miles, doing all these crossings. And
but I found that we went to South Africa in 1975, but people would pat us on the head as children because they wanted to feel what our hair felt like, because
Exactly.
it's different to their hair.
Exactly. So you can imagine. And in those days, the Kerala women, Kerala is very hot, especially even in winter it's hot. And the women all went topless. And there was our 14-year-old, my eyes out on stock, as these beautiful, sometimes very well-shaped women, walking along topless. That whole area is so lush that thousands, every house in the whole state practically has coconut trees in its compound. Millions of coconut trees, and the cuisine is based on coconut oil instead of and very, very nice fish dishes. I remember one of our favorite was stone crabs, and they'd make a stone crab curry, and they'd give you 2 rocks, and you got this stone crab out of the curry, and you bashed it to get the meat out. Anyway, we went all the way down, literally all the way down to Cape Comorin, and on one occasion we were in an area which was a game reserve, and the car broke down. And I, 14 years old, I had to take the wheel off, remove the inner tire,
The inner tube,
fix it, and put it back in, pump it up again, foot pump again, and go along. And we did this in the dead of night once, and with all the animal jungle animals around us. But it was a huge adventure, and it was wonderful. When we went back, we didn't come back along Kerala. We went inland to a place called Madura, or Madurai as they called it. And Madurai is famous for a very famous temple, a Hindu temple, which took 650 years to build. It's built on an area of 64 acres, one Indian temple, full of the most amazing carvings, pagodas and carvings. And in one place there's the hall of 1,000 pillars, all beautifully, intricately carved out of granite, you know, not or granite, not any soft stone. And that was a very that is today probably India's most famous temple. And we went there, and we also passed by a place called the Golden Temple of another place, a temple right on top of a very steep hill, where the whole dome is made of solid gold, well, thick gold, and the stairs up to that temple, because that temple was built in about the 5th or 6th century. The stairs had got so worn that you couldn't go up the stairs because it was worn completely. So you had to go on either side of the stair to go up. Trichinopoli, it was the name of the town, the Golden Temple of Trichinopoli. And so that was just one of the trips we went. We also went into very nice, the other side of the Nilgiris has got 3 big game reserves, and they're all contiguous. So you've got an enormous reserve with wonderful elephants and tigers and every South Indian animal is there in those forests.
How old were you on this trip, by the way?
I was 14.
14, right. Okay.
I just turned 14. So, you know, I turned 14 in December, so it was just on or before my birthday. Right, so that's just an example of the sort of holidays we had. Once my mother came up to the Nilgiris, we had other as exciting, but that was really 1,000 miles in a little black car. One last thing is, of course, that last year in school, I got rather interested in a girl. I was 15 and she was 14, and we just started chatting to each other, and people noticed, and next thing I knew, she was my girlfriend. What that meant is that instead of chatting happily with each other, we then sort of avoided each other, blushing because she was my girlfriend. Look, I was 14, and a very immature 15, sorry, a very immature 15. And it was years later that I met Maureen again in England. By this time she was a married woman with children and all the rest of it. And her husband had died, and we very nearly took up that original thing. But and in fact, I arranged to meet her. She lived in Birmingham. I arranged to meet her on one weekend, and I was going to stay with her. And I couldn't make it, so I said, you know, the next time I was 2 weeks later, and in the week in between, she died suddenly.
Oh my goodness.
It was a real shock. So,
but when was that?
This was,
What, recently or?
No, this was
30 years ago? Or?
40 years ago.
So in the 80s?
Yeah.
What did she die of?
In fact, it was the 70s. What did she die of? Her sons didn't say. She might have. It's a real mystery to this day. Maureen Hutchings, and by that time she was Maureen somebody else, because she got married to this gentleman and had it. And so that was my very first romance. I've got some photographs I can show, because we met, you know, with Anglo-Indian get-togethers, and Maureen and I were always sitting together. Anyway, so that was my very first and only girlfriend in India. And it wasn't very much. I mean, one night, the night before we left the school, I went across this eucalyptus jungle to the girls' cottages and threw pebbles up on the window of the dormitory. And my sister said, "What do you want?" And I said, "Send Maureen." And I was with 2 other boys, and we asked for our girlfriends to come down. So they came down, and she only came in a nightie, and I was so anxious and embarrassed that we just chatted. instead of doing anything else. Anyway, that's it. That's the end of the
That's the end of the second revision of the second
revision. Yeah.
video. Okay,
Yeah.
goodbye. Okay, so what's the date today? I forgot to look up.
Today
This is the
is
third
the
session, August
15th.
2022, 15th of
15th of
August
August.
2022. Michael Sommer, over to Michael.
Right, so one day I was in my office in the city and the phone was ringing. I was talking to South Africa, I was talking to America, all to do with metals. And I suddenly thought, I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. This is not what I planned. So I just decided then and there that I would go back to university to my professor and ask him, made a proposal to him. I said, I'm doing quite well in the city. I've made money. I've learned, and I've learned how to work. So if I can sit for my second year exam without attending lectures, will you accept me into the third year? And he looked at me as though I was mad. He said, Michael, 2 of the subjects have changed beyond recognition, because bear in mind, this was a year and a half after I failed my second year for the second time. I said, but I'd like to try. Would you? He said, well, if you pass the second year exam, yes, we'll take you into the third year. So then I thought, okay, I've perhaps made something a bit more that I can chew, but then I asked around to see which of the students of that year were really bright and, looked as though they would get a first-class degree. And everyone said, this lady called Jane, I don't know her surname. Anyway, a couple of days later, I walked up to Jane as she was leaving the university, and I said, Jane, my name's Michael Sommer. I was a second-year student some years ago, and I'd like to make you a proposition. And she looked at me a bit suspiciously, and I said, I will pay you to come to your room every night, and between 8 and 11, because the Hall of Residence said 11 was men out. So she said, this is the deal. When I come, you've got to talk to me about the lectures you had that day. Describe them as much detail as you can for the first half of like 2 hours, and then the last bit, backtrack in the subjects towards the beginning, because I was already halfway through the second term. I had less than 6 months to do this. And so she said, blushing, she said, okay. So the next day, I walked into the hall of Queen Elizabeth Hall, which was just beside the Albert Hall, and in front of the university. And as I walked in, there was a lot of curiosity as who's this man coming into thing, and she was right at the end of the corridor. So I would walk past, and I was aware that there were eyes on me, and went into her room, and she shut the door. And never told them what we were doing, and at 11 I left. So, but she did a very good job. She actually got me through.
Now, tell us the dates of this, just so we know the dates.
That was end of January.
Was it 67 then? Because you said you did your final year, you started...
Yeah, 67. And that was
February 67, which is, by the way, when I was born. And then your final year started in September 68.
Yeah.
It was a 3-year course.
That's right.
Okay.
So,
can you also say, Michael, where you were living at this time?
Well,
South Ken.
Well, that was an interesting. As I related earlier, I was doing this Domestics Unlimited. I had no money, but I had a very good friend, an American friend called Frank Hotchkiss, who was studying drama at the LAMDA, London Academy of Speech and Drama. And I knew that Frank had a very rich father. So I said, Frank, you're looking for a place. I've found the perfect place, but it needs a deposit of £500, which is actually, in those days, the whole annual rent of this thing. Can you get your dad to wire the money to us? And I said, you can then live free for that year, and so he said, right. So he got the money. I went to these people in my suit, and they said, yes, I'd like that. And there's the £500, and here are my credentials. And he said, fine, it's yours. So we had this lovely flat, two floors up,
And what's the address of it?
number 4 Harrington Court, Harrington Road, South Kensington. And above us, for reference, lived Tim Rice and another pianist, and on the other side of the stairway lived the Andrew Lloyd Webber family.
Well.
And in fact, a little historical note there. Before, they collaborated on the first thing they collaborated on was Joseph and the Multicolored Dreamcoat, and he brought it down to me to see what I thought. This is Tim. I didn't like Andrew Lloyd Webber, unfortunately. If I did, I would have got. I could have.
Funnily enough, I've just been listening to a documentary about him.
Well,
it's the Frost tapes on Radio 4.
Well, he lived in Harrington Court. He and his family, and Julian, the whole family, Mum, Dad, Andrew, and Julian lived in the flat there, and Tim Rice lived above, and he played me on a tape recording, Joseph and the Multicolored Dreamcoat, and I thought, that is very unusual. That's great. I don't know if London will like it that much, because it's quite unusual. And they couldn't sell it. But then, Jesus Christ Superstar, right, which is the next collaboration, was a hit. And then a year later, of course, Joseph and the Multicolored was another hit, because once they made a hit. Anyway, so they were there. And Frank and I, trying to furnish this flat now. I had a scooter. I had an old battered scooter, which was mechanically very sound. So Frank used to get to the back of my scooter, and we used to go to the East End of London, where they had these furniture markets because in those years there were still bombed out houses which hadn't been built up. So there were these places in the East End, and people knew where the market was, and we'd go and say, okay, that mahogany laundry thing now, which you're selling, which you want for £5, we'll give you £3 now and £2 if you deliver it to South Kensington. And I said, yeah, okay, mate. So they'd bring these damn things, haul them up the stairs. We furnished the entire flat for everything, all the furniture, all the curtains, all the carpets, all the for £100 in those days. It's a lot more today. And we then had a spare room, because I had the main room, Frank had it there, we had another room. And my friend Peter Riding, who I haven't talked about Peter and our odyssey through Spain, through Morocco, Portugal, and back. I'll talk about that in a minute. Anyway, so Peter Riding and I and Frank Hodges shared that flat for a couple of years. And then, before Peter left, the ladies, I know a lady Beresford called Peter, who she knew, and said, Peter, you lived in Brazil, because Peter did. His father was the head of Monsanto in Brazil. And there's this man called Bertram Shea. He's an architect, and he needs a place to stay. Can he have the room that you're vacating? So that's how that started a string of Brazilians. My flat in London became a sort of Brazilian safe house in the summer. I mean, while I worked in the city, I'm backtracking a bit. While I worked in the city, I used to go to my proper city suit, everything except a bowler hat, but old umbrella, Times, etc. And I came in, I could already hear the party on a Friday evening downstairs. And as I came in, no electronic music, they just made music. The Brazilians, and there were Argentinians, and there were Chileans, they were all in my flat. making music. And when I came in, they said, the landlord, this. And they'd put a glass of, someone would remove my jacket, someone would put a glass of wine in my hand, and sometimes that party went on till Sunday morning from Friday night. And I've still got two lovely friends in Brazil who are waiting for me to come on the first leg of my bucket list next year. Anyway, so I was at a party. There's so much I need to talk about that thing. I'll just have. Main thing is that I was at a party. If you were in London at the time and you had a good house and you had a flat in central London, ladies wanted to know you. Lots and lots of them, and I had a very interesting couple of years, and I was at the party, and I didn't really want to go, but I went, and it was a party given by a man called Jim Selway. And what he used to do, he used to give parties, and then he'd select about half a dozen men and half a dozen ladies, and we'd go to dinner. The men paying $1.60 each, and the ladies for free. And I saw this girl, beautifully tanned, with 4 men around her. I thought, right, avoid that one. You know, I didn't want that sort of competition. So I didn't meet her at the party itself. I just saw her at the party. And then I was one of the people selected for dinner that evening, and a lady who was sitting next to me, chatting to me, said, her name was Linda. Linda said, "What do you think of my flatmate?" I said, "Who's your flatmate?" And she pointed at the end of the table, and as she looked, Julie looked up and caught my eye, and she deliberately caught my eye. Yeah, so I thought, Anyway.
So Linda is Judy's flatmate.
Julie's flatmate.
Right.
And they had a flat maybe 300 yards from South Kensington Station towards Earl's Court, towards the next station. And so towards the end of the dinner party, Judy got up and announced down the game, "I'm going then," to all included. And suddenly I realized, now or never, Michael. So I said, you can't go without having had a dance with me across the table. And this man was putting her coat on, a friend, I don't know if he was a boyfriend. And so he put the coat back on, she and I started dancing, and 2 hours later, the restaurant was empty, the men were putting the chairs up on the table, and Judy and I were still dancing. As soon as we started talking, I said, "You're much too beautiful to not have a special man somewhere." And she said, "Yes, he's a banker in Hong Kong, an English banker in Hong Kong." And she said, "What about you?" I said, "Well, I have a fiance in Switzerland." And we looked at each other. "Well, now that we've established the status quo, let's enjoy our dance." And that was it. That literally was it. We danced the night away, or as long as we could, and then we broke into Hyde Park, because this place was just north of Hyde Park, and of course we lived in South Kensington, south of Hyde Park. So we broke into Hyde Park, walked across Hyde Park at about 3 in the morning. I walked her to her flat. I just gave her a goodnight kiss, and I said, "Look, I've got these hairnets, which my aunt in Delhi has asked me to buy, and I was going to send it to her, but by this time she told me that she was a stewardess and that she was BOAC, British BOAC, and she was going the next day east, and her first stop was New Delhi. So I said, right, would you do me a favor? Would you, if I bring you these hairnets in the morning, will you take them to my aunt?" So she said yes. So early in the morning, the next morning, about 7 o'clock, I was knocking on her door, already in my city suit, I gave her these hairnets, and Linda said, he was really, he's really well dressed, but did you notice his socks? They were different colors. Anyway, she went to Delhi. My aunt said, oh, have you met his fiancée? I mean, that would have ruined it if I hadn't told her that I had this fiancée in Switzerland. And she said, yes, he's told me about her. Anyway, cut a long story short, we went in the summer. We decided to, a couple of weeks after this thing, she got stuck in Manchester. British Airways flight had to be diverted, and she rang me and said, I've got 3 days, shall I come down? I said, yes, please. That was it. She came down, and so...
You're going to have to tell us about the fiancée in Switzerland. That's completely new. You just dropped that one in.
Well, her name was Julie. She was...
So Julie and not Judy.
Julie. Julie was brought up in Africa by her father, who was a consultant for the United Nations, one of the United Nations agencies, and that agency had a headquarters in Switzerland. So once we had got engaged,
How did you meet her?
I met her. How did I meet her? Interesting question. I remember fancying her like mad, and she wasn't really interested in me. Well, she pretended not to be interested in me because she thought I was too much of a player, which I pretty well was in those days. Anyway, I went to Switzerland to see her and see her parents there, and we had an engagement party there in Switzerland, near Lake Geneva. They had a nice house near Lake Geneva. The father had by this time got to know all the places where you could get wine and cheese, not in Switzerland, but in the Jura, the French Jura. So he had a beautiful cellar, and I just got thought, yes, this is a good man to have as a father-in-law. Anyway, it was a completely wrong reason for me to get engaged to Julie. And that might have worked, except she then went on to Singapore, and she met somebody there. And when she came back, she said, I met somebody, it's never going, it was never going to be something, but that just put me off. Anyway, so Judy and I, we decided we would go. I thought, if you can go with a lady on holiday and not be at each other's throats for the whole time, that's a pretty good sign. So we met in Rome, we hired a car, and we drove down the motorway towards Naples.
Hang on a minute. She was in Manchester. She had 3 days off.
Yeah, but that's how it started. That's how the
Right.
affair started.
Right.
She came, instead of going back to her flat, she came to my flat.
And by the way, what year was this?
This was what did I say about? So 70. Yeah, that was 72. I met her in February 1972,
Right.
and so by July we decided to go on holiday together.
Right.
And we met in Rome. She flew in from somewhere. She was always flying in private, which was actually very good, because when she flew away, I slowly divested myself of the various girls that I wasn't just dating one girl, I was dating half a dozen, maybe even near a dozen. But when she went, every time she went, I sort of, had a farewell dinner with her and said, it's time. They all the girls I went knew that they weren't the only one. That was the only honesty I had with them, is that they knew they weren't the only one. And this time Judy came back from a flight, and we decided to go. We had already arranged to go on holiday, and we went all the way down to Sicily. But on day one, we were halfway down the. They have a special name for that, for the road that goes down to Sicily. And we saw at a distance a.
What, the Autostrada?
Yeah, but it has a. That Autostrada has a special name.
Okay.
Anyway, we saw in a distance a sign saying restaurant. So we were able to get off the Autostrada, and we went there. And it was one of those restaurants. It was a farm restaurant, and the tables were under a grape. I remember clearly, tables were under a grapevine, with grapes falling or hanging off the. It wasn't ripe because this was July, and of course they would only have been harvested in September. But we had lunch, and we had a nice bit of wine, and then I looked at her and I thought, okay, if this lasts, I'm going to marry her. That's when I made the decision in June. If this lasts. We went on holiday, we had a lovely time. When we went back, we were in Naples, in the Bay of Naples. There's a famous ceramic factory there, and I bought a complete set of. I still have some of that set. This set of crockery. This set of crockery. And when I bought it, Judy.
Let's just show it to the camera. Here we go.
When I bought it,
There we go.
Judy said, I wonder why he's buying a set of crockery.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyway, I proposed to her shortly after. We got married in December. So we met in February and married in December. And by that time, I've been with IBM for 5 years. I was a senior systems engineer, and I asked IBM for an international assignment in India. It turned out that IBM and Indira Gandhi had fallen out in a big way, and Indira Gandhi had booted IBM out of India for that year and the next year.
I also remember, Michael, you've got to tell us about how you got the job at IBM.
Yes, okay, yes, I'll backtrack to that quickly. So, that year to that 6 months, studying for the second year exam, and was a nightmare. And right at the end, the last 24 hours, I didn't sleep at all. Black coffee, glucose tablets. And then when I'd finished that exam, I went back to my flat, which was now in South Kensington, and it was an afternoon session. I fell asleep. The next day at 2 o'clock, I woke up, had something to eat, and went to sleep again. And so it was 36, I slept for 36 hours after the exam. And then I decided, okay, now I didn't even know how well I'd done. So I hovered around the faculty at Imperial College, and Dr. Taylor Russell said, Michael, I think I better call you and put you out of your misery. And he looked at my results and he said, Michael, I'm sorry to say you passed quite comfortably. When he said, I'm sorry to say, I thought, that's it, I've lost. Passed quite comfortably. Actually, I hugged him. I don't know, what are you doing? I mean, it was such a relief. So
that was the second year.
That was doing the second year. Yeah, doing the second year again.
So that got you through the second year.
Got me to the second.
But that's jumping back now, isn't
Yeah.
it? Too.
And in fact, I got an honours degree, which you're not supposed to get if you have failed. You're only supposed to get a pass degree if you do it again. Anyway, Imperial College made an exception for me because I decided that for my third year special course, I would do something totally different. I did blood flowing in arteries. The reason for that is that blood is a fluid, but it's an unusual fluid. It varies in viscosity, and it's running in tubes which aren't rigid, so the arteries expand and crack. So it's quite a difficult thing to analyze. And what they were doing in that time, they were running catheters through here to try and get the the velocity profile of blood in the aorta. And we decided that we would use the aeronautical hot film ammonometer and miniaturize it to put it onto a hypodermic needle. We could then put it into the aorta and get an accurate, because once that thing was in there, it actually destroyed, well, varied the because what we were trying to do, I'll tell you why. When you go down the aorta, it starts turbulent, and at a certain point it becomes laminar. And the turbulent area is the dangerous area, because a turbulent thing goes in a circle and then starts again. And where the first circle stops, there's a null point, and that's where the fat accumulates, and that's what causes thrombosis. Anyway, so I did a good job, and eventually I got this degree, and I decided, right, I'm going to now take a year off, go back to India, and then look for a job. And I was in a jeans and t-shirt, reading the Evening Standard on the top of a bus, number 78, in Oxford Street. And there was a full-page ad, IBM, if you have a degree and some commercial experience, we would love to talk to you. And they gave the address, which was 100 Wigmore Street, which was just behind Selfridges. And my next stop was Selfridges. Can you believe it? So I just folded up this newspaper, walked down, went through behind Selfridges, 100 Wigmore Street, walked in, and I thought, big mistake. Everybody was in dark suits, and there was I in jeans and a t-shirt. So I was just turning to go away, but there were like 5 secretaries. One of them, can we help you? I said, this thing, please come. I said, what about, oh, don't worry about that, she said. Long story short, I was interviewed. I filled in one of their aptitude tests, and the man looked at everything, and it turned out that my interviewer was an ex-Imperial College graduate anyway. So he called London Distribution, who had asked him to look for, they were actually recruiting for salesmen, but they asked him, if you find anybody who would be a suitable systems engineer, let us know. So he said, can you come next week to Wigmore Street, wherever the people were in the city, and we'd like the manager to see you on next Monday, and this was like a Friday, but to wear a suit this time.
Yeah.
So I went there. I saw the field systems engineering manager, and he sort of interviewed me and said, could you come back on Friday to meet the branch manager, Carl Anker? I remember his name, Carl Anker. So I came on the Friday. He interviewed me together with the field systems manager. At the end of the interview, they said, how much salary are you looking for? And they told me the range was £900 a year only to £1,500 a year. But in the city, I'd been earning less than even the 900. So for me, from far as I was concerned, 900 would have been fine. But I had the sense not to ask. I said, make me an offer, please. On the Monday, that following Monday, I got a letter from IBM. They £1,500.
Oh, really?
Straight out, £1,500. So yes, so that's how I started with IBM. And then IBM was in the city, and then moved down to Croydon. And I was with IBM in Croydon, as I say. I was there for 2 years in the city, 3 years in Croydon, and then I thought I would really like an international assignment.
But where were you living in Croydon?
So 2 years before, in my 4th year in IBM, I was still living, the first 3 years I was still living in
South Kent.
South Kent. And it was lovely because I went down to Croydon as all the traffic was coming in the day, and in the evening I went up, I finished, and I was so I always had empty roads with complete traffic jams on the other side. But then, in my third year with IBM, I had enough money now. I thought maybe I could find a flat, and so in Streatham, actually it was a road with mansion blocks all the way along called. It runs from Clapham Common down to Streatham. Forget the name. I'll remember it in a minute. And I saw for sale sign. I was going to work, so I saw the sale sign. So I parked in, went upstairs, and the workmen were just finishing the renovation of this flat. And I said, "Where's the agent?" And the agent was on my route to Croydon. So I looked in at the agent, and I said, "How much is that flat?" So we're about to put it on £8,000, a 4-bedroom flat in a mansion block, £8,000. I said, "How much deposit do I have to put down?" He said, "You have to put 10%, so it's 800. I said, "I'll have it." He said, "Don't you want it surveyed?" I said, "No, I'll do that later. I'll have it. I want to reserve it now." And that's how I did it. And a year later, it had jumped from 8,000 to 15,000 in 1 year. They nearly doubled. And one of the biggest mistakes I made in my life is when later on, when I came back from abroad with our 3 children, Judy said she wasn't prepared to stay in London. I'm fast forwarding just for a minute to tell you what happened to that flat. And we found this quarter of a Victorian mansion in Surrey, and I could have bought it without selling the flat. I had enough money in the bank, and I didn't. I sold the flat for £25,000. It's worth over £1 million today.
Mm.
£25,000. Bloody hell. Anyway, so getting back to the story, I bought the flat, and again I got a loan from IBM to buy it, but that didn't take much, and IBM was prepared to give you enough money for 100% mortgage, so I didn't even put any of my own money in. Anyway, that was a lovely flat because it was on the top floor, and the top floor had, where the hall was, it had an atrium, and on this bit I bought in the Ideal Home thing one of these concertina stairways, and I had a huge attic all to myself, even though it was a block of flats, but the attic was mine. So it was a really lovely flat. And okay, so where do we go from there? How much time?
Lots of time, half an hour.
Okay, so
you could talk more about Judy.
Okay, so
And then what did you do after IBM as well?
Okay, so
talk about your kids with Judy.
Yes. So 2 years later, I asked IBM for an assignment. Couldn't get into India, but then IBM Pakistan wanted a senior systems engineer for an assignment, a 2-year assignment. So they asked IBM England if they had someone suitable. I said I'd like to do it because Pakistan is still India. It's still the Indian subcontinent, quite different from India as we turned out. Judy and I then got married in December of that year.
Which year?
December of 1972.
And the date and the location?
The date was the 9th of December, and the location is the church in New Milton.
New Milton, Hampshire.
New Milton, Hampshire. I will get the exact name from Judy. I remember the date because it was a week before my 31st birthday. So we had a wonderful holiday in Kenya because Judy being an air stewardess, we got we were able to stay. We had 10% fares. We only had to pay 10% fares, and we were able to stay the first few nights in the Norfolk Hotel in Nairobi. And everybody who knows Kenya, that's the sort of, that was the ultimate colonial hotel in Kenya. We went down to by the night sleeper to Mombasa, and I have this I remember the conductor, of the sleeper thing. I said, would you like a tot of rum? Oh, yes. So he gave him a big shot and he went doink all the way down. He couldn't do enough for us all the way down to Mombasa. We went to Mombasa and then we stayed in a really nice, isn't there anymore, Trade Winds Hotel, which was south of Mombasa on the Indian Ocean coast, and it was a fabulous place. Then we went to Amboseli, Savo East, and back to Nairobi, and then we went up to we took. They had in Kenya those days, people who know it would have a Rift Valley taxi. They were all Peugeot. For some reason, the Kenyans loved Peugeot. And we stayed on a tea estate, which was run by some people called the Utrams, who Judy had met. See, Judy had, just to quickly backtrack on Judy, she was a physio before she became air stewardess. And she actually worked in the hospital and on the team of Christian Barnard, who did the very first heart transplant in the world in South Africa. And when she finished there, she actually traveled with a friend by local transport, buses, etc., all the way up to Kenya. And she met the Leakeys, Professor Leakey. Leakey was the man who Professor Leakey found the pre-human famous fossil, humanoid fossil called Lucy. Anyway, and the Leakeys were quite important in Kenya, and one of them became a minister in Kenyatta's government, John Leakey, and we stayed at John Leakey's great place but not that year. We went a second time to Kenya some years later when we had two of the little girls, not the littlest one. Anyway, so we got back to London, packed, and flew to Pakistan. And Julie said, I suddenly realized that we unpacked, because she'd been spending the last 5 years coming to a new place, unpacking her bags and then leaving in a few days. And this was it, this was it. She was stuck in Karachi, of all places. Now, IBM did us pretty proud. I was able to rent a marble palace, really, in the best area of Karachi, and it literally had onyx marble in the bathrooms. Onyx, not just onyx marble floors everywhere, and it had a lovely thing. You walked up some marble steps. You were on a marble balustrade. Then you had lawns, and then the house was there. So you walked up, and you couldn't see the house from the road. All you could see was these marble stairs going up. A great place. And we lived like Lord and Lady Monk, because we had IBM a furniture allowance, which meant that we were able to furnish the whole place beautifully. And we had 4 servants, a cook bearer, a driver, a full-time gardener, and a night watchman. They were the 4, and then we had a couple of part-time people. So we really lived, well above what we were ever used to be, and probably, I've never lived like that again. So, but then Judy got depressed because Pakistan, a Muslim country, quite difficult for somebody as free as Judy. And so after about 2 months, she was really she wasn't enjoying it at all. So I went to PIA, bought a ticket for London, and 2 days later, over breakfast, I said, look, here's a ticket to London. If you're really going to be miserable, there's no point in you being here in Pakistan. And that jolted her out of her, depression. And we ended up having a great 2 years in Pakistan, a really great 2 years in Pakistan. For one thing, I'll show you, I'll dig out some photographs of her. She was very attractive, certainly in those days. She's still attractive today, but she was very attractive then. And everybody, the leading Pakistanis in Karachi, the wealthy, the really wealthy people, love to have Europeans at their parties. So Judy and I had invitations coming out of our ears. We could almost have gone to a party every night, but not get too big-headed. I became a member of the Sindh Club, which was the premier club of Karachi, where all the captains of industry were members. I remember being in the toilet and overhearing these two gentlemen from the corner discussing, oh, that Judy Sommer, and one of them said, oh God, I'd love to give her one. And the other guy, what's the husband like? And the first man said, oh, he's a nobody. And I thought, yeah, that's right. That shows me my place. And then I came around the corner. You should have seen them. They were really embarrassed. He's a nobody. But yes, because I was, because everybody assumed I was head of IBM in Pakistan, and I wasn't. I was an assignee, and in fact, I was like third rank. There was the general manager, there was a sales manager, and then there was me as a systems consultant too. But I had the whole country, and I had to mug up. IBM sent me on a European course before I went, to look at all the different industry centers of IBM. I had all these manuals, which really quite intimidated me. How on earth was I going to be, the last resort? I remember one incident with a company called, the biggest bank in Pakistan in those days, and probably still today, was the Habib Bank. And IBM had its headquarters in Pakistan on like the 13th floor of the 12th and 13th floor of this building, the Habib Plaza it was called. It was the place in Pakistan. And anyway, they had problem with their computers, and so we need help. They asked IBM for help, and I was sent in to see what I could do. And all these rather bright IT people there, they were not stupid. And they're looking at me for a solution, and I said, I don't know. I can't tell you what the problem is, but I do know that we need to sit together, go through the problem, and I'm certain that we can find a solution. And they put their heads together, we did, and we found a solution, and we fixed the problem because of the bank. It was very important to fix it. And I thought, right, so the chairman of Habib Plaza, of Habib Bank, called me the following week and said, Mr. Sommer, we owe you a big debt of gratitude for fixing our problem. I said, actually, sir, I didn't do it. It's your people who did it. And all I did was organize them a bit, and I told him also who his best people were. And of course, the IT people loved it, because I didn't take credit for it, I gave them the credit. And that taught me a big lesson, because subsequently I did that in other industries. But just to show you, a month later they had another problem. Mr. Sommer, we need you. So, by admitting I didn't know and just getting them organized, when you're in that sort of consultant position, if somebody can tell you as a consultant or tell you things you didn't know, you think you look stupid because you didn't know, but they think, my goodness, I knew something he didn't know. So they don't think less of you. They think it helps them and doesn't do you any harm if you admit to, especially that people that they did it and they knew what was, so that's really released me in the rest of my career, in just not pretending to know and being a consultant, just saying I don't know, but I think we can work it out. So in Pakistan, we decided we would make the most of our lives in Pakistan and not come back to England. IBM paid for a mid-term return ticket to England or any place within that ticket price. So what we chose to do is actually to go to Beirut, because my cousin Manisha was married to a Lebanese businessman, and they had a lovely house in the center of Beirut. And Beirut was then, don't forget, this is 1970, 72, 73. Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East. It was Paris. It had all the expensive French shops. And the beauty of Beirut was that you could be on the beach swimming in the morning, get into a car, drive up to the Cedars and ski in the afternoon, and come down in the evening and swim again. One of the few places you could actually do that in the same country within, 10 horizontal miles, but and Manisha and her husband, were very well established there. And one of Manisha's friends lent me a Range Rover with a driver, and said, "Go and see what was the name? I'll have to remember that. It's a great temple of Zeus in the Bekaa Valley, which is part of Lebanon." Okay, so that was the first thing about Lebanon. Some years later, I visited Lebanon again, and it was an utter ruin, because it had this civil war and was killing each other. And the other thing, we decided on another holiday to go and visit a rather unique place in the Hindu Kush Mountains. It was called Kafiristan. Now, Kafiristan being interpreted was the land of the unbelievers. And it consisted of 3 valleys in the Hindu Kush, which were at that point almost inaccessible, certainly inaccessible to any sort of army, because the way you got into the lowest of the valleys is you walked along this river gorge, the side of this river gorge, and on 2 cases you had to cross the gorge. The gorge was very narrow, and you crossed it on great big pine logs which were sawn in half, weighted at both ends, no rails, nothing, and the torrent below you. Anyway, we did it. We found a young Kalash. Why they were called the unbelievers is because they were non-Muslims. They were people who had things like rites of spring. They were the descendants of some of Alexander the Great's men, who Alexander the Great formed 2 very interesting places in Pakistan. One was a place called Taxila, where his descendants became Buddhists. And that area, you have art, Buddhist art, which is unique because the Buddha has mustaches, Macedonian mustaches, and these three valleys were called Biril, Wombo, and Bombaret. Words named straight out of Lord of the Rings. And you got into them, as I say, this way, and the valleys ran east-west. So you had a north side and a south side. The north side got the sun. The north side got the sun, and the south side was almost in perma darkness, and that's where they had their graveyards. They lived on the north side facing the sun. The valleys were used just for cultivation. So the villages were very picturesque. The lowest houses had some sort of valley gardens, and then the rest of the village, the houses above, they used the roofs of the houses below as their sort of terraces all the way up, and always there were beautiful crystal clear streams, and they chose their villages so that the stream went through the village, and they did everything. In the morning they did all their ablutions, but they didn't take any of the water for cooking. Anyway, one unique thing about it is on the other side, they had their cemeteries, but the land was much too hard to dig graves, so they put their bodies on platforms in beautifully intricately carved resinous wood sarcophagi, which lasted hundreds of years. So you'd go there and you'd see these. There were museum pieces, really museum pieces. And I remember taking a stick, using it as a thing. And as we left, our little guide said, "Give me that stick." He threw it back. Mustn't bring anything from the land of the dead to the land of the living. And they had rites of spring, rites of summer sort of things, and they were very fair. They were the women, especially the women, were beautiful women. I've got some photographs. I must have to dig them out. I haven't got them here. And we were the second big group of visitors that year, and it was September. They had no other sort. When we went to the first village, they immediately took us to their sort of guest house, where the only thing we didn't have was any privacy, because we had decided, the American consul, the head of Brown Bavaria, and I had decided to do this trip with our wives. The last moment, Henry Miller Jones, who was the consul, had to go back to the State Department, and Wolfgang had to go back to Switzerland. So the two ladies came to us and said, "Does it mean we can't go because our husbands aren't there?" So Judy and I said, "No, you can come with us." So can you imagine me in tribal lands with my three wives? Yeah, and that was an amazing trip. We went to a place called Chitral, which had one of the biggest mountains of the Hindu Kush, of the Karakorams. The Hindu Kush were to the left, the Karakorams to the north, and then the Himalayas to the right. And this is a beautiful valley, and all the way. And flying there, because we flew in, you went to Karachi airport, and you just waited until Abdul here talked to Mohammed there. "Mohammed, mountain clear?" "Yes, mountain clear, we can go." Because after a bit we were flying beneath the peaks of the that would be the Hindu Kush. And I remember, and they allowed one or two of us, they allowed us into the pilot's cockpit, and I was in the cockpit just before landing. And we were flying down this valley, and I thought there was like a sheer, rock face we were flying towards. I thought, this guy isn't a kamikaze, is he? And the way the plane went, it went up, and then just almost at the last moment it banked, and there was the airport. Because it wasn't the main Chitral Valley, it was a side valley which the planes came down and then flying. And it was a spectacular. As I say, we went to the Kalash people. We played. Chitral is one of the most beautiful places. And today, with all the problems with Pakistan and it's a rogue state, etc., those places up there are they're not pristine because they have got some development. Well worth a visit because of the beauty of the surroundings. So that was a fabulous holiday, and one I'll always remember because of these Kalash people and getting there and getting into the thing, getting out, and when we finally left, we caught a bus, a local bus. It took us 9 hours to do 100 miles. And whenever the bus stopped, the bus was not only full inside, there were about 20 people on the roof. And when the bus stopped, you didn't look out because they cleared all their throats and it rained spit. It's incredible. So we finally got to a place called Swat, and the place we wanted was another 100 miles south. We're not doing another 100-mile bus trip. So I went into the marketplace and I said, "You ladies stay here and I'll go and get us some transport." And I flagged down a mini bus and I said to the driver, how much to take us down to where were we going? To Rawalpindi. And he said, so much per ticket. I said, how much for the whole minicab? So he quoted what was to him an exorbitant price, which was not very much at all. So he told his few passengers, out, all of you out. And so I drove into the square. By the time I got to them, the three ladies were surrounded by at least 100 very inquisitive SWAT people. And I noticed that there was quite a cordon sanitaire around them. And what had happened is they were closing in. So Connie got her camera and started swinging it around her head to make space for them. So when I got there, she had already cleared a space of about 20 feet diameter. So we got, and that man got us down the next 100 miles. He got us down in like 2 hours on mountain roads. That was almost as bad as the previous 9 hours in the bus, because those roads are, in those days, I think they've got better highways now. In those days, go around, it was terrifying, but it was a great holiday. And so those were the two things. The final thing in Karachi, as I told you, we were always looking at we were always at parties, well, rich and famous of the country. And I'd made friends with the Omani ambassador, a new ambassador to Pakistan. In terms of embassies, as far as Oman is concerned, the most important is London, the next one is New York, and the third one is Pakistan, Islamabad, because half the Omani army are Baluchis, and Baluchistan is 2/3 of present-day Pakistan. So it was a very important embassy for them. And Shabib, this great guy, my age, had a Swiss wife, and we met him at a party, and we'd already been a year by then. Judy and I immediately took this couple who were waiting to go up to Islamabad, but they were in Pakistan, in Karachi. We took them under our wing, introduced them to friends, and one day Shabib asked me, "Michael, I've got this friend, Yahya. He's a businessman in Oman. He's a partner of Richard Costain International, which was the biggest foreign construction company in Pakistan at the time. And he has his own construction company and agencies, and he's desperate for cement." And he said, "I know that you know Iqbal Saigal, who's the chairman of Pakistan Cement Corporation. Could you please take Yahya and introduce him?" So I called Iqbal Saigal and I said, "Can I come and introduce a friend of mine to you?" Anyway, long story short, we struck a deal, and Yahya got 20,000 tons of cement, which was gold dust. Right? That evening, Yahya invites me to his the next evening, invites me to his suite in the Sheraton for dinner. And over dinner he says casually, "Michael, how much has I been paying you?" And I had an inkling where this was coming from. So I told him, you know, what IBM was paying me, my international allowances, added 10% just for good measure. And without batting an eyelid, he said, I'm prepared to pay you that in Omani reals, that same figure in Omani reals. Now, they were £2. So he ordered me, my IBM salary in Pakistan was my UK salary plus international allowances. He doubled it. And he said, and of course we'll give you an air-conditioned apartment. I'll give you an air-conditioned Range Rover. We pay all your expenses, petrol, electricity, water, everything. And your salary is for food and clothes. And finally, there's no income tax in Oman. He quadrupled what I was earning, literally 4 times as much. And he said, don't make your mind up now. Go and talk to your wife, but next weekend, come and fly to Oman for a visit, a look-see, and there'll be a ticket for you at the front desk tomorrow. Anyway, so I took the ticket. The following weekend, I go on the plane, and the Oman Air, or is it PIA, one of them, came down and said, Mr. Sommer, and I said, yes. He said, sir, you've been upgraded to first class. So I walked into first class, and there sitting in the next seat was not Yahya, but the Omani ambassador, Shabib bin Taimur. And I'll finish with just this little anecdote about Shabib. So, you know, great. What a coincidence. I didn't realize it's Shabib who had upgraded me, not Yahya. And what was even more surprising, when we arrived in Muscat Airport, this very smart military equity came on plane. Welcome back, your Highness. Highness? Shabib? And he said to me, he turned out to be only one of the 4 uncles of the Sultan. He was like the 5th member of the royal family. Whereas the Saudis have thousands of bloody princes, Oman had Sultan, who had no offspring, and these 4 men who were his uncles. They were the brothers of his father. So Shabib was the youngest brother of Said bin Taimur. So I suddenly found that not only was one of my very good friends an Omani, but he was a royal Omani. And anyway, I had a look. Oman was a great big building site, because it was only 2 years after Sultan Qaboos came to power in a bloodless, almost bloodless palace revolution. I think Qaboos, the Said himself, was wounded when he tried to pull out a thing to the people who were trying to take over, and he came actually to England and finally died in the Dorchester Hotel in exile. Quite a bitter man, but he brought it upon himself because he decided he didn't want anything to do with the 20th century, and he kept Oman literally 2 centuries back. When I came to Oman, there was one 22-mile road between the new airport and the old mud-walled city of Muscat. The rest of the country was dirt roads. The whole country 5 or 6 times bigger than England, was all dirt roads. And you know, the only way you could drive on dirt roads there is to drive fast, because washboard would the roads were not smooth, they were washboard. Have you ever been in?
I don't know what that means.
When you drove along, if you drove slowly, you go bum 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 bum.
Right.
Okay. If you drove fast, you went over the top, and so you had a relatively smooth ride. But it was dangerous because you were in slippery gravel, could be as slippery as snow. That's why it turned out that the best rally drivers in Oman, when we had a rally, were the Scandinavians. The Finns Finns in particular, because they are used to winter driving in snowy conditions. Anyway, so the whole country had that. It was a complete difference. There I was an IBM systems engineering manager, suits every day, air conditioning, and suddenly I was in Oman, and he offered me this job as his commercial manager for his whole group of companies. And a year later, I became general manager of the whole group, Yahya Enterprises. And it was, I would have stayed in Oman. I would never have come back to Europe, but there was, we need to stop here because so that's how we came to Oman.
Right, we'll finish it there. Until next time,
Till
goodbye.
next time, because I can the rest of everything I can do in one more session.
So it's still the 10th of October 2022. Second video this afternoon is going to be the additional comments about video number 3. So
Yes.
over to you, Michael.
One thing that when I failed my exam at Imperial College for the second time,
That was the second year, yes?
yes, my second time, my friend Peter Riding got a first class in physics at Imperial College, and his father awarded him with a lovely new Ford estate. And he said, Michael, let's do a European trip. And we packed into this big army tent, huge army tent. And for the first leg of the journey from London to Barcelona, his girlfriend, another Judy, who subsequently became his wife, accompanied us. And
So just tell me, what was the date of this and what was the car? What Ford was it?
it was a Ford estate, I'm not sure. It was brand
Okay.
new anyway.
And what year was it anyway then?
And that would have been 1970. Sorry, beg your pardon. Can we stop? I need to work it out. I don't want to.
Okay, we're starting again.
So that was the summer of 55. So we stopped at Barcelona, and we had to wait while Judy flew back to England, and my girlfriend, who was actually already the mother of my child, but nobody knew. No, Peter didn't know. Nobody knew, because my first child got adopted in the first week. She joined us, but while we were waiting in the harbour of Barcelona, Peter and I were in a bar, and this very attractive lady came up to us, and she turned her back on us and pulled her zip down and looked over her shoulder at us and said, "Fucky, fucky." We fell about laughing, and she was mortified. Anyway, we placated her and said, no, we're waiting, we don't have time, unfortunately. We would love to, but we don't have time. We're going to the airport to pick up this thing.
I've got a very similar Barcelona story, by the way, but this is your video. I think we should go to Barcelona a few more times.
She joined us for a couple of drinks, and no hard feelings. And we went off to the airport to pick Sarah up. And that was a remarkable trip because then we went down all the way the coast of Spain, Costa Blanca, Costa Brava, Costa Blanca, then Costa del Sol, and then we went across to Ceuta. This is the Spanish thing in Morocco, and then went into Morocco. And then we went along the coast to there are two coastal cities, Casablanca, and anyway, from there we went into the interior to a place called, everybody knows about Marrakesh.
Oh, Marrakesh.
And in those days, Marrakesh was literally just a walled city. And when you came across the rise, you saw this incredible walled city, and the Atlas Mountains behind. Fantastic, picturesque. And it was quite a dangerous place, because the campsite we were on had armed guards with machine guns to guard the tourists in case the Berber tribesmen tried to do a raid. I must tell you about our tent. This tent was an old army tent, and when we started, especially in France, more in France than Spain, we were in these campsites where especially the Germans, had these wonderful new tents, and we would arrive, and we would roll out this enormous tent with all the kids watching us. But we got it down to a fine art. We got that tent up in about 10 minutes. A big tent. And as I say, we were the attraction, all the campsites we went because of our big army tent. It was wonderful to move around in. Anyway, so we went from there, from Marrakesh, into the Atlas Mountains, right up to the Atlas Mountains has a ski resort area. And we went up there in the summer, but it's still very spectacularly beautiful. And then we went to a place called Azrou, which was a French summer holiday place. And then we went to Fez, to two other big cities of Morocco were Meknes and Fez. And then we came back. Then we went into Portugal. And in those days, once we were over the Spanish border, the end of the Algarve there was no development there. We were actually able to camp on the beach. And one day I was swimming and I saw this large octopus. And octopus are delicious to eat, but I didn't have anything to spear it with. So I came back, took one of our big tent poles, and managed to get this. And our neighbor, who was a Portuguese, said, "Oh, that's very good eating." We didn't know how to eat an octopus, so he showed us how to hammer it until it was quite soft, and then he shared his chicken dinner with us, and so we had octopus to start and chicken dinner to finish, and we went to all the way along the Algarve. In those days, it was pristine, beautiful beaches with no development around them, and up to Lisbon, then up through and then across back into Spain, past Madrid, and straight up on the western side of France, starting in San Sebastian in Spain, and then up through France back home. It was a fantastic holiday.
How long did it take?
6 weeks.
Flipping heck.
Yeah, we had a 6-week holiday. Right, so that was the trip with Peter. But probably the most iconic of my trips, in fact, for the rest of my life, was when I had done my second year, finished. I passed the second year, and I was waiting to go to the third year at Imperial College. I met this girl in a bar. Her name was Marilyn. And Marilyn and I got together.
My phone is ringing on my phone, which I'm filming you with. Let me stop it. Okay, sorry about that interruption. So continue about the story about Marilyn.
Well, Marilyn and I soon became very friendly, and that was about a month before the holidays. And I said, "Would you like to come to hitchhike with me around the Mediterranean to Egypt?" Because I'd been to Egypt those years before, and I hadn't managed to get south. I only went to Cairo, and she was a very game girl, and she said yes. So we took off from outside London with a couple of. We didn't use rucksacks. We used suitcases on which we would write our next town or next city destination, and because even though we wanted to go much further than the next city, sometimes it was much better to get city things than say we're going to the end of the country, and nobody would give you a lift. And we got this off to a really fine art. We went through Spain, through France, right down to the Côte d'Azur, and one of the nice incidents then is that a young woman picked us up between Cannes and the Italian side, the Costa. What do they call it? The Costa.
I don't know, the Alps, or Italian Alps. I don't know.
Costa Azzurra. Okay, the blue. Anyway, and she took us into north of Genoa, and she said, "I hope you don't mind. We're going back into France to the casino in Monte Carlo." So we really had a wonderful time. She took us there, and she was the I suppose the mistress of a rich Italian further north, and she had this lovely apartment, and she took us twice into Monte Carlo, where she liked to gamble, and eventually she took us on the road to go south, and then we went from there to Pisa, to Florence, and one thing happened in Florence. We were outside Florence, wanting to get on the autostrada south, and there were lots of other people hitchhiking. We thought when we came outside Florence to the place where the roads from Florence went down, there must have been about 10 groups, and we thought, at the beginning of I said, we'll never. We went right in the middle, and we stopped. And this is where our suitcases, and Marilyn always wore trisel trouser suits, and I looked smart compared to quite a lot of the other scruffy people. And one Alfa Romeo came along thing, went past everybody, then backed up and picked us up.
Exactly. No, I think in my generation, I think I'm the last generation that ever hitchhiked, because you don't see hitchhikers so much now.
No.
But I was hitchhiking around Germany, but I knew I had to look smart, so I'd wear a nice coat.
Yeah.
And then, but I've had there's one particular one when my car broke down in Stuttgart. I hitchhiked to Munich, to the Rover dealer in Munich to buy a spare part. And I remember it was a woman picked me up in her little 2CV. But I'm sure she only picked me up because I looked respectable. Though.
Yes, it was the same. I mean, I had one amazing. Since we've sidetracked, I had one amazing trip. I was working in an aircraft factory in Germany, and the wages clerk told me, "Michael, the authorities are interested in you because." They had conscription in Germany at that time. I lived in England. Had no intention of going into the German army so I took off a week early, and a gentleman picked me up, and in a big Mercedes car, and I was chatting to him. I was going to Spain, where I was going to be in a villa with nurses, and he said, "Michael, I was a Hitlerjugend. I had to go into the Hitlerjugend when I was young, and I was scarcely out of the Hitlerjugend when I was conscripted into the German army. My division was in Stalingrad. I was captured. No, before he was in Stalingrad, he was conscripted into the SS divisions. The SS divisions of Germany had volunteers, and people because the SS were quite ferocious, a lot of them got killed, they just filled SS positions with soldiers. They just...
I've heard this before. They take regular soldiers and make them volunteer to join.
Not volunteer, they just put them in.
No, it's army volunteering, that's what I mean.
But the Russians made a big distinction between real volunteers and people who were conscripted from other parts of the Wehrmacht. Well, it's lucky for him because, well, unlucky for him because I don't know how many thousands of Germans were captured at Stalingrad, surrendered, and he was sent with 800 other SS soldiers to Siberia. 82 of them returned. And they made the distinction between him, people like him who were conscripted in, and they just worked the SS to death. The Russians worked them to death in Siberia. So he finally came out, he was finally released in 1952, 7 years after the war. And then he went to university, and then he made good. By the time I met him, he had furniture factories, and was obviously very, very successful. And he said, "Michael, I would give everything up to just change places with you." Yeah, I was fairly. I'd earned some money in this factory, and I was off down, and he took me all the way down, lunch, dinner, and finally I said goodbye to him in Basel, and carried on. But that's just to show that since you went this lane, I'm sorry, I've diverted, so we're going to have to cut that out from.
No, because you've actually told me that story before, years ago. You told me that story back in the 90s, and I still think about it, actually. It has a big impact, because he had his youth stolen from him.
All of his youth stolen from.
Yeah.
I think from 15 to, what it was, 35 or something, you know, 20 years.
Yeah.
Completely stolen. Anyway, so that was that. So where do we go? Now where are we now on
Are we revising the third video? I can't remember what we said, or was it the fourth?
No, it's the third.
We're on the third video.
Oh yes, Marilyn.
Marilyn. Oh, you were going to Egypt with her, were you?
Yes, well, we started.
Oh, it was a casino in Monte Carlo.
Yes, in Monte Carlo. Well, we made this pact never to take a lift from two men, right? No matter how posh they were and what sort of car they were, always a couple or a single man, but not two men.
Okay.
And that worked beautifully all the way down Italy. We went to Rome, and then down to the Bay of Naples, and then we cut across. At Naples, we had to then get across the Apennines to Brindisi on the other side to get a boat to Spain. I mean to Greece. And we didn't get a lift, and then it was getting late because we had to catch a boat, and that boat was that night, and this was the morning, and then in the early afternoon, this lorry stopped, two men in the lorry, and in slight desperation, we better take this because we might be stuck here and we'll miss our boat. So we got into this lorry, and it was one of these old-fashioned lorries which didn't have a seat across. It had two seats, and then it had something over the engine, and so you sat, passenger, you could sit on the engine itself, back to back. And so Marilyn was facing the driver, and I was talking to his co-driver. And Marilyn suddenly stiffened and said, "Michael, this man is fondling my breast." The other fellow sort of sensed, and he rolled up his sleeve, and tattooed on his forearm was a handgun, just tattooed. And he said, he indicated to me I better shut up or there'd be trouble. So I said, I told her, because they couldn't understand English, it was obvious, that just don't make too much of a reaction. Suggest we have a drink, okay? So we stopped in this mountain village, we were literally out of the frying pan into the fire, because there were only men in this village. We couldn't see a woman in sight. And we stopped at this taverna type place, a real dive. So we went in and had a couple of drinks. We left our luggage in and I noticed that they were so confident of this whole thing that they didn't even lock the lorry. So we had a drink, and I said, right, I said, I'll pay now, so I paid. And halfway through the drink, I said, okay, bye. And before they realized what we were doing, we went to the lorry, got our luggage out and started walking down the road. Well, they were furious, of course. One of them tried to get into the lorry. Now, especially if you have an older car and you come up into high altitude, it won't start, because there's not enough air, not enough oxygen. And so he was trying, and the fat man with the gun tapped in it was after us. And I thought, Jesus, we are in real trouble here, because the only sort of men, and they were sort of there were men in the village, but there was obviously no sympathy for them, towards us for them, and one or two of them were laughing. This man was shouting obscenities at us, and he was coming closer. And so I was just about going to put down my bags and catch him by surprise with a kick in the groin, and then this black Citroen went past us, and I hitched it, kept going, and just as again I was preparing I saw that the Citroen was about a mile down the road. Brake lights came on, and then the reverse lights came on. And I said, right, Meryl, run. So we ran, and we didn't know who was in the car.
Exactly.
We had no idea. We just opened the thing, shut it. I shut it, shut my door with the fingers of the fat man, and off we went. And then we found, to our extreme delight, that it was a Greek surgeon and his Norwegian girlfriend going on holiday together. And guess what? They were going to our boat. So we really lucked out there, and that convinced us never to take. We made that mistake, not just then, but another time, and again it wasn't that great. We had a slightly tense situation. We got on board ship, finally relieved. All the chairs, most of the chairs looking out to sea were taken, and there was one empty chair and another chair with a rucksack on it, and a sort of traveller man, looked like a traveller, who I think we thought belonged to the rucksack. So Marilyn said, is this street taken? And he said, nah. So Marilyn, instead of asking, took the rucksack and put it on the floor, and then attempted to sit on it. He got up furious and said, no, what the fuck are you doing, da da da, and he was, really berated her with foul language. So I said to him, that's no way to talk to a lady. What lady? What do you want? You want to fight? I said, no, but, And the next thing, this man spat in my face. And without thinking about it, I just hit him, boom, like that. And he nearly fell over the side of the ship. Fortunately, the Greeks around had seen this thing, seen him cursing Marilyn, seen me objecting to it, with him doing that at first, and then him spitting in my face, and they grabbed him before he fell over the side of the ship, and then the first mate or somebody came along with a couple of sailors, and then I thought I was going to get arrested. And then the Greeks said, no, he we would have killed him too, So in fact he was arrested, and we just then had three chairs to sit in, but he had a big sort of hunting knife strapped to And he said, wait till you come off the ship. So we thought, oh, we're going to have more trouble. But fortunately, one of the people who was near us said, can we, he and his wife said, can we give you a lift out of the ship? And so they took us out of the ship. So this guy, we saw him waiting, but hell with him. And they took us to along the Sea of Corinth, and then down to, please stay with us tonight. We have plenty of room, they said. So we had lots of hospitality. It was amazing. And then they said, excuse us if we don't eat here tonight. So we were really hungry, but we thought, well, have a nice meal, for a nice bed for the night, safely away from that maniac. And then they said, right, we go now. So they took us to a taverna, literally on the edge of the Sea of Corinth, which is flat calm. And on the beach was this big white sheet. It was the local cinema. People were sat in rows along the beach, watching the cinema, and the taverna owner laid a table on the other side of the beach for us to eat. It was magical. After all that thing, it was a moonlit night, and the final little touch was that the lady had put out a nightie for Marilyn. The next day they gave us breakfast and they took us back up to the highway and said goodbye to us. It was great,
Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
Lovely incident like that. Well, then we went across to Athens, and then we went up the coast of Athens, of the sea, to a place called Metoria. And Metoria is another incredible place. In that area there were 25 monasteries, all built on these stone pinnacles, beautifully fortified. In fact, originally there were no stairs going up to these places at all. Visitors to the monasteries had to get into a sort of wire basket and were hauled up by the monks. By the time we got there were stairs you could go up, but you cannot imagine the peace of a monastery. Well, each of these monasteries had only one or two monks, and not many now. And it was spring, and the sun was shining, and the peace of these places, the silence. There was a town down below, but the noise from the town didn't reach you. So up in these pinnacles, hundreds of feet up, and it's a magical place. It's called Metoria, and you can Google it and see these monasteries. So from there we went along the coast until we came to the end of. And so we went down to where Mount Athos is, but we didn't go across to Mount Athos because only men can go there. They don't even allow female goats. Nothing female can go on this place. Went through Thessalonica and then to the border, and it was nighttime by the time we got to the border there. So the Greek guard said, "Oh, you can stay in the hitchhiker's hotel." Well, what was that? It was a great big American car which had been impounded, and you could sleep in the front and the back benches. So that's what we did. And the next day we came to, we made it in the next day from the border to Istanbul. And we decided that we were not going to hitchhike in Turkey, because we'd had a whole lot of bad stories about Turkey, and
How did you get from Greece to Turkey?
along the land, because Istanbul straddles the Bosphorus,
Yes.
which is between Europe but we were on the European side. It just by
So it's Greece, is it then?
No, Istanbul is Turkey.
No, but which European bit? So you can get. So it's the next country along then. So Greece and then Istanbul. Yeah, Turkey.
Greece and then Turkey, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Bulgaria or something.
No,
Okay.
and that we were at the border between Greece and Turkey at that point,
Okay.
on the road to
Okay.
Istanbul. And Istanbul, you know, even today is well worth a visit. Just a visit to the Topkapi Museum, the Topkapi Palace they call it. One of the things in that palace is the jewel room of the Ottoman sultans. It's every bit as good as the crown jewels. You know, because the Ottomans were fairly, I would say, you might say corrupt. Governors got their governorships by presenting the Sultan with extravagant gifts. I mean, there was one thing which was a emerald that size, which they used as an ink, with hollowed out. I mean, they were fantastic, and of course, you had photographs of the sultans with their turbans, and at the top of each turban were these magnificent turban ornaments, usually a huge diamond or an emerald or something, and there were stacks and stacks of them. And the Blue Mosque, and you know, it was anyway. We went down to because we didn't want to. We thought, you know, we're not sure that we wanted to hitchhike in Turkey. We had all these completely false stories as it happened, but we believed them. So I went down to the port and to see if we could hitchhike a boat. And we met a ship's captain who said, I can take you, but it would take almost 2 weeks because I have to stop here, and here. By the time you get to the other end of Turkey, you would lose 2 weeks. He said, but I have a friend who owns this big tourist steamer which goes along the Bosphorus, and I know that he often goes down to Iskenderun, which is a far end of Turkey, because he has estates there. So he took us to see his friend, Osmani was his name, and he was extreme. He was a real gentleman, and he said first to Mary and myself, "Where are you staying?" So we told him about this place. "Oh, that's not a nice place," he said. "Let my niece take you to a much nicer hotel, which won't be any more expensive, and tonight she will take you out to dinner."
Well,
Right.
well, well.
And she took us to this amazing Istanbul meze. There must have been about 30 different dishes on this meze. Incredible things, you know, like oh, I can't describe it. And you did the meze, and you had great big sort of steins of beer. He said, now, not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow. He called his friend and said, day after tomorrow, please be on the other side of the Bosphorus. There's a big roundabout which is on the road to, you can't miss it, on the road to Ankara. So we spent the next day happily sightseeing. There's so much to see in Istanbul, you could spend a week there. And that evening we crossed over the Bosphorus, found another small little hotel, and 6 o'clock in the morning we were at this roundabout. And standing there, and we weren't there for more than 15 minutes, and these 2 big American cars pulled up. And the lady in the first car got out, opened the door, the back for us to get in. And they were lovely, lovely people. And so of course we hadn't eaten. This was like 6:30 in the morning. And so we were on our way to Ankara, and suddenly, without sort of referring to us, they took off from the highway into this forest. And we thought, oh my God, don't tell me where we didn't feel ill at ease, but you could never tell. And after about half an hour driving through the forest, we came to a place. It was one of the Ottomans' hunting lodges. and set out on the lawn was breakfast for 6 people. The two in the thing, us two, etc. Fantastic, complete with wild strawberry jam and honey, etc. Beautiful view, and that was breakfast. So, once we saw the bed, we were very relieved. So but we didn't go into Ankara. We bypassed Ankara, and then we went along the long hundreds of miles road from Ankara all the way down through the Taurus Mountains to Iskenderun. And then you're on this great big central dry plain of Turkey. And when we had gone probably about 4 hours, suddenly the cars, 3 hours from Ankara, the cars took off again across this desert, or very, very dry plain. But what's happening now? And so we get down into a valley, beautiful green valley, and there was the Ankara Country Club, right? And set out outside.
So who were these Americans then?
No, they were not. They were Turks. They were Turks. They had these big American cars.
Big American cars, but they were Turks. So they were well-to-do Turks.
Very well-to-do Turks. And so we had a fantastic Turkish lunch, and we went on. And the nice thing about that journey is you've been going all day practically across this hot, dusty plain, and then there are the Taurus Mountains, and you come along the foothills of the back of the Taurus Mountain, because it's a plateau, so you have the plateau, they go up into the Taurus and then drop down to the sea. And we're going along this rather muddy river, and then there you can see there's a gap in the mountains, which called the Silesian Gates. And the significant thing about the Silesian Gate, it was the only really way that an army could go across the Taurus Mountains. And when we were sort of almost in between the mountains, there was this enormous cathedral arch, looked like a cathedral arch, and coming out of this thing was this blue water, ice cold, snow melt, and coming out front. And not only that, along the walls around this thing were Hittite inscriptions, Roman, Greek. Every army that went through there had inscriptions there, and the place Alexander the Great went through there. And my host said, "Here's where Alexander drank."
Well, it's amazing.
It's amazing. It's called the Silesian Gates. And anyway, by late evening, we had arrived at a place called Mersin, which is about 50 miles from Iskenderun, which is the last city on the Turkish coast before it goes down. It turns and goes down past Syria and Lebanon, etc. And so our host found us, we said we need a cheap hotel, we can't afford very much. Morning we came to pay, and it's paid, said the clerk. And then he pointed to our host of the night before was hiding behind a newspaper. And he said, "You cannot leave this area without seeing something of it." He said, "I have a large orange plantation about 15 miles outside Mersin, and I have a villa there. We have 2 servants. Please be my guest."
That's so nice.
And that orange grove actually had an ancient Greek harbour in part of his ruin. It was a ruined harbour in his plantation. And every evening for 4 days, he would come by himself or with some friends, and they'd take us to show us this place and that place and the other thing. And one evening he held a party, and included in the party was a rather curvaceous belly dancer who was there to entertain us, and my host said, "Michael, you can have her." I said, "No, no, no, no." And what his plan was that I would have the belly dancer and he would have Marilyn. I said, "That's not going to work." Anyway, they were quite, they weren't bad about it. He just hoped that I would be tempted to take the belly dancer and he could have Marilyn. And then they took us to the Syrian border and said goodbye to us. Syria, now it was the Middle East. A couple of young European-looking people hitchhiking in the Middle East was a novelty, and every single car stopped to pick us up. Literally every single car. And so after a couple of very uncomfortable rides, we said, right, we mustn't do this, because they bunked us in with all the family and everything. So I then said, look, you stand watching to me, stand towards me, and I will look over your shoulder, and if I see a car with 1 or 2 people in it, we'll hitch. It worked like a dream. Every time we hitched, they screeched to halt and took us. It took us all the way to the capital of Syria, Damascus. They took us to Damascus, and we stayed with them. The last people who picked us up invited us to stay the night, and then we went on to. Now we had a problem because we couldn't go through Israel, so we had to get around Israel somehow. And that's when we, after Syria, we took a lift from 2 men.
By the way, why couldn't you go into Israel?
Because if we had Israeli stamps in our passports, we wouldn't.
The Arabs won't let you into their country.
Couldn't go into Egypt. It would have to be. That would have been the end of the journey. And so we took a lift from 2 men, and we were in the back, and then the man in the front said, "No, we can't have you there, sort of cuddling in the back. He told me I have to come in front, and I will sit in the back." And I thought, not on your life, dollar. So I said, we opened the door and said, "Thank you very much." "Why don't you want to lift?" "Go away." Anyway, we soon got another lift, and we were then in Beirut. And in Beirut in those days was a very, very interesting city. It was becoming the Paris of the Middle East. Years later, when we were in Pakistan, we R&R'd in Beirut, and it really then was the Paris of the Middle East. Anyway, we came there, and then I thought, well, we can't cross Israel. What are we going? So I went down to a port, and I found the captain of a tramp steamer. It was only a day and a night between Beirut and Port Said. A day and a night. I found the captain of a tramp steamer, and I said, "Can we hitch a ride on your ship?" And he said, "Do you play poker?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Okay, your girlfriend can have my cabin. We play poker with my crew." So that's what he did. I played poker from Beirut to Port Said. Well, one night anyway. And so we finally got to Port Said. So we were finally at the start of our objective. And that the next morning we were hitchhiking outside Port Said. And again, once you're out of the city, it was sort of empty desert practically with the road. And this car with this time 2 men, but it was in the middle of the morning, and they looked what they were. One was a Copt, and they were both engineers, and they picked us up, and very friendly. They took us to Cairo. They found us a little hotel, and they said, "Tomorrow we pick you up," right? So we stayed there, and the next morning, well, not the morning. We had the day into the Egyptian Museum, etc. And in the evening, they came and picked us up. and we found a nice picnic place, they said. So we went. Now that it's the third time we were with two men, and but I was fairly certain of these two. But anyway, they went round the back of the pyramids out into the desert. But now, if we have a problem here, we will have a problem. And then they stopped. Rather conspiratorially, they stopped. And just as I was beginning to get slightly apprehensive, the Copt opened up the boot of his car, and he took out a table with a coloured tablecloth and 4 chairs, put out a picnic, and as the picnic started, the sun illuminer at the pyramids started up. So there we were in the desert, you know, beautiful night, starlit night, and there was the whole of the pyramids lit up with this at the sun illuminer. Magical evening. We went back and we stayed in Cairo for a few more days, and then we took a train from Cairo to the south. And that was a train. By the time we finished, it was a day journey. By the time we got there, I had glasses on. When I took my glasses off, I looked like, you know, one of those minstrels. Brown. It was brown with dust. Anyway, we found a nice little. Hotels were very cheap in those days, and there was the Nile. Was there Hilton Nile? It was the big hotel there. So having the next day, cleaned up and been to the Hippo-style temple at Karnak, we went to this hotel and were having tea. Decided we'd have tea there, and there was a group of Egyptians near us, and we started talking, and they turned out to be a film crew who were making a film of City II. Now that tomb was out of bounds. Nobody could get there because it wasn't prepared for tourist travel, and anyway, they took us across the thing, and this tomb was fantastic. Not only did we see the tomb of Tutankhamun, but we saw this tomb which went deep into the mountain. It was absolutely amazing, beautiful. And it was an unfinished tomb. So when we started, and they finished these temples from the inside out. So we went in at first, it was just rough hewn walls. And as we went further in, the walls had been smoothed out, cleaned out. And then further in, all the hieroglyphics were just done in sort of charcoal. And then further in, they carved out these hieroglyphics, and right in the end, they'd already painted them. So they were they were like, and it looked like they'd been done yesterday, and they'd been done like 3,000 years earlier. Amazing. And and I took one. I can't show you the photograph, but on the second day we went by ourselves, and we went into the Valley of the Kings and then climbed up over the top to get round the other side, which was there's a Egyptian female pharaoh called Hatshepsut, and it's a very, very iconic. It looks like almost like German, Nazi architecture, colonnaded. It's, if you look at it, and when we got to the top, we rested, and there was this lush, beautiful valley below, and I said, "Man, let me take a photograph of you on this rock, and I can show you that rock. I won't talk about it here, but I'll show you those photographs." Then we went down, and then so that really was the end. We didn't have time to get to Abu Simbel because we had no more time, and it would have cost too much. So we came back to Port Said. At Port Said, we got a French steamer which took us to Marseille, then we hitchhiked home. That was a 9-week trip.
Amazing. And remind me, what year was that again?
That was 1960, 65.
1965. Well.
That's it. Well, that's really.
Is that the end of the video? Should I pause it now?
That's the. Yeah, there's just one more thing. I want to cut out something on herpetology, and one thing about.
Should I pause it, or do you
Pause
want to
it, pause it.
I'll pause it.
Just
okay.
two little.
So we're just going to just tell a quick video about a party in
Well,
Pakistan at the end of '73.
It's an indication of the sort of life
Or
Judy,
74.
the social life that Judy and I liked in Pakistan. We had these friends, the Italian friends, and they used to give these quite interesting parties where he would get a consignment of caviar from the Alitalia flight, which would come out of Moscow to Karachi and go on. And when he got these, he invited, well, him and his wife and 8 of us, so 10 of us all together, in temple up in the thing outside. And we used to buy these glasses, rough glasses from the bazaar, and we'd swing our vodka and then chuck it over our shoulders that the wall smashed them. And by towards the end of the evening, all of us were in the pool except Shabib, and in his immaculate Omani robes, and his beautiful wife Gerda in her Paris gown. And I could see that as Shabib was dying to join us, so he called me aside and said, "Michael, would you pick up Gerda and jump in the pool with her?" So I promptly did that. She screamed, and then Shabib jumped in the pool to rescue her. And
Fantastic.
that's how we ended the party with everybody in the pool. That's really it.
Okay, right. Okay. So this is our 4th session with Michael. August 2022. Michael, over to you.
So the decision was made to go to Oman. We celebrated New Year's Eve that year. That would be the New Year's Eve of 1974 to 75. We were actually in the grounds of the Taj in Delhi, and those days you could be in the grounds of the Taj in Delhi at midnight, waiting to see if we could see the Taj by moonlight. And there was a bank of clouds hiding the moon. And we were about to give up when the moon rose above these clouds and bathed the Taj Mahal in the most fantastic light. Good omen for a week later we were in Oman. Oman was a complete building site. The whole country was a building site. For the first 3 months of our stay, Judy and I lived in a porter cabin. My office was a mud-walled house in the old city of Muscat. The executive loo was a key to the backyard where we peed up against the wall. I was running a group of companies, a construction company and a trading company and agencies, all from one main office where the then general manager had the main desk, and I had a chair, a sofa beside it. When Yahya came, usually an hour late, the general manager moved to the other chair and he sat on the desk. He left an hour later, the general manager returned to the desk. An hour later he left on something and I would be the man in charge of this desk. This was our office, and out of it were rows of desks with clerks and everybody else. And we moved from there to a brand new building which was under construction when I came. It had a central atrium, a fountain, air conditioning, everything, and we had our apartment above this office, two-story building, brand new two-story building. Now, bear in mind that up to that point, I was a man in a suit, you know, solving company problems, computing problems. When I went to Oman, I was commercial manager, and the first thing I had to do, literally the first thing I had to do, was our construction company was losing money because it couldn't get enough aggregate for concrete. So I went to the crusher, the one crusher that was in Oman at the time, and our lorries, all being driven by Indians and Pakistanis, were being bullied out of the queue by Omanis who felt they had top priority. So our men would go and come back in the evening empty. So I put on a trouser suit and told my men to be there as soon as they could. And as the Omanis tried to, I sent them back. Go back. These are first. Within a week, everybody was appealing to me if anybody jumps the queue. I became the sort of the officer in charge of the aggregate crew. Of course, our companies then, our construction company then revived, and Yahya boasted everybody, your commercial, my commercial manager sorted it out at the crusher. I then found that there was a smaller crusher up the Wadi, which could produce about all we needed in one shift. And it was only operating one shift. So I went to the owner and I said, if I supply you with the men for this for a second shift, can we have it? Yes, of course. So we then did need to do all this policing. Of course, it returned to its previous chaos, and I had my men at this new crusher. So that was one of my first little successes. I then found out that Yahya had got himself embroiled in this incredible contract in Iraq. Two Pakistani companies had joined together and formed a company called Siegfried Dunes Charger Leasing. It was just two Pakistani construction companies, but they couldn't come up with the financial backing for this project. The project was $11 million, and they gave us all the bill of what they had to do, and I had our men look at it, and we reckoned we could easily do that job for $6 million in Oman. So they asked Yahya to provide them with a 25% down payment and a performance bond. Altogether 35% of the total, which was nearly $4 million. So when I heard this, I said, Yahya, I think I need to go to Iraq and see what's. Oh, you don't need to go, Mike. It's all in hand. I said, look, I'm your commercial manager. I need to go. I went there. You couldn't fly into Iraq in those days. I had to fly into Kuwait and then take a taxi from Kuwait to the Iraqi border, which as far as the Kuwaiti taxis could go. I then got a battered old, well, they were the best taxis you could get in Iraq at the time, take us to this place at Khor Zubair.
Which car in Iraq? Is it like a Renault or a Peugeot?
I think it was even older than that. It was, I actually can't remember. I seem to remember, it might even be an old American car. Anyway, a bit like Cuba. I got to this place, there was nothing there. It was a plain with the wind going across and tumbleweed going across it. They had hired a group of Americans as consultants for this project, who met me and said, "There's nothing here. We can't buy anything. We can't buy construction materials. We can't buy cement. We can't buy any equipment. And this bloody contract that Siegfried Jones had done with the Iraqi government didn't have a penalty clause if they couldn't do the job because of the Iraqi government. So it was a nightmare. Anyway, I came back to tell Yahya, your 4 million is really in danger. I'm sorry. And Yahya, in those days, Yahya was a rich man, but $4 million was something that he could not afford to lose. So first of all, we decided to get some construction equipment, how to get constructed. And when I came into the border, into the thing, on the left of the road going into Basra was millions and millions of dollars worth of construction equipment, new construction equipment, so they're sinking slowly in the sand. Strategic reserve. We couldn't buy one piece of equipment. So I bought it all in Kuwait. I had a landing craft, and we brought it in because Khor Zubair had an access to the sea there. We bought it all in at night in landing craft. So we had construction equipment on the side. Then aggregate we could get, because it was what we were doing, we were building the foundations for a big steel mill. But cement. Okay, so we sent cement to the cement factory where we were. Our contract said we could get the cement, and they said, but yes, your contract says you get cement from us, but the military has got all our cement for the next 2 years. Period. So what the fuck was I to do? Anyway, I found that there was a company in Cyprus called Titan Cement who had cement. I flew to Cyprus, bought 12,000 tons of cement. I said, we don't need it all in one go. Please send it to us in 2,500 ton lots. Bill of lading, everything. And then the cement didn't come. It didn't come. So I flew back to Cyprus and said, what the fuck are you doing? And then they admitted they couldn't get cement in anything less than 5,000 tons. By this time, so I said, okay, send the whole lot. So we had 12,000 tons of cement on a ship coming into the port. Now, unbeknown to me, the Iraqi cement company called Simenco was also short of cement, and they had bought 150,000 tons from the same company, and a shipping clerk notifying the port in Basra said SS Sandrina, which was our ship, consignee Gisemco, you made a mistake. Gisemco, so desperate for the thing, knew it wasn't their cement. They had their lorries lined up. So when I arrived, my site engineer then said, that cement is not ours. So I said, well, it is ours. So I went to the port, and the port manager, I said, that's our cement. He said, no, it's just, I said, no, it is. And I showed him all our documentation. And he sort of went slightly pale. And I said, what's the problem? He showed me from a window a wall across the yard where there's some pock marks in it. He said, you know what those pock marks are? Those went through the bodies of 3 men who had stopped a military contract. They just shot them. And that's what they'll do to me if I give you the cement. So I said, that's ridiculous. It's our cement. We're working for the government. So the only person who can sort this out is the Minister of Trade and Industry, which this project came under. Okay, the ship was about to come on the Saturday, and this was a Wednesday. No planes from Basra to Baghdad. So I went to the market. I found the taxi that looked as though it could make the journey, and said, how much to Baghdad? He quoted me a figure. I said, to do it now, see, halve the figure again. And I said, I'll give you half as much again if you get me to Baghdad tomorrow morning. So we went through the night. Now, the road from Baghdad to Basra was a single track road. These great big lorries came at you with their lights blazing. So there was nothing to you had to just get off the road. And sometimes that meant going down a 6-inch. Anyway, we made it. What got to the offices of the main contractor, which was a French contractor called Cousoloir, and they said, yes, Mr. Sommer, but there's no way that you can see the minister in time. You have to have an appointment, it'll take a couple of weeks. So I put on some things which made me look a bit like an Egyptian, at things, and joined the people going to the ministry, and just went up the stairs. I didn't go to the reception, I went up the stairs, found out where the minister's office was, waited until some people came out, asked them, because there were two officers, the undersecretaries and the minister. I had to see the minister. I had no appointment. So when some people came out, first time, I asked them who they were with. They said they were with the minister. So I knew where, because when I went to the front, there were secretaries and two officers. So the second group of people, I slipped in between them and the secretaries, got into this man's office and said, Your Excellency, I'm so sorry, I haven't got an appointment, but unless you do something about it, your contract in thing is not going to happen. Hi. So I said, and I told him, the cement, the Jezemco is stealing it, and the whole project will falter. So I picked up the phone to this guy, having looked at my document. By this time, the guards came, the secretary came in with two guards, and he looked up and said, La kahwa, bring some coffee. So Dingway picked up the phone to the head of Jezemco and said, I'm sending Mr. Sommer to you with documentation, because what cement? Yes, we bought 150,000. What cement did you buy? It was ordinary cement. No, this is sulfate-resistant cement because it has to go into ground. And I will send Mr. Sommer to you to prove that it's his cement and take your people away from Port and Basra. Caught the man just as he was leaving his office, told him that if you don't do this now, the minister had asked me to come straight back to him. And this head of Jezemco was quite below the level of the minister. So he reluctantly went back, called his people off, and when I went back to the port the next day, I managed to fly down, went to the port, and he said, how did you do that? This wasn't possible. Anyway, so, and there were lots of, so I went from being, as I say, a systems engineer to doing this sort of thing. And I won't bore you with how we finally nailed Cousoloir in Paris, but we did. At the last minute, I'll tell you the final episode. We took Cousoloir to court because it was obvious that we couldn't do the contract at the price $11 million. Because I found out that previously the cheapest of the previous bidders had bid 16 million. So they had just cynically taken Cousoloir, asked Yahya to provide these bonds, and they knew that we would fall down, and they would call the bonds. It added to the and so they'd saved themselves $4 million. So we found this out. I had a very good Armenian lawyer, Jack Kevorkian, with a French wife, so he could practice in Paris. And Jack and I decided, okay, we're going to take Cousoloir to court in Paris. And we asked the court for an injunction so that, because they were going to pull the bonds, so that we caught them on what we called a malice aforethought. They had done this deliberately, knowing that we couldn't do it. So the court hearing was on Monday to condemn or to make Cousoloir not do this. On the Friday, the Saturday morning, they decided to pull the bonds. So I went to Banque de Paris de Pays-Bas and I talked to the head of some department. Said, Mr. Sommer, they are our biggest customer. We have to give this thing. So I rang Yahya and said, can you get the Omani courts to say that we have to pay these things, but that we only have to pay it at 5% a year. And, we paid over 20 years. And that was like losing them, as far as the bank was concerned, that was losing the money because they could make 20% on that money. So we could take the money, bank it, make 10% on it, and still it wouldn't have cost us anything. So I told the head of things that's what we were going to do, and they suddenly went into a huddle, you know. He said, Mr. Sommer, have you got some documentation of Yahya Enterprises? I said, yes. So they wrote a big explanation as to why they couldn't pay me that day. And on Monday we got the court injunction, and Crusoe then eventually settled with us on a cost plus zero. We did the contract, we made no profit, but we made no losses. So Yahya saved his bacon for nearly $4 million. So I was this blue-eyed boy for a few years in Oman as a result of these things. We used to have a lovely life there. We would very often on a Saturday we would get into Yahya's gin palace with a lot of friends, and we would go down the coast, and just south of Muscat was like 500 miles of beach which wasn't accessible by car. Not beaches, lovely beaches. And we just go south, find ourselves a beach. If anyone came to a beach, it was theirs for the day, because there weren't that many boats leaving Muscat. And if we went along, we saw a boat, oh no, we'll leave that one. It was pretty much idyllic life there in that sense. And we had these wonderful Omani wadis. If we weren't going to the beach, we would go to wadis. Summers were tough because it was really hot. I mean, I stayed there from 1975 to 1978. But in 1977, I had to fly into the interior because our companies were doing some housing for the oil company. And every month I had to fly in for a meeting with the consultants. On one day in July, I flew in, left my car without having left a gap in the thing, went in, and when I finished the meeting, I was told that no plane could take off until 6 o'clock that evening. It was so hot. Anyway, I finally got back to Muscat. My car, with the windows closed, you could have cooked a turkey in it. I rang the ministry, what do they call it? The weather people. What's the temperature today? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sommer. It's the hottest day ever recorded, 61 degrees in the interior. Midnight temperatures were over 50 degrees, midnight temperatures. Anyway, so it was that hot. So in the summer, you were actually under the siege from the weather as people in Alaska are in winter. You know, you went from your air-conditioned house to your air-conditioned car to your air-conditioned office, back to your air-conditioned house, and then back to your air-conditioned home. You only went out in the evening, because then it was bearable. I mean, we'd often have midnight temperatures in excess of 40. But it was a life where I had total free reign. I started, for instance, a landscape company. I picked up the Sultan had a group of qualified people, and one of them was leaving, and I said, talk to me, we'll start a landscaping company, which is what we did. And we grassed the entire stadium for the Sultan's National Day celebrations, which were in 3 months' time. We ordered from California a 707 full of grass stolons. So a stolon is, because this was seedless grass. I don't know how they started it. You couldn't grow it from seed. You had to, you got little bits of grass called stolon with a little bit of in. So we ordered this thing. It flew to. This was 1977 or 78, no, 76 or 76. we flew to London, and then there was a strike at London Airport. And this aircraft stuck there, all my students cooking in the heat wave. By the time they came to Oman, looked like dead straw. But the horticulturist who we talked to, he said, there's maybe still some life in this. So we rushed it to the stadium. I got 20 men just to spread it and put stuff on top, and then we had 36 men, 12 for each shift, to water this stuff day and night. And after about a fortnight, the horticulturist came to me and said, Michael, I think you better come and see. And you know, when you come down a stadium, when you look down on it, it was still dead. Oh shit, you know, so down. And as we lowered, you could see suddenly a sheen of green, and by the time it was eye level, it was green. Just within 3 months from that time, they had horses in the Sultan's parade on this grass. One of our great successes, Omanscape we called it. Yes, so we were we also didn't do things just with Yahya, we did things with our friends, and we were visiting a place called the Damaniat Islands, and fabulous place. It's now a marine reserve, and we parked on a lovely beach, about 4 inflatables, and I led Judy off on the other side of the island, because that's where Katya was conceived. I know exact spot she was conceived. That was my daughter Katya. So we then had Katya at the end of our second year there, at the end of our third year there, and in our fourth year there, it was the end of our second year, because at the end of our fourth year, our daughter Alexei was born in England, and Judy was coming out with our 6-year-old Alexei when the chief of police came to my office. He was a friend of mine, Jack Richmond at the time, sort of fiddling with his cap a bit. I was wondering, would like some coffee? He said, Michael, I don't know how to tell you this, but I have to. You have 48 hours to leave the country. Bang. Problem was, I had much too high a profile in Oman. I knew all the ministers. I had True Shabib. He was one royal, and his elder brother, half brother, Said Tariq, was actually the first candidate for Sultan before the British decided that Qaboos was a better bet. So I had two royals as friends. So I had too high a profile, and the reason why I say that is because Yahya made a serious enemy out of one of the very important businessmen in the country, whose brother was the deputy prime minister of the country, and there was no prime minister. So this deputy prime minister, called Qais Davari, was the top honcho under the Sultan. Yahya stole this man's Swedish girlfriend, and he vowed vengeance. And Yahya was heard to say, what can that black ape do to me, in public? Black ape because the brother Umar Zabari was actually the son of a Zanzibari lady. So the father had an Omani lady and a Zanzibari wife, and Umar was by far the brightest of them. And they decided they're going to get Yahya, and the best way to get Yahya went every summer. He went for the whole summer, and the second year he took me to the Sharia court and got a power of attorney for all the companies, bank accounts, and everything in my name. So I ran the companies while he was away. Could do anything, hire, fire, do contracts, and so they knew that I did this. It was known. And so they concocted a plan that I had insulted the Sultan at a cocktail party. And this was reported to the police, and the chief of police, who was also a friend of mine, said, "We can't have a scandal, just tell Michael to leave the country." No accusation, nothing. And of course, what made it difficult, Judy had just come back with our little Alexei. If she'd still been in England, I would have gone to the house of the senior royal. He wasn't there, but I would have just gone to his house, and then the police couldn't have touched me there until they produced an accuser and all the rest of it. And I knew this was a stitch up. Anyway, got back to Oman, and Yahya said, I met Yahya a week later. "What are you doing here?" I said, Don't even unpack," he said. And he flew back to Oman, and then silence. Silence. Why? Because Yahya's goose that laid the golden egg for him was a company, Richard Costain International. In Oman, it was called Yahya Costain, and Yahya was 40% partner in that company. They had enormous contracts all over Oman, so they made Yahya millions. They were his chief source of income, and when he went to the chief of police, he said, "Yahya, if you get Michael back, I'm ordered to look at the books by the Deputy Prime Minister." So then Yahya decided to believe that I had insulted the Sultan, not to his face, but I insulted him because Qaboos was gay, and only a few people knew this at the time. Anyway, so silence from Yahya, and so that's how we ended my really fantastic Oman career in my life. It was one of the most exciting times of my life, and where my horizons broadened enormously. So I came back here. I got a job with an American company called FAR, were making a lot of business in the Middle East, selling huge inlet filtration houses for gas turbines. Because in the desert, if you didn't have inlet filtration, the desert dust just liquidized the interiors of gas turbines. And so I used to come to Oman, but I came to every country except Oman. I didn't even try to test it, but there was nothing official. I was just asked quietly to leave, and we left. And 16 years later, I applied for a visa for Oman, and it was granted. So whatever happened in those days, wasn't made official. So I wasn't a PNG, official PNG, persona non grata. And so then finally I reconnected with Yahya, and he's been a friend of mine since the beginning, and now he's quite a firm friend of mine again. But he never admitted that he's incapable of apologizing. One incident in Oman, and I'll stop there. Our people were all being paid the same amount of money. It was much more than they could get in India and Pakistan, where most of them came from. But I thought this is ridiculous, because we have really skilled people, and we've got wheelbarrow pushers, and they're all being paid the same. So when Yahya gave me this power of attorney, I called the site engineers and I said, "I want each of you to give me 10% of your workforce who are the best men, okay? And I want a further 15% of the people who would be under those." So I took 25% of the workforce. I called the A1 workers, and I said, "In future, we're going to pay you 20% more." They've only been paid 20 riyals, and I was going to give them 50 riyals, which is 25% more, because you're A-class workers. But of course, for me to justify that, I need you to, not sit in the shade in the sun, but keep working. And then I called the others and I said, now you are now B-class workers. You will get 45 riyals a month, which again was what? Was 5 over 40, 8% increase. And you have the opportunity to becoming A-class workers, you know, by trying harder. And and then we made the announcement to everybody, these people are A-class, B, etc. Yahya came back a month later, and the chief accountant didn't like my guts because I prevented him from being nepotistic with some of his relatives, bringing them into the country. Oh, Mr. Sommer's done this. So Yahya stormed into my office. Dare you do such a major thing? You're fired. Okay. So I said, if that's what you like, Yahya. I went home and told Judy, Yahya's fired me, but wait till this evening. So then the engineers came to Yahya and said, Mr. Nasib, our productivity on sites has gone up 50% in the summer. How? Mr. Sommer's idea of making A and B class workers. So now Yahya, so he sends a servant down because his house was only about 300 or 400 yards from the offices where we were. And I often went up in the evening and joined him and his cronies for a drink. Mr. Yahya would like to see you. So I went up. Yahya standing behind the bar. Michael, what are you drinking? No apologies. Now tomorrow we must do this. Completely ignoring the fact that he'd fired me, was talking about what we should do the next day. That was his apology. Right. So we had to leave Oman, which was one of the most wonderful times of my life, and we went then to, as I said, I started working for this company called FAR, which meant that I flew into the Middle East every 3 months and spent 6 weeks traveling around the Middle East, seeing the various projects which had gas, because at that time, you know, the Middle East had enormous projects, and all these projects had enormous gas-fired electric powerhouses to power all these things. And can we stop there for 1 minute? I need to collect my
Yep. Okay, it's running.
So, FAR company had an agent in Saudi Arabia. His name was Abdullah Zahid, and he was a scion of a very powerful Saudi company called Zahid Tractor. One of their claims to fame was that they actually were the owners of the world's largest caterpillar construction equipment agency in the world, even bigger than Texas, which is the biggest in the States. And Abdullah was given the control of the company's rental agency. And so he said, come and join me, Michael. You can be general manager of Budget Rent-A-Car. Because then, you know, I don't have to pay, the group pays you. So I did that. So I did that as a main job, and this FAR agency stuff as a sideline. And that went pretty well. I opened up 3 new offices. Saudi Arabia had 2 big industrial cities. It was in Jubail and Yambu on the east and west coast, and the government came up to the escarpment in the summer because it was much. Saudi has this escarpment on the east side, which rises to 12,000 feet at one point, and so it's lovely. It's lovely thing in summer, and the Saudi royal family came up to Taif to rule from there in the summer, and so I decided to open an office in Taif, and both these offices were a big success. So budget rental car during the time I was general manager more than doubled in size. Right. Unfortunately, finally, one of the big contracts we made to somebody went wrong. The company hired a lot of equipment from us and then decided they couldn't pay. So yeah, Abdullah went to Talal, the head of the group, and said Michael did this contract, whereas I told Yahya to Abdullah we should pull the contract on these people. He offered them extra equipment. So this bust up, and I went to see Talal only to find that Abdullah was there explaining the situation in his light. Now, the Saudis will not let you condemn one of their family in front of them. That's not done. So I explained the situation as best I could without blaming Abdullah. And you see, the Saudis had you by the short and curly. They could get you out of the country because they had your visa. Unless they released it, you couldn't work in Saudi Arabia. But Talal told Abdullah, you better release Michael, because you can't work with him now. But there are lots of people who would happily employ him here. And one of those people was Khalid Ali Reza, who was the head of a bigger group called Zainal Industry. They had like $8 billion defense contracts with one of their companies that he just bought was a company called Al Computerer, which happened to be the country's largest non-IBM. IBM had an agent there who was the agent for the mainframes, and also had responsibility for PCs. But Al Computer was for the rest of the country, and so I became general manager of that. But I went to Khalid and I said, look, have you got a job for me? And he picked up the phone and immediately talked to Abdullah. And to Abdullah's credit, he said, Michael's the most honest man I know. Put the phone down. He said, right, I have two offers for you. He said, one is to be general manager of Al Computer because I've just acquired it. It's in trouble, and I need to sort it out. And the other is to be with the sales director of one of his other big companies, to train him really. So train myself out of a job, which was fine. But I chose the Al Computer one because I had by this time left the computer industry for 10 whole years. And of course, when I went to this country, I was a dinosaur. Everything I knew was mainframe and all the rest of it. And of course, the young, smart salesman used to snigger at me initially behind my back because I had to ask dumb questions about PCs, which I knew nothing about. But they would say something can't be done. I said, yes, it can. No, it can't. I said, go and find out. And of course, because I had this training with IBM, what I said was true. So they eventually, after about 6 months, they began to treat me with more respect. So Al Computer, Khalid there was a Pakistani, we were actually two deputy general managers with no general manager. So we were actually a twin-headed beast. And I called Iqbal Said was his name. I said, Iqbal, we'd been in office for about a month. I said, let's have dinner together. And I said, this double-headed beast is a recipe for disaster because people are going to play one of us off against the other. So I said, let's make a pact. He was finance and administration, and I was techniques and sales. And I said, we'll divide all the responsibility between these two groups. Any decision that you make in your part of the thing, please consult me first before you do it. I will put my input to it, right? And vice versa. It worked like a dream, literally worked like a dream, because, you know, we both realized that nobody could play us up one against the other. We worked together, and in the first year, we turned the company round. And Khalid called us to his office at the end of the year. We showed him the results, and he said, "Michael, how much are you being paid?" We were being paid the same. Got out his checkbook and paid us the same amount each. So I got an annual salary as a bonus. So it was a very, very profitable thing to do. Judy used to come out. Judy at that same time left Saudi Arabia for back to England. I have to say, in hindsight, I admire her for staying that long. She stayed 4 years. But the girls went to a lovely English school, the British school in Jeddah, and they were really sunshine kids. You know, I created a garden, so we couldn't get hold of fertilizers. So I used to go out with the kids on a Saturday, and we'd go in the desert and we'd pick up camel droppings, buckets full of it. Perfect fertilizer. You know, they're desiccated in the sun, no smell whatsoever, except we occasionally had to stop Gabriella eating because she was only 2, and and we had a beautiful garden, and
There was an English school, not an American school.
No, an English school, British school.
So
Not
British accents.
British accent there, a very good school, and they were thriving in school. But Judy had had enough of Saudi Arabia. You can imagine the macho society, the way women were treated. We had a driver, because I had any number of drivers, because I was head of IBM. I was head of budget rent-a-car, had any car that I wanted. And so she had a much better life than many foreign women in Saudi. But she's finally decided to leave, quoting the girls' education as the main reason. And I said, well, you know, anyway, so she left. She'd had enough, basically, of Saudi Arabia. And I let her go, my mistake. So for 9 months in Saudi Arabia after that, I was a bachelor. And then I asked a woman that I knew, I said,
so where did she go back to? Did you still
came back to England. She came back to our house.
So you had kept the house?
We kept the house, yes.
And had it been rented out?
It had been rented out.
Okay. And what school did she put the girls into then?
She put the girls into a school called Tormead in Guildford. You know, a minor public school. And they did well there. Girls were in Tormead. Judy came out once a year in the winter to me. But what happened was that I was there for 9 months. I asked one of our friends, don't you know somebody who has a husband in England and is stuck here? It's because I could take her to parties, etc. Well, this lady said, yes, I have a friend, you know, and I met her at a party, and we hit it off a bit too well, the party, but nothing happened. And then I decided to invite her to our beach house. And everything would have been totally different because we shared that beach house with English friends in Saudi. And if I had brought her to the beach house, then the whole thing became official, so to speak, with our friends, and so nothing would have happened. Instead, I decided to take her south of Jeddah, because you could take, you know, the one thing about Jeddah was that you had desert on this side and you had a tropical paradise in the sea. The corals, the Red Sea corals in Jeddah are among the finest in the world because they're pristine, because the Saudis never allowed anybody to go on the beaches. we went because I found a way of going to the Coast Guard and making friends with the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard would then say, and we tell them, we're going to be there this weekend, and the Coast Guard would keep other people away from our beach. You know, if all we had to do was go to the Coast Guard and sit and have some coffee with them and discuss a bit, and then, you know, we'd go to the beach. So I went to a beach in the south, nobody there, and one thing led to another, and that was the start of an affair which eventually became my second wife. What?
Her name.
So,
Let's say her name.
oh,
You haven't said her name.
Sandra. Her name was Sandra. She was Scottish. Sandra Lumsden. And well, when I eventually I decided to leave Saudi Arabia, and I had acquired a long wheelbase Shogun, Mitsubishi Shogun, except it was called Pajero, until the Mitsubishi people found out that in the Middle East Pajero means prostitute. So they changed the name to Shogun. So this Pajero, which I no, it wasn't in the Middle East. Pajero is I think show is prostitute in Spanish. It's a very derogatory thing in Spanish. So they changed the name in Europe to Shogun, but out there it was still Pajero.
That makes more
You know, I
sense.
had this long wheelbase Pajero, and I decided to drive back to Europe instead of flying, etc. I decided to drive back, and I left Jeddah one fine morning. The Saudis prevented you from using their number plates outside the country, even though your documentation said, you know, the name of the thing and its registration. So what people like me who were going to take the vehicle out, we had to devise. So what I did is I had duplicate number plates made up in Jeddah, and then hid them in the car so that the Saudi customs couldn't find them. And they ceremoniously took your number plates off and said, you can go now. You know, driving across Europe without number, big deal. So it meant all sorts of problems in Jordan, etc. So I went halfway between the Saudi customs things and in the no man's land, within sight of the Saudis, because I was left again. I took the ground plates out and put them on. There's nothing the Saudis could do. I entered Jordan with perfect number plates, all my documents, etc. And I went straight to Petra. Have you heard of Petra?
No.
Petra is an amazing city built in a canyon, which was on the main trading routes from Europe to southern Arabia, to the Yemen and places like that. And it's distinguished by having these enormous rock hewn tombs, famous around the world, in a sort of rose type rock. And so I went to Petra, stayed, and then went on. It was quite an eventful journey. For instance, when I got to Syria, the Syrian and British, the government were at loggerheads. So the only way you could get through Syria was to wait for a convoy, an army convoy, which brought you halfway across Syria to near Damascus, then dumped you in a sort of holding area, and a second convoy brought you to the northern, and you could be days in this holding area. But I had learned from previous travel that the way to do it is when you arrived, talk to a guard and say, I'd like to arrange for one guard to take me to the border. A certain amount of money changed hands. He went to the head of the guard there and said, all right, I will provide you with a man, but make sure you don't pay him any money. Money doesn't really change hands. and I got to the Saudi the Syrian border in the north, the Syrian-Turkish border. The Syrian guards were infamous for dressing people down when they left, taking money, taking this, taking that. But when you took a vehicle out of Syria, you had to go to the Turkish border, get some documents stamped, bring it back to Saudi Arabia, and only then could you leave the country. So the guards tried to stop me. I said, no, I have to go there, I'll come back, don't worry, I'll come back, I'll give you your money. So I went back to the Saudi side, got my paperwork finished, and the guards made the mistake of leaving the gate open because they knew I was going to stop. And I just didn't stop, I just drove out. And I thought, any moment one of those idiots is going to put a bullet through my back screen. But I realized they wouldn't do that, not for a vehicle which was already past its thing. So I managed to get to Turkey, where the attitude was completely different. They were nice, they were friendly, they did everything in half an hour, whereas the Syrians took hours. And I was then in Turkey, wonderful Turkey. I had arranged with Judy to meet me in Adana, which is southwest, which is on that corner of the Mediterranean, between Lebanon and Syria and Lebanon. The corner of the Mediterranean, and I met Judy there, and she and the three girls, then we went along the southern coast of Turkey, which then was almost pristine, and actually all the development of the southern Turkey is in the first half of southern Turkey, because the road left, it was a mountainous area where it was very difficult to build a road along the coast. That sort of stopped development, so that beyond this mountain, you had pristine beaches, and the thing about Turkey is that it really is the archaeological site of the world. There's an exhibit in the Turkish Archaeological Museum which shows human hearts, hearts where people had fires. 6,000 BC, 6,000 BC. Ancient Egypt was maximum, this was 2,000 years before ancient Egypt. And they have archaeological things of all from Greek, Roman, Hittite, all along the coast. If you went along the coast there, every 5 miles or so there was an archaeological site. And usually unguarded, you could just go in and take what you wanted in those days, and it's changed now. And so we went along, and then when we got to Istanbul, Judy flew back to Europe, and I carried on. Stop, please. So on my return to England, I came back to actually my apartment in London. Had this lovely 4-bedroom apartment which had been rented out. And
You said in an earlier video that you sold it when you bought your house.
yes, I did. Sorry, can you delete this last bit?
Yeah, start again.
Right. So I went back to I went back to Broomhill, and then I just didn't know what I would do until this company which Rupert Murdoch used when he took on the print unions in the Times, because the print unions were actually killing the whole newspaper industries. they were really, really killing it, because they had the management by the short and curly. But the company called ATEX, which had devised a newspaper, computerized newspaper publishing
Is that
system
out at Wapping?
out of Wapping. And they needed somebody, they wanted a sales executive, they wanted somebody who could they wanted somebody who could look after their business in England, in the southwest of England, and Ire, not Northern Ireland, but Ire. And so I took on the role of sales executive with them, and because the installed things they had was in Portsmouth, Southampton, Bournemouth, and then Weymouth, and then Swansea, and I had to be within reasonable distance from Heathrow Airport. Winchester was the most logical choice. So I fulfilled my previous determination when I first joined IBM that I would come one day and live in Winchester. So I called Sandra back, called her back down from Scotland and said, right, there's the high street, you have one day to find us a house. And she found us this house in brand new build, a brand new conversion. The builder hadn't just put it on the market, and we said, right, we'll have it at his price. You know, there was no bargaining. We just didn't make him an offer. We didn't have time to make an offer, so that's when we bought the house in Winchester.
And the address?
61 St. Catherine's Road. And first thing we did was cleared the back, and I built a conservatory at the back and I did it by myself, and that conservatory lasted 20 years. And then we also did a roof conversion. I persuaded my neighbour to do the same. The reason for that was that instead of having a roof conversion which required a dormer window and then side bits, where you lose quite a lot, if we did it all in one bit, then we didn't have to we gained an extra 20% in the roof space, and we gained a 20% price reduction as well, because we did it together. And there we stayed. A couple of years later, well, a year later, Sandra desperately wanted to get married. By this time I was divorced from Judy, and so we had this Scottish wedding. And I decided I really don't want to get married again, but I want to be married. I just didn't want the ceremony and all the thing, but we did. And we at that point I had left ATEX, and I was working for a company called Full Circle Imaging Services. They headhunted me from ATEX to become sales director of this company in London. And they were an offshoot of a big printing press group in the Midlands. Unknown to me, the printing press group in the Midlands was in trouble. But since this company in London was basically a colour reprographics company, but they wanted to go into electronic colour reprographics. And so they already had these big, very expensive machines from Israel, $1 million each. But when I came there as sales manager, it became very clear to me very quickly that the way forward was Apple Macs, which would feed in, take in the data, feed it into these machines, and then produce proper computerized color reprographics. And that went beautifully. We got a lot of companies saying they would buy our services if we got this Apple Mac, these Apple Mac things. We needed £100,000 for getting the Apple Mac interface to those Israeli machines. I went to the head office. we had work for the next 5 years, and it would have totally made the London company independent. And then it was that discovered that the big printing press group in Kidderminster, where they were, was about to file Chapter 11, and they didn't have the 100,000, and the whole thing went down like a pack of cards. And so I joined them just before the Irish Times bought a £2 million ATEX system, which I had spent 18 months on while I was in ATEX, and my commission for that thing would have been 5%. I gave up £100,000 worth of commission to join these people, and the job there lasted a year when the parent company went bust. Big mistake. Anyway, so I was then back in England, back in Winchester. What to do now? Problem with being in IT or IT related is that after a certain age, most people consider you over the hill. I could have got lots of nice high-paid jobs in the Middle East, but I had enough of the Middle East. I wanted something here. And I couldn't get jobs. I applied for jobs with my qualifications. I could do the job sometimes with my hands tied behind my back, but they never called me for an interview. And I worked out what it was. They would have, let's say, 200 applications for a nice high-paid job. And everybody on paper looked as though they could do it, okay? The only way to tell whether is to interview that person. But what they did is they took the 25% oldest people and binned them. They weren't even interested. So anybody over 50, and I was in my 60s then, so I couldn't get a job. And that's when I decided, well, I've got to do something. And then the opportunity came along for me to sell second-hand, reconditioned computers to students in Southampton, Winchester, Sparshot. So I had stands. I got stands. So there was I, once again, going from a city suit to a barrow boy. I was given these computers by this company. I had to buy them, and then I put them on the stand. But of course, the screens alone were those enormous, heavy things. And I thought, can I do this? I thought, well, I have to, because I have to earn a living. And it was quite lucrative, because at that time, computers were £2,000 for stuff which has got less than that in terms of computing power, etc. And so I did it. I did it in Southampton, I did it in Winchester, I did it in Sparshot.
And that was where I met you, at Southampton University at that time.
That is where we met. In my second year there, you came along and we started our friendship then. And but before I became completely worn out by all this, and of course, half the time it was raining. You all this stuff into it. Anyway, first of all, transportables came along, and then portables came along, and then laptops came along. And laptops were actually my salvation, because after about 6 months, I stopped trying to sell desktops and all those big screens, etc. I just sold laptops. And out of that came the requirement to warrant these things, because I was selling them. And so I started this association with one of the best techies on the south coast, a man called Andy Waygood, who 10 years later, just fast forwarding a bit, told me, Michael, I need to tell you something. Dad's just died 6 months ago. Took me into an inner office, and there were all these dresses and wigs, etc. And he said, I've always felt I was a woman, and I'm going to transition.
Goodness me.
And then followed 2 painful years.
Is that the guy in Fareham?
Yeah.
Because I met him once. I can't. It was so long. I can't remember now. It was so long ago. I can't remember.
She came this morning to pick up a computer from me.
Really?
Yeah. So this association with Lisa, Andy that was became Lisa that is. Lisa that is a much happier person than Andy that was. Andy was a sort of one of these grumpy techies, you know, and she's a much nicer person as a woman. And we've been in this association for the last 20 years. And
But I think I met you in, what, 1998? I think it was the late 90s.
yeah, and my techie was Andy Waygood.
Right, okay.
Anything that needed servicing, I would take to Andy, and I would do together. And I at first I just paid Andy because it was my warranty, and there was a lot of fat in the sales. I mean, you know, about 40% of my selling price was profit. But of course margins came down, and then as I realized that there was a business in looking after people's computers, which didn't require my having to go to do stands at university, etc. And that's how ABC Computers was born. And that's been going now for 15 years. And it's now winding down slowly, but I still feel a responsibility for Lisa, because 80% of her income comes from me.
Oh, right.
And of course, when I'm away, she takes over 100%. And I intend to be doing a lot of traveling in the next few years. So, backtracking, where were we?
Well,
Yes,
you
yeah,
just started selling ABC.
Started selling ABC. And that has continued to this day. Now, what's happened in our private lives is that Sandra and I had a baby. We had got married. When we got married, we honeymooned in the Isle of Skye. Lovely, lovely place. And as the company in London went into liquidation, because I still had this rather nice, not quite sport, but sporty car, which I was supposed to hand back to the company, you know, in liquidation. And this happened at the time of my wedding. So I took the car, I went to Scotland with it, and we even though I was supposed to hand it back, I said, you know, I'm in Scotland, I'll hand it back when I come back. And this is what I had to do. But we had a lovely thing in the Isle of Skye, came back, and then that was then when I decided, what am I going to do now? I just got remarried, and I haven't got a job. So I did ABC Computers, and I've been doing it ever since.
So what about babies?
So she had Nicholas, and
Date of birth?
date of birth the 21st of September, 30 years ago.
So 2022, hang on, 1990, 92.
1992.
September 92.
September 9, 21st of September 1992.
September's a good month to get born in if you want to be the eldest in your school year.
Yeah, yeah. So my Scottish in-laws were over the moon that Sandra was married, and now there was another grandchild, because Sandra has had two brothers. I say had because one died, and the other one is in Scotland and lives in a place called Inch, which is inland from Aberdeen. So I think my Scottish grandfather was rather disappointed with his daughter that she'd ended up with this divorced, half German, quarter Indian, you know, not a good man to take to the pub. But we got on. got on, especially when Nicholas was born. And then we both decided, Sandra before me, that she didn't want just one child. She didn't ask me. She just told me she was pregnant because she was doing the birth control, and I thought, so there's only 18 months between Nicholas and Alex.
So going back to the academic thing, that's one academic year difference.
That's right. So they were always just 1 year behind.
Yeah.
So they grew up here in Winchester, and
date of birth of second son and full name.
the date of birth of second son was Alexander Alexander Michael. He took my second name. Nicholas took mine. Nicholas is Nicholas Michael Sommer, and Alex is Alexander John, his grandfather.
No. Date of birth?
Date of birth, 21st March, 18 months later.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So it would be 1994.
Yep.
21st March 94.
And I got married the following month.
Did you?
Yeah.
And he's now visiting from Australia as I talk. He's going to stay another 3 weeks and then going back to Australia. So they went to a Catholic school in Winchester because it was the best primary school, and they were happy.
The name of the school?
St. Peter's on Romsey Road, just off Romsey Road. Very nice school, and they were, as far as we could see, by far the nicest primary school in Winchester, and they were happy to accept non-Catholics. So much so that in his second year, Nicholas was the head boy of the school. It's a primary school, just 2 years, and and then Alex was a year later. So Alex was always a year behind his elder brother. They both then went on to King's School in Winchester, which had a very high reputation. They went on to Peter Symonds, which at the time had the highest Oxford entrance of any school after Eton, of any school in the country after Eton, better than Winchester College and all the rest. And they both had a very, very good academic career, never had any problems with anything. Nicholas in particular, he didn't study any part. He did well. He could have been top of his class. He never quite was because he just didn't study.
What universities did they go to?
So once Nicholas was ready for university, he had always decided he was going to do medicine. So he joined the Peninsula School of Medicine attached to Exeter University, Plymouth University, and Truro Teaching College. So that's why it was called the Peninsula School of Medicine, because all three places came under the one central administration. Subsequently, Exeter has hived itself off completely, so it's got Exeter Medical Facility, and Plymouth and Truro are still Peninsula. And what they did is they took their students, while it was, so 2 years Nicholas spent in Exeter, the second 2 years in Plymouth, and the final year in Truro. So he then passed quite comfortably, both all the time, and he went on to do his internship, or what they call it, in Wales, and now he's a registrar in the northeast area of NHS Northeast, which covers Newcastle and Durham and one or two other places, and he lives with his medical is his doctor girlfriend in Durham. Now they have bought a lovely 4-bedroomed house with lovely big gardens. It cost them 380,000. It would cost 3 or 4 times as much as that in Winchester. That's the difference between north and south in terms of property. Coming back then, let me tell you a little
What
bit.
about Alex? What did he do?
So Alex wanted to be in finance. And I said, look, yeah, there's no way you can get into finance. Finance is a sort of closed shop, you know. The people get in because their fathers know people, and I don't know anybody in the city and so on. But I said, look, get yourself an engineering degree first, get yourself a science degree first, and then we'll see what we can do about you getting into the financial world. So he was accepted by Canterbury University, which actually is the top university in the country for forensic chemistry. There's nothing better. It's the top and he got in. He wanted to go to Bristol, but he only got 2 A's and a B, and they wanted 3 A's for Bristol, whereas Canterbury was happy to accept him. And I thought, well, that's better actually, because forensic chemistry is a career, not, you know, as well, an immediate career. Well, he did quite well. He got an upper second, and then when he was here at the end of his degree, one of the big 4 companies.
Accountancy companies, firms.
Yeah.
They're not companies, they're firms.
Yeah. Name me some.
KPMG,
Next.
PwC,
Next.
Coopers and Lybrand.
And
No,
the
hang
fourth
on.
one.
No, hang on. They combined with
And the
the
fourth
C and
one.
PW. Deloitte.
Deloitte. This is ridiculous. Deloitte offered Alex
A training
a
course
3-year training course in Jersey.
in Jersey.
In Jersey, and he had a lovely time there. And of course, they pay you to do their training. You don't pay for it. I mean, his starting salary was 36,000.
No, trust me, they get their pound of flesh.
Oh, don't they have? Don't they have? By the end of his first year, they were already putting him out with customers at £50 an hour. You know, so that wasn't altruism. That was that. Anyway, do you know how many graduates Deloitte employ worldwide?
Oh, I could estimate it. Well, worldwide includes Asia and America.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be in the thousands.
It's in 260,000.
Crikey.
More than 250,000 graduates. Each one of it, they're charging for anything from £50 to £200 an hour.
Yeah.
Their turnovers in billions. Every one of the senior partners is a multi-millionaire, and I'm sure it's the same for the other 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he got in there, and once he had finished his training, and I visited him there several times in Jersey, which is a lovely place. He immediately had 3 job offers. One was in London, one was in Jersey, and the third was in Melbourne, Australia. I said, go to Australia, son. Just go and see part of the world. So he went there 3.5 years ago, and he's returned this month for the first time. Both his mother and I have been to see him in Australia. No, that's not true. His mother has. I saw him just before he went, and I'm going next year again. But his mother's been once to see him. He's come back now, and he's now deciding he needs to stay another 2 years in Australia to get his Australian passport. Once he has that, the world's his oyster, because he then has dual citizenship, and he can be anywhere he likes. And he thinks he probably would come back and either take a London job or a Jersey-based job, because there are lots of Jersey-based jobs in the Deloitte type area. Let me tell you about the daughters, because my eldest daughter, Katia, really didn't, she was affected by my divorce to her mother, and she developed basically problems, and she had an eating disorder and lived with somebody none of us thought was appropriate. And then she decided, right, I pulled my socks up, and she applied to Goldsmiths College in London to do a master's in art therapy. And they accepted her. So she's got a master's in art therapy, and she's now working very successfully with the NHS in the therapeutics area. The middle daughter, Alexei, got a first-class pass in art, which I thought was a big waste because she's got such a sharp brain. And at the end of that time, she said, "Dad, I'm not going to make it just as a first-class graduate. I'm going to have to do a master's." And she did a master's in the top place in this country, one of the top places in the world, the London School of Art. It's so she did that, and then just to show how, in her first 2 years since she got that master's degree, she paid off her student loan, 2 years, and the third year she took herself off to Brazil for a year. So she financed that third year in her earnings in the first 2 years in London.
And how old is she now?
She's now 34.
Okay.
She met and didn't marry, but had a child with a Frenchman, a film producer, commercial film producer, not box office stuff. And they bought an apartment near the Olympic area in London. And then they had a son, Zale, who is now 9 years old. And after a year in London, Alexis decided that London was not a suitable place to bring a 1-year-old boy up. So they moved to Biarritz, or just south of Biarritz, a place called Bidar, and they've been there ever since.
Oh, goodness me.
And they actually have a beautiful place. It's an old 19th century villa, huge, divided into 8 flats. And the villa has lovely grounds, including a beautiful swimming pool, and in southwest France, in summer it's idyllic. And the area around Biarritz has got the finest surfing in Europe. So, and Thomas, he became quite controlling, because it was clear that Alexei was far outstripping him in brains and capability. And it got too hard. He'd sort of say, that shouldn't be there, that should be there, this sort of rubbish. So eventually they split. So she's living by herself with her little son, Zale. But Thomas, to his credit, we all got fed up with Thomas because we all liked him to start with. But this behavior of his, but he's still in Biarritz, and he looks after Zale half the time, which gives Lexi the opportunities to come. She's most of her clients are in London, so she flies up to London, meets them, gets whatever she's going to do for them, brings it back to Biarritz, does the work, and then then the next trip in London presents it to them. And she earns about £500 a day, which is not bad. And the youngest daughter, Gabriella, she did an English degree in Brighton, it's Sussex University, Brighton. And having done her degree, she decided that she would like to work abroad. And I suppose because of my connection, but I never did anything to facilitate this. She took on a thing as an English teacher in the British Council in Muscat, Oman. And she went for a year, and now 6 years later she's married to an Omani with 2 kids.
Oh, goodness me.
And they're lovely. They're the center of the whole family, these two 2-year-old Omani and a 5-year-old Omani.
What's the language in Oman?
Arabic. And but the Omanis, if you line the Arabs up in one line, the nasty end are the Saudis, and not far behind are the Kuwaitis, and then they come sort of Bahrainis are reasonably okay. The Qataris are perhaps third in line, but they're getting better, and then the Emiratis, and right this end, by far the nicest of the Arabs, by far, because Oman had an empire. The Omani Empire went from East Africa, Dar es Salaam and Mombasa, and that's on the west, and on the east, they owned all of Baluchistan, which is 2/3 of the land area of present-day Pakistan. They sold the Sultan of Oman in the time of the Raj. I think it's the end of the 18th, end of the 19th, end of the 18th century, sold all of Baluchistan, a vast area, to the colonial office of looking after India. They sold the whole thing to India for 30 million rupees. They sold a country for 30 million rupees. Anyway, but even today, the Baluchis make up the bulk of the Omani Baluchis make up the bulk of the Omani armed forces, because they're far more warlike than the actual Omanis there, most of them. And in fact, my great friend Yahya and my son-in-law are both part Baluchi. They're part Baluchi Omanis.
How often do you see Yahya?
Quite often, and I saw him 3 weeks ago, and we're about to do something. I'll take him out to the countryside.
And what's the age difference between you?
2 months?
Oh, 2 months, okay.
No, I think 3. He's born in...
Can we talk, can I change the subject? Yeah. Your daughter.
Which one?
Exactly.
Oh, my eldest daughter.
Yes.
My love child.
Yes.
Well, when I first came to England, having decided I wasn't going to wasn't going to live in Germany, because Berlin at the time was really going into the depressive area of the worst part of the Iron Curtain. I called my cousin, Hugh, who was a Franciscan friar in in the Vale of Dedham in East Anglia, and said, "Hugh, can you get me into school, please? I've decided I want to get my A levels in England."
Right, no, we've covered that. So you went to Ipswich.
I went to Ipswich, yes.
So how did you meet her?
Well,
sorry, yeah. How did you? In fact, who did you meet? Let's put it that way.
What do you mean?
The mother.
Okay, so I was in Ipswich, and in those days, young people went to coffee bars rather than pubs. Smoky coffee bars. And in the corner of this coffee bar
in Ipswich,
I saw this pretty blonde, she was 15 and I was 18, and we got talking. Cut a long story short, her friends had signaled me out for a suitable person for her, and this was the third time she tried to meet me.
And you didn't know that at the
And
time?
I didn't know that at the time.
Well,
I thought I'd met her, pretty great. Asked her to go to a cinema because, and yeah, well, we became, a couple of months later, lovers, both of us totally inexperienced. And I thought we were both taking proper precautions, but she turned pregnant. And some months later, and her grandfather, who was he'd been an international cable laying engineer, he was Danish. He hated my guts for getting his darling granddaughter into this trouble. Tried to get me extradited from the country even. Sarah carried the child to full term, and within weeks of the child being born, she was adopted. And that seemed to be the end of the story. I didn't know where she was. I didn't know if I would ever see her again. I didn't think there was a possibility. But 30 years later, the Labour government changed the law, and adoptees had the right to go to the adoption society. I want information on my parents.
Yeah, Tony Blair.
Tony Blair. So she went straight to the adoption society, found out her mother and her mother's address, and then turned up out of the blue one evening on her mother's doorstep.
Where was that?
That was in Reading. And Carla was in Reading, her name was Carla. We had decided to name her Michelle, but anyway, the new adoptive parents renamed her Carla, because her birth certificate says daughter Michelle. Anyway, so, and it turned out they had been living all that time 10 miles apart and all over England. So in panic, once the daughter, and she hadn't told her husband about this first child. They, in the meantime, she and her husband had 2 children, and then they had an accident. And the accident turned out to be twins. So Sarah had 4 children from her marriage. Carla came. Carla then found out she had 4 half-siblings on that side and 5 on my side.
My goodness me.
So she inherited 9 half-siblings.
And did she think she was an only child or something? Was she an only child?
She had no idea who her parents were until she finally...
But when she was adopted, she had no siblings, though? Is that what
No, she had no siblings.
Yeah. So she goes from being like an only child.
Yes,
to,
but the couple who adopted her adopted a boy as well.
No, okay, so she did have a brother.
She did have a half sibling, adopted sibling. They then got divorced and remarried. So she had 4 parents on that side and 4 parents on this side.
Goodness me.
Anyway, she turned out to be, unbelievably normal, and she had become, by the time I saw her, she had done an arts degree and was teaching art in London. I one day decided, my dear Sandra, this is one of the nails in my second marriage, could not accept Carla because she was terrified of telling her rather stern father that not only did Michael found another child, she has a bastard child.
Oh,
So she refused to let the boys know anything about this half sister. So one day, I called Carla to Newbury and I saw them were meeting a friend. So Carla then knew, but they didn't know she was her half sister, and I knew that Sandra was so against this that they just met this nice lady. Well, finally, when the shit hit the fan with Sandra, I said, right, that's it. They're all meeting each other. The 2 boys, Carla, and the 3 girls. And I went.
What year was this?
This was
Noughties.
about 10 years ago.
So about 2012.
Yeah, about 2012. Yeah. Maybe even 12 years ago, about 2010. Carla had a membership of Kew Gardens. And so we decided, let's all meet in Kew Gardens. I brought the girls, the boys, Carla, and we put out, it was a beautiful July afternoon, put out blankets on the grass and thing, and I sat 20 feet away from them and watched them. Now this could have been really quite an awkward, they just went chunk. They just immediately became a family, all 6 of them. To Carla's delight, to everyone's delight, and to me, can you imagine the day, how I felt? So all my 6 children chatting happily to each other. And they're now on a summer posse, posse app, and they literally chat to each other every day. Someone says something and the others comment. Not.
That's on WhatsApp, yeah?
It's on WhatsApp. It's called the Summer Posse, P-O-W-C.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, let's see what they've said today to each other. So Gabby's just today returned to Oman. I mean, she went last night, so she's returned to Oman. And so she said, "Yay all, I'm glad." So she said, "Hi, I'm back home sweet home." That was today, this morning. And then in chirps Alexei, "Yay, glad to hear it." Then Gabby Naman, "That's all. Didn't sleep a wink in the light. Yuck. But just slept 4 hours straight at home. I bet," someone said, "I bet Aziz," this is her husband, was glad to see you home. Gabby, "He really is." And then she shows me organic blueberries, 12 pounds a small pack. Showed it in the supermarket. The West average 5 pounds a pack. Boo, already missing UK. Gabby loves to be in the UK because of the family, etc. And then Alexi says, "No, ask Zed's dad if he can try to grow something, because Aziz's father has a farm just outside Muscat, outside the capital area. Where it's lovely. He's got a swimming pool there. He's got everything there. He might need to create a mini Eden project, biome macro climate, because when we were all down in Cornwall 3 weeks ago, I took them all to the Eden project. My treat. Anyway, so that's just today.
Yeah.
And if you look at every single day, someone says something, and 1 or 2 or 3 comment. That's today. Then yesterday was 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 comments one way and the other, and it goes on like that. And so it means that I'm in touch with them all the time through this app, and I have private things with them on WhatsApp as well, if I don't want everybody to know. Yes, so I am really, really lucky with my kids. I didn't really deserve it, but they said, "Oh yes, you do, Dad." I say, "Well, if you insist." And it really makes my life full. And I don't care that both my ex-wives live in expensive houses and I have this flat. means nothing.
Yeah.
And now I'm friends with both my ex-wives, because sensibly they need to be friends with me because of their children.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Judy spent 10 years sticking pins into wax effigies of me. I stopped hurting in funny places about 10 years ago. No, 20 years ago. Because the youngest, Gabriella, is now 41, and am I still being recorded?
I'm still recording you. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so yes, so I'm very lucky, and for instance, this 3 weeks ago, I went with 3 girls, and their kids. That's 4 grandchildren, and the new partner of Alexei, was a lovely guy, and me. We were all in a villa in Newquay for a whole week, which was great. It's the first time we'd done something like that, and it worked beautifully. I'm trying to think of anything interesting for people to know about my life since in the last 10 years. And I'm sure I'll think of some things.
Okay. I could end it there, but you were going to. So the 3 videos I've already put on YouTube, which, by the way, when most people see this video, I would have deleted those. I'm going to join them all together into one longer video.
Okay.
And by the way, viewers, you can tell when these were shot based on the shirt which Michael is wearing. He's worn a different shirt for the 4 times.
That's right.
But Michael was supposed to watch the last video and then tell me all the bits he'd missed out. But 3 times now he has not done that.
Well, because
but can you tell me anything from the first video? That's probably tell me anything that you can remember that you've missed out.
the first video, that was my parents. I told you about them.
Parents, grandparents, Germany, the war, India.
And just the first thing ended with us on board ship going to India.
No, okay. You need to watch those videos.
Yeah, I can
And
think
make
of 1 or
notes.
2, but I
And then
should
hopefully I can come back one more time. But you've now got like 5. No, you've got 3. You've got 4.5 hours of stuff you've got to watch.
Yeah.
And then tell me what you've missed out.
So I'm going to do that this weekend. I can't tomorrow. I can't for the rest of the day because I've got other things to do. I can't tomorrow, but I've got the whole weekend free, and I'm going to go through each one and make notes.
Make notes. Okay, so right, we'll make a date for next week. I'll turn it off now. So
Okay.
bye for now. You're going to do the revision of the
4.
4th video,
Yeah.
which is the last one. So over to you, Michael.
Well, as I explained before, Judy and I brought in the New Year of that year in the grounds of the Taj Mahal, and we went back to England and left straight for Oman. And when we arrived at Seb Airport, it was a shock because it was brand spanking new, glittering marble floors. You know, it was something out of the space age. When we left the airport, we were suddenly on a century earlier roads. There was one little tarmac road from the airport to the old town, and what struck us was how spectacular the scenery was, because you went along the Batina coast, and to your left was the Indian Ocean, and to the right were mountains. And this fertile, even though it was desert, this strip between the mountains and the sea was fertile, because water had seeped into the mountains and kept underneath, and so there was plenty of water, and it was date gardens. It was quite beautiful, but very, very primitive. When we got into Muscat itself, it was a mud-walled city, and there were few new houses, but they weren't in Muscat itself. They were in a place called Rui, which was a valley before Muscat, and so we stayed at the one 5-star hotel there at the time, and from there we moved on to.
So just remind me, sorry. So tell me the year and tell me who is we.
Okay, Judy and I.
Julie, and the year?
And the year was 1975.
Right.
So,
I just noticed that when you bang the table, the camera vibrates. So I've got the camera balanced here, so try not to.
I'll try not to balance the
touch the table. So.
Right. So I've talked about it was quite exciting, my job there. One or two things that I haven't talked about was that in year 2, I decided, because I had free reign in this company, I could do practically what I liked, anything that I thought would make money. And so we started Oman's first medical dental center. We called it the Medident Center, and it was in the new town called this is what happens.
You're getting old, Michael.
I know.
It'll come back. It's okay.
Caboose City.
Caboose.
Sultan Caboose City, and it had 3 doctors and 3 dentists, and everybody, all the expats used it. So it was very successful. The other thing, I talked already about the Omanscape. The other thing that I did, remember the grass that we had to import from California, and it nearly died on the tarmac in London. That was but one of the biggest, the project which would have been the biggest, was because I travelled in Iraq and other places. It became very evident that none of these places had really good aggregate, for concrete. And Oman, as it happened, had a perfect place to put a huge rock crusher, and that was right in the top in the Mozambique Peninsula, because what we had there was tertiary limestone coming down, huge cascades of limestone coming down to about 20 feet above deep water harbours, completely pristine. And the only competition that there was in the Gulf at that time was Ras Al Khaimah, one of the Emirates, whose main business was rock quarries, but their quarries were inland, and so to come into, to get their aggregate for export, they had to. How I doing that? Was I doing that? Anyway, they had to.
I'm going to try and make this camera not vibrate. I just got it just
Okay, I won't touch it at all.
balancing on there. Anyway,
So-
keep talking, just ignore me.
So it occurred to me that if they could run a whole emirate on the proceeds of a rock crusher, we had much better situation in Oman for producing and selling aggregate. So I managed to get the Minister of Lands to allocate us a full square kilometre of this tertiary limestone at a nice angle, just half a mile from this bay, and we could convey the aggregate straight down into barges. And I did a deal with the Hong Kong Barge Company to barge the aggregate, which would take it around to all the Emirates, to Saudi Arabia, and to Kuwait, and to Iraq, not Iraq, yeah. So the potential for this thing was enormous, and I got Krupp, the German group, to make us a quote for the
Crusher.
for the equipment, and two banks were offering us financing. And the partners for this crusher, we called it Oman Rocks and Aggregates, would have been Yahya, my boss, the Minister of Lands, the director of the Diwan would be the three partners, but they had all signed a deal with me that I would take 5% of the project, profit of the project, on condition I ran it, which I was very happy to do. That would have made me, if it had come to fruition, would have made me about $5 million
Not bad. In that decade?
per shift.
Per shift?
Yeah. So, and everything was signed and sealed, and then the problem occurred with the chief of emigration coming to tell me I had 48 hours to leave the country. And to my chagrin, Yahya didn't have enough, he didn't put anybody else on this project. We had the whole thing set up. And when I left, the whole project died.
Really?
I seriously thought of going to Dubai and then running the project because you could, it was easier to get to the Muzandam Peninsula from Ras Al Khaimah than it was from Oman. But because Judy had just come back with our 6-week-old daughter Alexei, that wasn't on the cards. And the whole thing died, and that was one of the biggest.
That's such a blow.
Yeah. Further on, so this whole thing, we then talked about leaving Oman, and then there was one incident in Saudi Arabia, which was quite exciting. As I explained, I was the agent of a company called for a company called.
Just got guests arriving in the background.
For a company called FAR, F-A-R-R. It was a Los Angeles company which made these enormous filters for gas turbine inlet, and there was a major sandstorm which had almost wiped out a big power station in Abha, which is up in the escarpment. And so they SOS'd me, please come and supply filters for us. And I said, I will, on condition you pay on arrival, because the Saudi government was notorious for taking things and then paying you, a year later. No, we can't. I said, well, then you can't get the filters. So they eventually agreed, yes, we'll pay you on arrival. And I took a large pickup full of these filters and drove it along the escarpment. And to get to Abha, there was a road which they were making, but it wasn't quite complete. So I went on that road, and the road suddenly ended in a chasm, and I had to backtrack and then go up the side. There was a dirt road by the construction company. Impossible to drive. I mean, it was almost vertical, and there was I sweating in this four-wheel drive pickup, loaded with these filters, and I thought, if I stop, I won't be able to start again. Because, anyway, I finally managed it. It was about 3 miles. When I got to the top, I was in a cold sweat. I thought, my God, I actually risked my life there. What for? For a few $1,000 profit. Anyway, I made it to the power station. They said the accountant is not here. I said, well, bring him, because I'm not giving you these filters until he comes. So very reluctant, they've got him. I got paid, and then I went back the easy way along the top of the escarpment and down to Muscat. That really was the thing I wanted to say about that thing, because I went into what happened from Saudi Arabia back to England, etc., and most of it is I don't need to add to. One thing I bought in this state. I told you I bought my house in Surrey, which is a quarter of a Victorian mansion called Broomhill. And the biggest mistake I made in my life was to sell my luxury, well, it was a 4-bedroomed flat in a luxury block in between Clapham and Streatham. Today that would be worth about £1,250,000. I sold it for £25,000. And the biggest mistake was I didn't need to sell it. I could have just, taken it. I had enough money to do it, but I could have taken a loan and bought the flat. And I didn't. I took this 25,000, and that was one of the biggest mistakes I made in my life. That's it. That's all.
So I finish?
Yeah.
It's rolling. Today's the 18th of October 2022. I'm back for another visit to Michael. I've now lost track of the number of times I've been here. I brought my 13-year-old son. He's going to walk in the background back from the loo in a moment. So Michael's prepared.
One of the things that I didn't talk about in my time in Oman was we got a big contract to do a vocational training college down in the south, Salalah. Salalah is a very interesting part of Oman and part of Arabia, because it's the only place in the desert peninsula which actually has a monsoon. Once a year, the monsoon clouds are dragged north because of the heat of the Rub al-Khali, and it gets a monsoon down in Salalah. It's a fantastic place. So we had to send 100 men down to Salalah, and the airline was asking us much too much money, for the airfares, so we decided to send them in nice big air-conditioned trucks. And the men almost rebelled because it meant going through the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. And there were no roads in those days, there were just tracks. But the main track, you could follow the main track. I heard you could follow it. But what you don't do is you don't drive at night, because you can go off the track, because other tracks look the same, and you would get lost in the desert. So I decided that I would go myself in an unair-conditioned Toyota pickup with a driver, and we'd do the 1,000-mile trip from Muscat down to Salalah. It was so long because you couldn't do 1,000 miles on those sort of roads in a day, so we had to overnight in the desert. It was annual hot. It was about 50 degrees in the Rub al-Khali, and this road skirts it, but it is actually in that empty quarter. And by late evening, we'd got down to a place where the British had an airfield, established an airfield, and then on the horizon we saw what looked like cotton wool. And what it actually was, it was the monsoon clouds that had come, because at that point you're at about 3,000 feet elevation, and yet you don't know, because you've been going slowly along the Arabian plateau. It looks like a plane, and there's suddenly this cloud. And when you go out of that cloud, when you go into the cloud, the temperature drops from 50 degrees to 25 degrees. Amazing. And the visibility goes to to the horizon to about the end of your bonnet of your car at first, because you're actually in the cloud. After a while, you sink below the cloud, and then you're in monsoon. It isn't a deluge, it's a sort of Irish mist, but it's a constant Irish mist for 3 months. And the whole of that escarpment area goes from dark brown, everything scorched earth, to Europe. You have cows. It's a most extraordinary transformation going from the desert, and you do that in 15 minutes. You slowly descend to the plain, and I then went to stay in a hotel. The last little caveat on that was that we had gone through territory where they were called the Adu. They were the rebels who tried to overthrow the Omani Sultan to establish a communist regime backed by the communists in Yemen. And they were, with the help of the British, Oman had pacified the whole region, but the Adu, as they were called, this was their annual not celebration, but what they did is they could easily have ambushed me on the road. I had no idea that there was any danger, but that night I had dinner at the officers' mess down in Salalah, and while I was there, the Adu attacked some British airworks people and killed 4 of them, and 3 more ran into the sea to escape them, and it could easily have been me. So that was my Salalah trip. I flew back.
And what year was that, by the way?
That was 75.
Okay, 75.
1975. Right. So I didn't mention 2 other things which were quite important. One is I started a medical dental center. We called it the MediDent Center, which was very successful, and it became the place where the expats went for any medical things and for dentistry. The final thing that was very important is that I think I told you that aggregate for concrete was in short supply all around the Gulf. And there was only one other place where a whole emirate, Ras Al Khaimah, their main source of income was aggregate, shipped to the port and then shipped out elsewhere. And I found that we had in Oman better quality tertiary limestone, and I found a place in the Mozambique Peninsula where we could actually crush the rock.
I think you've already told me this, and I think I filmed it.
Did I actually tell it?
Well, you definitely told me, but
Yes.
I can't remember if I filmed it though.
Well, I can't remember.
So tell me anyway then. Okay.
Okay.
In
So,
case we didn't
It
film
was absolutely perfect. We got given 1 square kilometer of this tertiary limestone on a slope which went straight down into deep water, and I got the Hong Kong barge company to agree to barge this stuff all over, and it meant that we could actually supply a ton of aggregate to anywhere in the Gulf at $5 a ton less than Ras Al Khaimah could. Long and the short of it is the 3 people who were the owners, which was Yahya, my boss, the Minister of Land, and the Director of the Royal Divan. They signed. They were 40, 40, and 20, but they signed a deal with me that I would get 5% of the profit for running it. And the forecast was that we would make $5 million profit in our first year on one shift. So you can imagine what I could have got. I would have been a multi-millionaire if that had gone on. But when I was kicked out of Oman, that whole project died with me. Even though we had everything in place, we had Krupp Rheinstahl to supply all the equipment, we had bankers ready to finance it, the whole thing was in place. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Right. Have you got any more time?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to say about you messed up your son's name on one of the earlier
Yes.
videos. So just
My
correct
daughter's name.
Your daughter's name.
Well, in this particular case, when I had to leave Oman, I said that Judy had just come back with my 6-year-old daughter Alexi. In fact, she was 6 weeks old.
Right.
That's why I couldn't go to lock myself into one of the prince's houses until they accused me of something. Right. So there was one more thing.
What about the son's name? You said the son,
Yes.
Alex?
Yes. That would be, actually, that's in this part for. When I talked about my son Alex, I said you asked me what his name was, and I said his name is Alex Michael Sommer. My mistake. His name is actually Alex William Sommer.
Right, okay, we've corrected that.
Because William is both a family name on both sides.
Right.
My father was Hans Wilhelm Sommer, and my grandfather was William Lopez. So William is a family name on both sides. Okay, so there was one trip which I made from Saudi Arabia, and that was a very exciting trip. I took Judy and the 3 girls, and we all went down to the Yemen border.
And this was in the winter of 79.
This was in the
Autumn, winter 79.
That's right. And everybody told us, "You're mad." I mean, the Yemenis are nearly at war, but even in those days there were always border skirmishes between Yemen and the Saudis. The reason for that was that Abdulaziz, the original Saud, Ibn Saud, had actually annexed part of Yemen and taken it into Saudi Arabia. And of course the Yemenis were very upset about that, and they constantly sniped across the border because of that. But they did have diplomatic relations, and people like us could get through, except the Saudis gave us, we had to wait like 5 hours on the border before they would let us out of Saudi Arabia into Yemen. Once in Yemen, all the stories we heard about the Yemenis were rubbish. They were friendly, and even when we went into remote villages and the Yemenis came, they were all armed to the teeth with these rifles and things. The moment we came there with my wife and children, they couldn't have been more hospitable. If we asked directions, they would even sometimes take us to where we wanted to go, even though they didn't have a lift back. It was really, really interesting. Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, is a very old city, and it's very unique. The buildings are unique. They're mud buildings, but they're all beautifully decorated. One of the nice things of the trip was that the Queen of Sheba had her kingdom down in Sabah, a place called Sabah, literally on the other edge of the empty quarter. You remember I went to the other thing, and I've got photographs, and we'll have some where in her kingdom had a temple of the sun, and the pillars of this temple are still there today, and we took photographs of them. There was a very famous dam in that area, which all the Semitic tribes were settled below the dam. And if you look at this, if you it's a huge dam, and the abutments of the dam, that dam was there 3,000 years ago. It was finally washed out by one great storm and never. And when that dam went, all the huge irrigated area behind the dam was also destroyed. And so that's when the Semitic tribes moved up through Arabia on one side, across to Oman, and then to Iraq. So that's the origin of the Semitic tribes. And it was called, I'll have to remember the name, I can't remember it at this moment. But we went there and we could see what had happened. Because the canals, there were cutways through the canals, and you could see that there were like 10 different layers. The canals, the original canal was down there, and the canals that finally broke were a good 20 feet higher. And all of that was sediment from the water irrigating this whole area. But that's really what I need to do. One final trip from Saudi Arabia was a place called Petra. Now Petra is quite famous. I'm surprised you didn't know about it. And the Nabateans had actually two settlements. The main Petra, it's carved in. I've got some photographs. It's amazing. These amazing tombs carved into the sides of the canyon. But there was also a bit in Saudi Arabia called Madinat Salah, which very few people know about, because the Saudis, didn't invite any tourism. In fact, didn't want anybody to go there. It's north of Medina, on the same trade route that went from Rome to Felix, Arabia. Petra is, the way you get into Petra is via a canyon which is so narrow that two horsemen riding abreast with their hands out could touch the walls on either side. And it went up like 300 feet. It was called a Sikh. And the first thing you saw when you went through, suddenly you saw this magnificent rock cut tomb called the Treasury. They called it the Treasury, but it was just another tomb. But the first view of that tomb, as you come through this dark canyon and suddenly it's there, is absolutely awe-inspiring. And yeah, so if anybody ever goes to Petra, they'll tell you that it is the most spectacular. I've been 3 times to Petra. The last time was when I left Saudi Arabia, finally to come home. I drove back through Jordan and Syria and Turkey, etc., all the way home. Okay, that's it.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We're starting again now. So it's the 2nd of November 2022, and with Michael, 10 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday morning, we're going to go through these photos. So this is basically the grandparents,
order,
aren't they? So the first one's
German grandparents.
German grandparents, and then on the back we've got some writing there. Okay, now the German
grandfather.
German grandfather. Here's the writing. Okay, and then
Indian great-grandfather.
Indian great-grandfather. Okay.
Indian grandfather. Indian grandfather.
Indian grandfather. Ooh, a lot of text there. Okay, that's good.
Indian grandmother.
Right, we're making good progress now. We've got to get through all these pictures. So, okay.
And Indian great-grandfather with his 2 sons, my grandfather and grandfather's brother.
Excellent, excellent. So, okay, next one.
Right, that's my father before he met my mother.
Excellent. Okay.
My mother is a young woman. Got one more nice one. Just check that. Where's that one? It's a nice one of my mother, a bit older.
Just finish this one off a moment. Okay, so that's that one done. Okay, another one.
About the time when she met my father.
Aha. Got information on the back there. Okay, right, two more. So what's this? This looks like your parents.
They met at a picnic. It's my parents. They met at a picnic. No, this is the important
Oh,
one.
that's the important
That's the
one.
important
That was
one.
the day that they met.
And you've got close up of those two there.
Right. Okay, keep it still, keep it still. Okay, that's the close up. I'm just going to do the back of this one now.
So having met, they lived together in Delhi. Can you hear the sound? Is there sound?
Yeah,
sound?
that definitely sound. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So
keep talking.
my grandparents got very, very anxious about my daughter seeing a divorced German Protestant, so they sent her to England to do her obstetrics. And my father followed her to England, took her to Berlin, got all the permissions, came back to London, got married in Chelsea Registry Office, and they honeymooned on the Isle of Wight.
Well, hey. Right.
Then
Let's
went
just have a
back
quick
to
look outside while we're here. This is where Michael lives, Mountbatten Court, on the Andover Road, Winchester. Bye for now. Okay, it's running.
So my parents, then my brother was born in Delhi.
Okay, we got that. That's your brother then, is it?
That's my brother.
Okay.
That's my parents with my brother.
Okay. Okay. That's good. That's
That's
good.
my father in Delhi. A formal one taken of him. He was still in his prime.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
And that one was an equivalent one of them.
Just a moment, just a moment. Yeah, that's
Then they got stuck in Germany, in Dresden. My father had to join the Abwehr.
okay.
That's Mum in Dresden. Just about the time, just before she got pregnant with me. And then and then that was the three of us. My mother with her three children.
Okay,
Those were the three children.
okay. Which one is you then?
There's one, this little fat one.
Little one on the left.
Yeah, and that's me just before that picture was taken.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
My mother had 3 children with me as a little one. That was me in Germany.
Okay, good.
That's me with my mother, Peter on the bench. Then we moved on, that's just before we became refugees.
Okay.
This is my parents in the displaced people's camp just before we left for England.
Okay,
Told you we
next batch.
met up with my cousins.
So this one's in India then, yeah?
That's in India.
Where are you on this picture?
The smallest guy.
Ah, the smallest guy. So. Okay, next one. So. Okay,
Right, so that was still Germany. It's too late. We finished that. My mum with my sister and me. That was all the cousins.
Okay.
I'm starting to get older, so hold on. My sister and me. My sister and I.
Okay. Okay.
My sister and I and a cousin.
Okay, very good, very good.
Sister and I.
We're going through these at a good clip. Oh, nice socks, Michael. So, so
Started to grow up a bit with my mother there in Wellington. That's the same one, you don't need to show that again.
Okay, good.
My sister and I.
Ah, here we go. You're getting a bit older here now.
These are all in my penultimate year in India. She said 1960, it was actually end of 1959 at the back, but that's chronologically almost the same.
Okay, yep, you're right. Okay, that's that batch finished.
You have to pause for a moment.
Okay, I'll pause it. I'll just take a quick look at these pictures here. These are behind me, random pictures.
I did a series just of me from very young to, I'm not sure. What is?
Okay, oh, should we just continue?
No.
You
wait,
want to sort
just
them out?
wait.
Okay, one moment. So next video, Michael. So
Those three are taken in Germany on my first holiday having come to England. In a place called Scharbeutz. There's no writing at the back.
okay,
Right. Then we jump forward to when I met Judy. We got married, and that's Katya. And then there's Katya and Alexei.
okay, that's good.
Right. And then that's a trip to India, another trip to India. First year in Saudi Arabia. We'll take that out. That's a trip to India with Gabriella as a little girl. That one there.
The king.
Yeah, the king.
He's just turned king.
And just some latter shots with my sister 5 years ago, a trip to Iran, and this one was about the time I met you
Ah, right, in the 90s.
in the 90s.
Well. Okay,
Right, that's it on those.
okay, you're not using these then?
I'm not using them. They're just as you see, there are too many.
Hang on, no, these, weren't we going to do these though as well?
But
So-
we've done that, haven't
Well,
we?
I took stills, so
Okay,
these, because that's a brilliant photo.
and it's got the writing on the back too.
So, oh, it's got the writing, is it? Okay.
That's it.
And then look at this. This is
That's
beautiful.
mine. A few years earlier. Where's my?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, done those. Okay, those are all done.
Done
Okay,
them.
I'll pause it.
Yeah.
Now we're doing the fourth video today. So this is Katya, your first
Yeah.
daughter, right? We start here, yes?
Start there. That's her as a
Start.
baby.
Okay, right.
Katya as a baby. Katya 2, and then her little sister came along, Alexei, 3, and then the third one came along. That's 3 of them.
Okay, that's good.
That's again the 3 of them.
Do you know where that was taken?
That's in Saudi.
That's in Saudi.
No, hold on. That's in.
Doesn't matter.
That's in England.
Yeah, it looks like England. Yeah.
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 And then the little older in Saudi.
Okay.
Saudi. I'll check that one.
Okay.
That's a good one. It's not such a good one, Katya, but it's the only one I have of my favorite.
Vehicle or?
Yeah, we called it Pegasus,
Oh yeah.
and I came from Saudi in that. So that's the three girls. A little older. That's them in France with my second ex-wife. And that's the last one I have of Katya with
Okay.
for a moment. And then Katya.
What about this picture here?
Yeah, but that's the. Did you not take that?
No.
Okay.
Is the,
Well, that's her as a little girl still. Oh wait, then just we don't need these.
who's this?
No wait, you're getting it out of
Okay.
chronology.
I'll pause it and we'll come back
Pause
to it.
it,
Okay. Okay, so the fifth video today is going to be, is all of Katya and Katya's son called Oscar, yes?
And this was before she.
So I'll just,
Yeah, that's this.
Go
This,
through
this
this.
joins up with those before she got the child.
who are these people then?
That's Katya, Gabriella, and Alexei, the three girls.
Right, okay, sorry, I've got to...
Wait, no, you have to go here.
Oh, sorry.
That's the three girls before Katya was married,
Right.
or lived with a partner, and this is one. That's the last one of her as a. Then
Need to say who the bloke is in red.
don't know.
Don't know, okay.
That's that.
Oh.
No, that's
That's
Katya-
Oscar,
That's Oscar
Katya's
son.
son. Right. Oscar, Katya's son.
Yeah, and then Oscar Katya's son.
Another one.
Then Oscar Katya's son. Oscar Taxi. Well, we don't need to show that. We've got.
Well, that one, we're not showing that one.
Oh well. Okay, so oh yeah, he's older there. You see. And then that's Katya.
Keep it still.
Couple of, with Oscar in the background there. That's her with
Yep.
Oscar.
Yep.
Katya and me and Oscar.
Yeah, okay, got it. We've got it all now.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's it.
Gotcha. Okay, good.
Fancy dress time
so
with the other girl.
The sixth video is all of Alexei.
That's when she got her masters from the Royal College of Art.
Okay, excellent.
That's when her little son was born.
What's his name?
Zale, Z-A-L-E.
Excellent. Okay, and that's Katya.
And that's Katya, that's Alexei and Zale in Biarritz.
Shall I pause it there?
No, and well, just talk to, and then we go to do the next girl.
Okay. Okay, so the seventh video is of Gabriella, the youngest daughter. So I'll just go. I'll just go through it all. Any particular order?
Yeah.
So,
That's a nice one of her and me. Which I like.
yeah, exactly.
This is her in our garden in Broomhill.
Broomhill.
This is when she did that fancy dress with her sisters. So we've got the equivalent of all three.
Okay.
This is when she went to India. This is with my mother, her grandmother. You know,
Oh, I haven't seen a picture of your mother
what you have in the
as
early
no, as at this age. I mean,
as an old lady, yes.
well, fancy that.
She came with me to India and was greeted at the airport by people with garlands. Just she and I. That's her sitting on a side branch of the largest banyan tree in India. It covers 4 acres, one tree covering 4 acres.
Amazing.
Let's just add a bit of local colour there. Bangor is famous for being the perfect place for bougainvillea.
Okay.
And this is her with Nicholas, my eldest son, as a baby.
Grandson, I think you mean.
My eldest son.
Your eldest.
My eldest son. Nicholas.
Hang on. Oh, okay. I understand. You had the daughters first. I had to think about that. I'm still trying to get to grips with all this.
That's a nice one of her.
Okay.
She's grown up a bit there. And suddenly she's a mum.
Uh-huh.
We have 2 little darlings, a little half Omani granddaughters.
That's a nice picture. I like that one.
This is them on a picnic. That's it today. Don't need to show anymore.
Okay.
Okay,
Right, that's that one done.
that one done. Then we've only got
We're now starting. This is the 8th video, and this is all
Sandra
about
when I first met her.
Sandra when you first met her. In fact, let me hold it actually. Okay, Sandra when you first met her. Okay. And
Took her to India.
took her-
Wait,
oh,
what's
there's
this
2
one?
there.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Okay. What do you know?
Then took her to India. That's in the fruit and flower garden in Bangalore.
Okay.
Those are both Indian shots.
What sort of year these did you take her to India? When did you meet her?
32 years ago, worked out.
Okay.
Then we decided to get married.
That's 1990.
That's 1990.
Okay.
And along came this very premature little boy, 6 weeks premature,
Oh, right.
and then just 2 of him.
Okay, keep it still, keep it still. Yeah. Okay, done.
It's a nice shot of him.
Okay,
Then
done.
his younger brother came along. That's both of them in Cuba.
Cuba.
Yeah. And then we can end with, this shot. And then finally this group shot which shows all 6 children and 2 grandchildren. And that is it.
Okay, I'll just zoom in a bit on this. Okay,
Okay.
lovely picture. For the last video, we'll just go through these pictures properly.
Some family photographs.
So on the sideboard. So can we start with this one here? So how old were you in this picture?
I was 25. I just returned to India after a 7-year absence.
Okay, then this is...
That's the wedding of my eldest daughter, my love child,
Okay, oh right. Okay, and then we
with the
got...
3 girls. And we then, but
Okay, go to this one. Okay, Nick. This one of Nick.
that's one of Nick.
Uh,
That's one of Judy and me before kids.
the 4 kids, okay. Yes.
That's Judy and me with kids.
Kids, okay. Who's this one here?
That's Nicholas and I.
Nick, okay.
That's Sandra and my wedding.
Sandra. Ah, right.
And that's me with my eldest granddaughter,
Okay.
before the other little one came along.
And then,
Forget about these.
so
And that's the same one.
The same one.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Done. Okay. Finish.